Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. Welcome to another episode of Solo Self-Found Players 8. We should go over the rules first before we start our Players 8 run. So, for those of you who are just joining and you don't understand what a Solo Self-Found run is, or what my specific rule sets are, let's go over the rules together. First off, number one, you cannot change the difficulty at any time. It must remain Player's Aid always throughout the run. Number two, you cannot use any item from any other character at all. Number three, trading is off limits. Because you can only use items you find yourself/you see fall on the ground. Number four, you cannot specifically target farm any specific item, except Uber keys. Uber keys are kind of the exception to the rule, and it's really just because, well, you can't get them from any place else other than those specific monsters. So, of course, you have to target farm Uber keys. Target farming is when you farm a target until it drops the item that you are looking for specifically. This is the MacGyver rule, basically meaning that you have to MacGyver your way through the game. You're given a rock, a toothpick, some bubble gum, and a button, and you've got to kill Bale with it. Good luck. Number five, the solo self-found run is generally over after killing Hell Bale, unless you are going for Ubers, and then things get kind of tricky at that point because the rules really don't cover after you kill Hell Bale. So, well, it's kind of like an odd one there. So today we're doing the Boson. This was what the community voted for. I did already run a little bit yesterday. I managed to get to level 21. This is Northwind. Speaking of which, if you want to download the Paladin that I killed Ubers with, it is in my item pack now. So if you'd like to download my item pack and get access to that Paladin, he is in there so that you can have fun with that. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick and show you. So this is my item pack right here. This is my item pack, and in my item pack, when you download it and extract it, you will find a folder in the D2R character files, GGM's offline characters, as well as solo self-found P8 characters. So these are characters that I actually did the solo self-found P8 runs on. So if you ever want to like hop on and just play around with those characters, there's the Necromancer Mortuary. This is the North Star Smiter that I was able to run Ubers on. This is Kubus. Now this is the Druid that I was able to beat Bale on. This is the Barbarian that I did my solo self-found run on, and this is the Sorceress. And eventually the Amazon will make it into this list as well, and then eventually the Assassin when I get to that. So gear check. I don't know if you guys really want to see my gear at level 21, but gear check. I have a gemmed hunter's bow. Woo! Man, this thing is spicy. Look at this. Oh yeah, baby. I have a blue strong skull cap. 10% MF amulet. I got really lucky. Gemmed studded armor with 20 poison damage, 5 maximum damage, 8 defense, 6 life, 14 poison resistance. I've managed to get some Gorefoots from frickin' Andy. That was pretty cool. So I got a little bit of mana leech there. I'm actually pretty excited about that. Replenish life 4 ring. A regular white belt with three rows of potion slots. 38 attack rating, 30% extra roll for monster. Iron Ring of Greed. And some blue +2 dexterity, lightning resistance, 5%. Gloves. And 6 to life, 8 to life, 8 to life, 7% lightning res, 3 to attack rating, 2 to strength, 10 to life, 6 poison. As you can see, I am just swimming in the best of gear. Just swimming. Like I got a skull cap over a pair. Oh yeah, baby. Look at this rare 15 attack rating studded leather armor. Oh yeah. And I got this blood rack scythe with dual leech. Oh yeah, 11% ED. You don't see that very often. 11%. 11. What's up, guys and gals? I see you in there, Harley. What's up, Mike? What's up, Sean? What's up, Dark Hado? Dark Hado's in like every stream now. Like every single stream. What's up, IC Wiener? Your second Griffins ever dropped in the pits. Nice. Negative 2014. That's pretty good rolls. Alright, so where did we leave off? I think we just got our Herodric Cube, right? Yeah, we just got our Herodric Cube. So at this point, we're pretty much just moving on to get some of the bits and bobs. Of course, I didn't get any waypoints, because why would I get waypoints? Waypoints are for fools. Oh, why would you get waypoints? Just why would you get... Why would you get waypoints? I mean, why? Waypoints are for idiots. Why? Why would you get waypoints? I mean, why? That's just silly. Of course you don't want waypoints. Waypoints are for fools. Waypoints. Why would you get those stupid waypoints? Nobody wants them ugly waypoints. We like to walk with blisters on our toes, 'cause we're going to throw all of our waypoints away. Yes, we will. Who needs waypoints? Not me, no. I kind of feel like maybe we should farm Andy a little bit before we move on. Andy has a lot of good drops in normal difficulty. I mean, we could end up with a Mantle. We could end up with a Nagel. We could end up with some decent little, like maybe like Twitch Throw or something like that. Like, there's a couple good items that Andy drops in this difficulty. I kind of feel like maybe we should go back and farm a little Andy before we go forward. I mean, I don't see it as a bad thing. Ooh, a tier room. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I think going back to farm Andy is a good idea. Let's do a little Andy farming before we go forward. At least that way we can maybe, I don't know, get something better than the massively outrageously good gear that we currently have on. Because God knows the equipment we have is so good that there is no chance that Andy's ever going to drop anything better than what we have on already. I mean, it's impossible. Obviously, we just have the best equipment ever, right? So it's just impossible. There's no way she's going to give us anything better than what we already got. So I don't even know why we're going. I mean, who can beat a blue strong skull cap of defense? All right, who can actually beat that? I don't think many people can beat that. All right, let's go. Let's see. Which way is that? Up. I want to be the very best, like no Amazon ever was. I kick them right in their gonads and bring them to the dirt. I will travel across the land, shooting my bow far and wide. Each monster going to shatter, 'cause my icicles are crazy fine. And I don't care how loud they scream, I'll shoot them anyway. My Amazon may run real slow, but you will be frozen. I don't know if I want to pass up the champion room. Champion room, look at all this champion room. Champion room, look at this champion room. Champion room, look at all them champion rooms. Champion room, all the champion room. It's a champion room every time you go. Lots of champions in here, 'cause they have to know. All the champions, everywhere you see we go. Look at all my champions, I kill them all, you know. Champion. Champion. Jumpy, champion. Jump, oh, lumpy, pumpy, pun. Jumpo, champion. Jumpo, champion. Jumpy, champion. Jumpo, chomp. Give me all these mana pots. I guess I need somebody to heal them pots too. All the champions are dead. Dead champions. Kubus the monster dog. I mess with Kubus and I call his name in a very weird way, and he doesn't like it. Instead of saying monster dog like a normal person, I go Cody the monster. That's a monster. He's not monster dog. At least I misunderstood. That's it. I just a misunderstood dog. Nobody understands me. He said, nobody likes me. Everybody hates me. Might as well go eat worms. Nobody loves me, everybody hates me, might as well go eat worms. Oh, look at all these champions. Champo. Champa, lampa, pamp. Champion, pampa, lampa, pamp. Champo, pampo, pampa, lampa, pampo, champo, pamp. Champo, pampo, lamp.
I can't carry anymore.
Give me them mana pots. My sound is slightly off on them. I'm gonna reboot my Elgato card real quick. That fixed it. Whew. All right. Overburdened. Put that axe in the doojank. Put that axe in the doojank so we can sell it. Because it's worth a decent amount of money, let me tell it. It's worth a pretty decent doojanks. Because we gonna put the money right in the bank. And I don't care if Andy wants to come and take it from me. Because I'm gonna have to hit her right in her dang knee. Right in her dang knee. She don't deserve that knee. That's a knee for people who do good. Oh yeah, let me hop into Discord so that I can do some voice chat if anybody wants to. If anybody wants to show up and say hi. Hi. Cause you gonna say hi. Tridentia. A Tridonto just dropped on the ground. I need to check that. I tried to Lonto. Its normal attack speed. It's got 5% life range. It's less damage than mine though. I just compared a turd to another turd, guys. I mean, the scythe that my boy has on is garbage. This trident that dropped on the ground was garbage. And here I was comparing the viscosity of two turds to see which turd would be the best turd and which turd I should bring home. I can't believe I just compared two turds. Blah.
This one's green a little bit, but this one right here, this one's got some little nuts in it. I don't know. I'm not really a big fan of the nuts. This one's got corn, though. And, you know, I'm not really... I think this one smells a little bit better than the other one. I could be wrong, but I think this one smells a little bit better.
That's when I realized it just wasn't worth it to compare the two turds. It just won't worth it. It was not worth it to compare those two turds together. I moved on.
What's going on, Ginger?
Man, what's up, Bob? What the hell was that in the background? You got like an alien laser beam in the background there?
No, it's a condo and the door's locked. My roommate's trying to get in. I gotta go let him in real fast.
Sound like alien laser beams. I'm going with alien laser beams.
I didn't expect him to be back the second I hopped into voice with you, but you know.
Sound like, you know what it sounds like? You remember when we were kids and we used to go to the little crappy stores and they'd have like the alien blaster and it would have like 18 million different settings.
And
and you could,
you're right.
And you could put it on like one. That sounds like one of the settings on the alien blaster.
That's funny.
And then you run around the house shooting everybody with it until your mom takes it away.
All right.
I don't know why you bought it for me if you didn't want me to shoot anybody with it.
Pulls, mouse. All right, let's go. What's terrorized right now? Crystalline? Oh, I could go do that, I think.
Everybody always wants me to do a gear check at the beginning of the videos, and I was like, I'm level 21, Amazon. I got like garbage on, like blue. I'm gonna do my gear check. I'm like, and I got like a blue strong skull cap, 15 defense. Yeah, look at that. It's pretty nice. Replenish life 4 ring. Yes.
Welcome back.
You guys don't sleep on the replenish life 4 rings, okay? Those are the Jimmy Jams. Ooh, 9 max damage, Jewel of Wrath. That's actually not bad. Them Jimmy Jams.
Welcome to Jimmy Jams. How may I take your order?
Yeah, I'm over here working on my hardcore grail right now. And I still can't go into hell yet because my resistances aren't good enough.
You started D2 yesterday, BG Eel? That's the new guy. He said he's level 15 and he's having a blast on his paladin. Level 15.
Paladins are awesome.
I mean, you picked the right class for being OP, so. I mean, we all know the paladin is the class for this game. Some little mana leech would be nice.
What you need?
What you need? Wah 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 wah. I'm gonna kill Andy a few times and hopefully maybe she'll drop me something.
The order welcomes you.
God knows, frickin'
Yes?
you can get through normal difficulty on the most terrible items, I swear. But if you stop and you farm Andy a little bit, sometimes you can end up with something that's at least not as horrible. Like, let me get something that's a little less crap. Do you have a poo without corn in it? Can I get the poo without the corn? Do you got one that's not green and brown? Like, can I get a yellow poo? I just want to leave normal difficulty with something that's not terrible. If we could do that. Something that's not terrible. Have I played Project Diablo 2? No, I've kind of avoided it because I don't really want to contaminate my Diablo 2 knowledge. The games are too similar. Can't count how many times I've been playing.
What games?
Project Diablo 2. I can't count how many times I've been playing with somebody who also plays Project Diablo 2, and they're like, oh yeah, you could just use this item. It's got such and such on it. I'm like, no, it doesn't. And they're like, no, yeah, it's totally got that. Like no, it's. I'm like, I got it right here in my hand. It doesn't have that on it.
They're like, oh wait, I think I'm thinking about Project Diablo too.
Yep. I was actually playing PD2 for a little while, and then I was like, nah, I'll just go back to playing Diablo.
Wow, 20% lightning res grand charm.
It's not bad.
Those are not terrible. I like thems.
Yeah, when you're doing a solo Southbound P8, all them res charms are beautiful. Every one of them.
That's what I tell people all the time. We be playing a brand new ladder season, and they'd be like,
Ooh, a large charm. Like nobody wants those.
I'm like, what do you got in your inventory right now? Bunch of crap. I'm like, you better pick that large charm up, and you better ID it.
Oh, the large charms, bar none. If you can get damage charms, help out the melee classes so much.
Ooh, the freaking F spear.
Or I should just say the physical damage characters, because it doesn't really matter if they're
Oh, wow.
melee or not.
A 3-socket F spear. I could put malice in that, right? I could.
Yes.
Is LF or what the hell?
I think it's LF, but you probably look it up because I'm not positive. I haven't made one of those in a long time.
But it's a F 3-socket spear. I mean, I know it's normal difficulty and everything, but I mean that'll freaking like carry him through pretty much the whole normal difficulty. I think I just need the Ith rune. I think that's my problem. I don't have the Ith rune. Yeah,
if it was a pike, you wouldn't even need to make a rune word out of it. You could just put some skulls in it, get some leech, and he'd be fine.
Yeah. Well, it's a fast attack speed too, so it'll do really well. Well, I'll use that. I just got to get the Ith rune. I can't imagine an Ith rune is really going to be that hard to come by. Ith runes are, yeah. I can even transmute to an Ith rune if I need to. 4 attack rating, 3 strength. That's better than 2 strength. I'll take it. Chip to 2 pieces. I already have a whole bunch of items stored up that I chip re-rolled that are like worth more than 10k, and I gotta wait until I get like to the next act before I can sell them. It's got like
That's great.
This is a whole bunch of stuff sitting in there. I mean, it's a great way to make money early on in the game. People be sleeping on them chippies. Them chippies are freaking. They legit. That's fire right there.
Not enough mana.
To the Countess? Yeah, to the Countess would be rule breaking. He doesn't drop good runes on P8 anyway. Don't worry, I'll get one. I ain't worried about it. It's a freaking Ith rune. I don't remember what number the Ith rune is, but it's pretty low. Give me all these mana pots.
I can't carry anymore.
A rare hawk helm, rolled with no skills. Ooh. Bunch of doojangs. Meh. Oh, holy Jesus, what a nice early find. See, that's the kind of stuff that you'd never get excited about on like a regular character, but I just found a 20% lightning res, 10% magic find ring. Ochre Ring of Chance. That jank is going straight onto one of my fingers. The ham biscuit is going on right now. Did BattleNet just log itself out and then log itself back in? That's right. I got a ring.
Yes.
That gives me 20% magic find early on. I'm rolling in it. You know what I could probably do is I could probably get like a 2-socketed armor, throw it on for Andy or whatever. Let's see. Oh, was that a regular belt in there? Is it blue? No, it's just a regular white belt.
Good.
Wah, 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 wah. Alright, well, for just so we have some MF while we're fighting Andy, let's just go ahead and give ourselves a little chippy armor. And then let's check Act 2 real quick and see if there's a 2-socket helmet. You can grab a 2-socket helmet. Combined with the amulet and the ring. And if we run an armor, I mean, not bad. No 2-socket helmet? Let's try what the hell is his name anyway? Elzix?
I can't.
Alright. Now we got, how much MF we got? 56% magic find? Ooh, sucker. So when you stream on Twitch, Twitch offers encoding services or whatever, depending on availability. And because I'm not a partner, I don't always get encoding services. So sometimes when it comes to Twitch, you just don't get an option to change the stream quality. And I guess I just didn't get encoding services this time around. There's nothing I can do about it. If you swap over to YouTube, though, I'm pretty sure you could switch the quality. YouTube always offers encoding services. Nothing I can do about it, my friend. I guess I just got unlucky this time. I'm supposed to have more of a priority as an affiliate for encoding services, but I guess they must be really busy today or something on a Wednesday. Maybe they'll get to me eventually. Them stupid claws. It's a veritable chippy factory up in here. Chip, 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 a chip, 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 a chip, chip, chippy, chippy, chip, 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 chippity, chip, chip, chip. Merc, why are you down there fighting the world? Blood gloves are nice to craft. Tell you what. It's always nice to get a good pair of +2 bloods. And you lived for a pretty long time. I was kind of impressed. Could have been feeding him potions, but I wasn't.
The sisterhood welcomes you.
Hello.
Ha ha. Oh, you know what? Let's do this. I bet you this will help him a ton. Probably make him survive. Deliberately feed your merc potions.
Thanks. Thanks.
Antidote potions for the mercenary.
Thanks. Thanks.
Just chug these 18 antidote potions, please.
Not enough mana. I need mana.
Die, maggot!
I can't carry anymore.
Give me a longbow. 10% increased attack speed and mana leech. I like mana leech. Damage is kind of meh, but I could maybe work that. We'll see. Give me a studded leather armor too. 10% faster hit recovery. 10% faster hit recovery sounds nice.
Put that to good use.
Sounds better than the piece of crap he was using. Oh, but the piece of crap he was using has poison length reduction 25%, which is probably why he was staying alive versus Andy. Rest of this stuff is probably garbage. Let's move on. Alright, we'll hold on to this for later when he gets an upgrade in his... Or when we move on from farming Andy. That poison length reduction is pretty sick for him, so... I mean, for right now, when it comes to farming Andy, having that 25% poison length reduction is actually pretty massive. Got a rare ring, though. Let's see what the hell that is.
Good to see you.
+1 to energy, lightning resist 12%, and half freeze duration. Wow. You shouldn't have. No, really, you shouldn't have.
What you need?
magic find, and I'm going the wrong way. We need some magic find. And you dropped a chip amethyst, and I need that, yes. All the chippies, please. All the chippies. Oh, chippy, chippy, chippy. I need you. I need them dang old chippies. If you wouldn't mind to give me some, I need a couple chippies. Actually, if you are giving chippies, I will take the whole dang bag. Put it here. I need all the chippies that you got in the world, so you better put them in my hand. Chippy, chippy, chippies, I need you to transmute some wands now. And make lots of money when I transmute them, and I sell them to the vendor. Or get in there and do something, buddy.
Not enough mana.
Oh yeah, I need to use the freezing arrow so I can shatter them.
I need mana.
Man, I don't know why I killed these guys. They never give me
It's
nothing
locked.
good. Oh, Amazon, Amazon, where are you? We got a freaking bow now. Oh yeah, I was at Walmart earlier and they had some freaking Dragon Ball Z sleepy pants and I had to buy them. And I'm wearing them right now. They're amazing. Don't be jealous. I know you're jealous, but don't be jealous. You too can go get some Dragon Ball Z sleepy pants at Walmart. You too can prevent forest fires.
It's locked. Alright, let's make this easier on ourselves and go get some actual real potions. Oh wow. Evil. A ring? 15 to mana ring. I need mana. Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Boom, 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 boom. Stop resurrecting everything. I do not like it. Please stop resurrecting. Sucker. I do not like it when you resurrect everything. It really sucks. Please stop it. Alright. Got enough potions? I think we got enough potions. What we got?
Oh, is that a freaking well here? Well, that'll do. How many times have I ever seen a... I don't think I've ever seen a well inside here before. It's pretty crazy.
So have you made your decision yet, Ginger?
No.
No? Man, I made my decision.
For the character that I'm gonna play?
Yeah, I know what I'm doing. It's gonna be rough, but it'll be fun.
Well, I considered doing something really crazy this season.
Yeah, like what?
The Procazon. So basically,
A weapon that shoots out the frozen orbs or whatever?
I mean, basically what it involves is having every single item in the world that does any kind of proccing effect. I'd have to pull up my old video on it and actually like figure out what I did, but it was basically just it's kind of like a strafe zone, except also not a strafe zone, because instead of using the strafe for physical damage, you're basically just using the strafe to
Proc what you need.
yeah, to just because it goes, you know, strafe really is the god of proccing frickin' effects. And so you basically just run around shooting strafe like over and over again and dishing out massive amounts of proc damage to it kind of resembles a Mosaic Sin before Mosaic Sins existed. But even worse.
Yeah, that was the change I was hoping to see for this ladder.
What, Mosaic Sins? You don't like Mosaic Sins?
Greetings.
No.
I think they're fine. I ain't got no problem. I think they're fine.
See, I was under the same assumption, right, until I saw a video of somebody who could increase the players count beyond 8.
Hello.
Yeah, but there's tons of characters in the game that can go beyond 8. Hammerdins could go beyond 8. My North Star Smiter
Hammerdins can go to
beyond
like
8.
16.
My North Star Smiter could go beyond 8. I mean, freaking, there's tons of characters that can go beyond
But-
players 8.
But
Not everybody
the
can do...
Mosaic Assassin can go to like players 1,000.
I mean, that's just because you're doing massive amounts of damage in a very small area.
Like even the Jabzon couldn't compete.
But I mean,
And that's saying something because they're supposed to be the ones who can do the most.
I mean, it's
But
I've
even
always
they at
I've
the
always
higher
said this.
player
The
count
Javazons are not really all that amazing unless they have density. They're density clears. Without the density, they're not anywhere near as good. More density,
Well, they're not.
more damage. Less density, less damage. It's just how it works. They got that
Well-
one single target ability that they can use on.
I was gonna say it's
that's-
weird. So they're the best density clear and the best single target. Because Charge Strike kills faster than most characters who can spam Crushing Blow, right?
Well, yeah, but only
They're
against.
not. It's not as defensive as the other stuff, so the other characters have a much easier time doing it normally.
But it's only against size 3 monsters. They lose basically half their damage versus size 2 monsters. And then like, I think it's 66% of the charge bolts will miss the target if the monster is size 1. So when the smaller the monster is, the less damage they do. So like when they fight like someone like Neelathak, they do a lot less damage than when they fight, say for instance, you know, Diablo, which is a size 3 monster. And I cover that in my video with Charge Strike. But Charge Strike definitely does do a lot of damage if you can make all the charge bolts hit. But the problem is that you can't make all the charge bolts hit on every single monster. Some monsters it's just gonna, most of the charge bolts will just miss.
Oh no, I know.
I just found an amp damage crossbow.
But yeah, pretty much after I saw that video of literally all of the highest end characters geared to the 9, every best in slot, every perfect roll, everything, and
Good day.
Mosaic tripled and quadrupled what any other character could do. I was like, okay, that's a little much.
Well, I mean, we always knew that the damage of the class was going to be very high in comparison to others because of the way that it worked. But
I don't even think they need to take the 100% away. I think the only thing they would really have to do is either make it so you can only use one set of charges or two set of charges, instead of being able to stack all of them, you know?
Or they can categorize them. You know, like one elemental, one utility.
Yeah, so you can use
like,
the physical
so
one
Cobra
for
Strike
the
is a
for
utility.
for the life leech and all that, and then have one of the elemental ones. See, I like that too.
I don't know. I still think the character is just weak as all get out. You're talking about like players 1000 or whatever, right? How did they build their charges on players 1000? Because before you build your charges, that character is weak as all get out. Did they show the process of building the charges?
Yeah, they went into Bloodmore.
So they went to a really weak area to build their charges.
Mhm.
Yeah, well, that's case in point of exactly my argument, is that the character fails completely when you run out of charges. And if they can't build charges on the go, if they've got to go to Bloodmore every time, then you basically have a character that's the equivalent of a summon necromancer that can't build his summons unless he goes to like Pindleskin. I mean, that's not a powerful character. That's a character that has to constantly run away and rebuild his power and then come back with a more powerful setup, and then whenever he loses his setup, he has to run away and then rebuild his setup. I would like to see what it would be like in Players 1000 if they could actually build their charges in a realistic setting. If they could build their charges in a realistic setting, like if they're running Chaos and they run out of charges, can they just walk up to a random monster and just build their charges? Because if they can't do that, then as far as I'm concerned, they're not doing Players 1000. They're just doing roundabout Players 1000, which is let me go build up all my buffs first on the weakest monster in the game, and then let me go over to the thing, and then I'll use my charges. But if they run out, then I'm going to run back over and do my Bloodmore charges again.
Well, that was like the perks of having the character or let me rephrase that. Some people see it as a perk, some people don't. It's nonstop. It's just go. Like you see a mob, you hit it once to keep your charges, you move on.
Okay, and here's the downside of that.
And then
it doesn't always work. I played one for an entire season. You can do that game where you're constantly let's go next pack, and you will still fail. There will be times where literally you will just not be able to find the next pack. Unless you're using map hack. If you're using map hack and you know the correct direction, you might be able to get away with it. But if you're not using map hack, you're going to go the wrong way eventually. And as soon as you go the wrong way, you're going to have to backtrack. And as soon as you backtrack, there's going to be no monsters between you and your destination. And as soon as there's no monsters between you and your destination, you're going to lose your charges and you're going to have to rebuild. And it happened to me all the time. The power of that character is amazing when you have all your charges up. And as soon as all your charges fall down, you are as weak as a baby kitten and you can die to literally anything. Your lifesteal goes away, your mana steal goes away, your defensive capability goes away. All of it is gone the moment your charges leave your character. And if you're in a dangerous situation when you lose your charges, which sometimes happens, you're dead. I even
Were
died.
you running?
I even died most of the time. Literally, like a lot of the times I died, it was literally while I was trying to build my charges. I would literally die trying to build my charges. The character has no defense whatsoever to speak of. It's a very big detractor. When you're in hell difficulty and you can't even boast 2,000 defense, I think I was sitting at like 1,500 defense total for that character. 1,500 defense is awful. Every single monster that took a swing at me would hit me. Every single one. If a monster looked at me, I got hit and took damage. My armor was constantly broken because literally the character could not stop anything from hitting her. I had to actually downgrade my armor from a superior armor to a regular armor because my armor was always nearly broken every single time I did a run. Like, to the point where literally I was just paying like 60 to 70k per town visit to repair my armor. Sometimes even more than that, depending on how broken it was. It got so bad that literally I was running out of gold, and I was begging other people in the kinship to give me gold so I could repair my armor.
You still had block though, didn't you?
The block just doesn't make enough of an effect. That's one of the reasons why I eventually switched to using the Cold Sunder, when I talked to other people, I told them the same thing. I'm like, you got to use the cold center. And they're like, but I'm not even really doing that much cold damage, or cold damage isn't even really my effect. I'm like, if you don't use the cold
that's
thunder,
that's them being dumb, because I already know what you're gonna say.
well, if you don't use the cold
to freeze.
thunder, you're not going to get the freeze. And if you don't get the
Yeah,
freeze,
you have to freeze them.
you will literally die in the middle of the pack. They just wail on you and they kill you.
Were you using burst of speed, or were you using fade?
I was using fade because I had trouble surviving.
Yeah, see, I would never not use fade. I would never ever use burst of speed on that character. It doesn't make sense.
My problem.
You don't need to attack as fast as humanly possible. Like, having a decent IAS breakpoint is fine, but when you're outputting that much damage, you can actually just lower your attack speed to keep the fade up, because fade is just broken in this game.
No, I didn't
So
need the
OP.
attack speed at all, because I think I was already hitting the maximum breakpoint on kick anyway.
Yeah, probably, because kick doesn't take very much.
And that wasn't really the problem, because when I was set up properly and I had all my charges, I teleported in, I had my cold thunder on, so everything would be frozen. And it was usually the monster that couldn't be frozen that would kill me. I died many times on my mosaic set, and it was usually from something like immune to cold Night Lord that couldn't be frozen. So that even with the cold thunder, it didn't matter, and he would just spool up and kill me. It didn't really take a whole lot to kill that character. If you did everything correctly and you had your blades of ice maxed out and you teleported into a pack of monsters, you could freeze them all, and that was great. And as long as you were in an area where the monsters could always be frozen, you were fine. I mean, you would be okay. But if you were in any zone where there were ghosts, can't be frozen, stupid punk ass gloams, they can't be frozen. The frickin' Death Lords in the Worldstone Keep, they can't be frozen. The dolls can't be frozen. You'd run into situations where you teleport into a pack of monsters, and all of a sudden there would be a monster in there, or at least a couple monsters that were just like, bro, we don't care about your cold, and they would just start ripping you to shreds. And more often than not, I would have to target that monster specifically to prevent my death. And that's kind of the reason why I don't really buy the whole, like, they did Players 1000. Because to me, doing Players 1000 means that you can actually take the hits. And my guess is they were not actually taking the hits. They were just simply freezing the targets so that they weren't actually being hit. Which, in my eyes, is not a worthy distinction. And what I mean by that is that if you're not taking the hit, then that means that you can't take the hit. If they did take the hit, they'd probably die. And there's always going to be a situation where they're going to get hit. That was what I found out playing that character for an entire season. Was, yes, you can freeze all the monsters. Yes, you can teleport in and start with the freezing effect. But there will always be a monster at some point that looks at you sideways and is like, who do you think I am? And pimp slaps you upside the head and tells you what your business is. And I came across that way too many times. What's up, Justin? I think people are only just looking at the strengths of the character, and they're not looking at the weaknesses. The character has a lot of strengths, yes, but the character also has a lot of weaknesses. Try doing Ubers with that damn character. You gotta leave, find some monsters, build your charges, run back to the portal like some sort of guy who's got to poop real bad, run back to the other portal like a guy who's got to poop real bad, hope you sit down on the toilet before all your charges disappear. Oh, guess what? I didn't make it. The load screen took a little bit too long. Run back to the portal, run back to your other portal, go find another monster to build charges on, and then do the whole thing over again and hope you get back in time for your charges to actually last long enough. And then if you make it all the way back and your charges actually last, well, then you're golden. But, good luck. On top of that, I also had a lot of issues with Cobra Strike. Cobra Strike.
I was gonna say that character actually set the world record for the fastest Uber. So
Cobra Strike. I'm not saying I'm not.
I saw it. That was crazy. I couldn't believe it. I was astonished. I was like, "What just happened?"
And it really doesn't matter. Like, if you told me that the world's fastest car could beat the Guinness Book World Records, but 10 times out of 20 that you ran the car, you would break down and catch on fire. That's not an accomplishment in my book. The character is too unreliable. The charges fall off at weird times. Sometimes it's difficult to even build the charges properly. Like half the time you go to build the charges and then you end up making a mistake and you build the wrong number of charges, or you don't get the full charges that you thought you were going to get. Cobra Strike oftentimes, like I said, will just not work. I had probably about 100 different times, and this is one of the reasons why I ended up using Life Tap gloves, because I literally couldn't rely on Cobra Strike. Cobra Strike would just stop leeching life. Like, I would have the 3 charges up, you would see the Cobra Strike green thing going above the monster's head, and it wouldn't leech life at all. I died several times because Cobra Strike just stopped working and I couldn't get it to work again.
Weird.
The character is unreliable at best. It's strong. It's very powerful. It's like Superman, but somebody keeps bringing kryptonite into the room. And then the real fun comes when you switch off of that character and you go to a different character for the first time. Like, you go play something that's not that character, and then you realize just how much of a breath of fresh air it is to play anything else. You're like, oh my god, I don't have to rush to the next pack of monsters. Oh my god, I don't have to, like, constantly act like a crackhead. Like, making sure that I've got the next doojank going, the next doojank, the next doojank, the next doojank. And then you actually, like, play another character and you don't even want to go back to the MA sim because it's so terribly... It's just... ugh. I think people are so hopped up about how powerful the character is, and they're not willing to see any of the negatives. They've never actually played the character, so they don't really understand how awful it can be and how easily you can die on that character with just the slightest mistake. I probably should have kept a death count on that character when I ran it, because for that season, I died so much. So much.
And the mosaics in?
Yeah.
What you need?
I still haven't played around with mosaic yet.
Man, this is such a nice javelin. Amplify damage. Increased attack speed. Mana steal. I don't know. My experience doing Ubers on the Mosaic Sin was painful. I did not like it at all. This is very painful. And that lack of defense, you feel it. When you do the Ubers, you feel that lack of defense. There's one thing about, like, a smiter going in there with, you know, like, say 12k defense or whatever, and the smiter is just absolutely annihilating everything, right? And when he gets hit, even if he does get hit for a lot of damage, like when you see your HP chunk down, right? It's few and far between, because the monsters have to penetrate your defense to even get that attack, right? You got block chance, you got defense, you got all this stuff. The Mosaic Sin, at best, has her little claw block, which doesn't work while you're moving, by the way, and defense, which is nothing. So she basically has 0 defense. I mean, she might as well have 0 defense. And then on top of that, her claw block doesn't work all the time. So what ends up happening is when you get hit, just like the Paladin, you take tons of damage. But she's always getting hit. She will literally get hit 4 or 5 times in a row, the same way that the Paladin does once in a while. And she's like a raw sponge of a character, like literally the Hulk. Like, she can take, like, a freaking attack that, like, knocks her head off, and then it just regenerates back, right? But eventually she gets hit hard enough that literally she'll just die. Couple hits in a row, like 2 or 3 hits in a row that are that quick, even if they don't one-shot you, you can get hit 2 or 3 times in a row, and it'll just knock you straight to the dirt. It's not very tanky, it's very regenerative, which is a big difference. Just because you can regenerate damage doesn't mean that you still can't die. The Mosaic Sin can be overwhelmed. It's easy to overwhelm the Mosaic Sin because of the fact that she basically has no defensiveness. She's got no defense. Her block chance is at best. It depends on how you build it. But then on top of that, if she's moving, it goes away completely. I mean, there's just problems, like tons of problems when it comes to her. Like I said, if you guys actually go play one for like a whole season, just go play one and actually have fun with it, you will see that yes, she's powerful. Yes, she can kill lots of things. She works very effectively like a smiter. She is very powerful like a, like a Javazon. But at the same time, you will also encounter the same problems that I had. Your Cobra Strike will sometimes not work and you will die. You will often run into situations where everything on your character is broken because everything is beating the ever-living crap out of you. So don't ever use any superior items. Number 3, you will get killed by monsters that can avoid your cold damage. They will basically just burn straight through you. If you ever drop charges for any reason, you'll be in the same situation I was in, which is you got to find a monster to build charges on. Well, you'll die building your charges. There will be many times you will die building your charges. You'll try to build your charges, you'll get poisoned or something, you'll be trying to hit your charges and they'll miss, which is a common thing that happens to me. You'll try and get your Phoenix Strike right and it won't get right. Like you'll attack too many times and you'll end up with the ice one instead of the lightning one, and then you got to rebuild all the charges again, and it's just a pain in the butt. And then the whole pacing thing of constantly having to get to the next pack, is really draining, and eventually you're going to hate the character. You're just going to hate it.
Greetings.
Oh, man. Let's try out this amp damage crossbow. Might be too slow. Yeah, 3 Phoenix would be fine. Dragonflight is nice too because it's a point saver, so you don't have to go down there and pick up Dragonflight. The only downside to having Dragonflight on the claw, though, is you will find that when you switch sometimes, you'll miss that you don't have the Dragonflight on your other set or whatever, like whatever your other set is. Because you can Dragonflight even when you don't have your main weapons on. It's neither here nor there, though. I mean, it's not going to hurt anything. Plus 3 Phoenix Strike, though, is definitely very nice. Oh man, my brother. He just came up with the silliest analogy, and it actually is kind of right. He said playing a Mosaic Sin is like you trying to put a bunch of stuff in a cardboard box, but the flaps keep closing on you.
I can't carry anymore. I can't.
Why is that such a perfect analogy? Oh man. That's when you get mad at the box though, and you like rip one of the flaps and like shove it down so hard that it never comes back up. Make that box pay.
I can't carry anymore.
I built a full poison Javazon while back. I did like a theory craft on it, I think. I can't, a Plagues on or something like that. Maybe check it out. It's pretty powerful. If you get all the right equipment for it, in lieu of, I don't really recommend doing the whole Death's Web swap fire Death's Web thing. That's annoying. But honestly, even without that, it actually works surprisingly well.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
A long staff.
Overburdened.
I think the truth of the matter is with the mosaics in, that's why the next hit delay stuff was there in the first place. I think even the original developers realized how powerful the class could potentially be if they didn't put the next hit delay stuff in. Oops. I don't know if this thing's too slow. I don't think it's worth it.
Good day.
The normal attack speed on it is just really bad, and I don't have any kind of increased attack speed right now.
Not enough mana.
Honestly, though, if you ask me, the real problem with the martial arts sin is the kick skill. That kick skill just... the number of kicks and the speed at which the kicks go is faster than just about anything in the game. I mean, that's really the meat and potatoes of why that class is so powerful in the first place. It really comes down to the root of the problem is that the kick ability itself is just too good.
What are people complaining about the mosaics in?
Oh yeah.
Let it be broken. Well, I have a perspective on that. Would you rather every class have a broken build or just be the hammered in the cold sorceress?
I mean, I personally enjoy the fact that a build that was at one point completely and
Utter
utterly
garbage?
useless, yeah, hot garbage, literally, to the point where literally if you told your friend you were building a martial arts sin, this is before mosaics, if you said, oh, I'm going to build myself a martial arts sin, your friend would like hold an intervention and be like, do you really understand what it is that you're doing? Do you understand the torture that it is that you are preparing for yourself? And you're like, oh, I think it'll be okay. But like, look, it's like the worst class ever that ever existed. You do realize this, right? So for literally like one of the worst builds ever to actually be viable for me is a win in my book.
I tend to agree. I'd rather it be slightly too strong than utter garbage.
I built a martial arts in LOD launched, and I haven't played an assassin until season 4.
Oh, it's just very disappointing. Although I imagine that now with the next hit delay changes, a non-mosaic martial arts sin wouldn't actually be as terrible as it used to be. With the way that all of the things were kind of overlapping each other all the time and the next hit delay problems, I would imagine that at this point, you probably could make a traditional martial arts sin and it wouldn't be terrible.
On top of that, with the changes to the martial arts skills.
That's right, Sean. We love you, and we can't let you do this to yourself. What is the one before if? I can't remember. What is it? I don't remember the order of the runes. I need a ith rune for my malice. I can't remember which one is the one before if. Is it the towels? No, towels go to rowels, and then eth, it's eth. Eth goes to if, and then if goes to tal. That's right. I only have one eth right now anyway, so that doesn't work. I found an ethereal spear. Not exactly the best base in the world, but ethereal spear, I mean. Ow. No, L goes to Eld, and Eld goes to Tier, and then a Tier is to Eth, I think, and then Eth to If, and then If to Tal. Maybe I should memorize the list. I am a YouTuber, right? You Diablo YouTuber. I need to memorize the whole list.
That's a lot of unnecessary knowledge.
I'm gonna have to get tier. Rune flashcards. Make up a little song for it and everything. L is the first, the rune of the worst. Eld is the second. It's not much better. Tear is amazing. It makes you cry tears. F is an amazing rune that everybody wants. It sucks balls and nobody wants it except when you have malice in your heart. See? I'm already coming up with it. See? It's working. It's working.
Yes.
Tal runes are for poison. They poison your foes. But if you transmute them, they fiery grows. To the Ral rune. Use my method of just randomly putting in 3 together and hoping something happens. Just put a sticky note on your computer. Clicking on all the doojanks. Oh god. Fine. Keep your doojanks.
I need a key.
Dang it, I'm out of keys.
Clicking on all your doojanks.
It's locked.
Thinking about starting up D2 on a PS5. What character would be the best for Magic Find using a PS controller? Melees tend to do just fine. I mean, you could do like a Horker Barb or something would be decent Magic Find.
I would avoid the sorceress in general because you can't control your teleport distance. So anything that doesn't have teleport will do just fine.
Summoner Necro.
I've been playing on controller a little bit here
I
and
found
there.
Summoner Necro to be very pleasant on controller, but that's just because you don't have to teleport. I mean, if you're talking about building a brand new character, that's a whole different story. I don't particularly enjoy the whole swap teleport thing on Necromancer either. If you find a good Tele-Yami, it's nice.
Wind Druid is also decent because it's basically a melee class.
That should be a better way to play melee class. I get tired of melee classes.
God, you got enough freaking elites here? Oh, whoa, whoa. Another well in here. What kind of seed code did I get that has a freaking well inside of the Andariel's chamber? Is that rare, or am I just misremembering?
I'd say that's pretty rare because I don't remember seeing it all that often.
This is like the second time, too, that I've gotten a well in Andariel's chamber. And, you know, wells are ridiculous. Not only do they heal you, they also heal all your minions and your mercenary. I mean, they're pretty ridiculous.
And cure status.
Yeah, and they cure status, too. So, and you gotta imagine, obviously, poison, right? And it poisons you, so you can literally just run over to the well anytime she poisons you and just heal yourself. And the well regenerates. I mean, it takes a little bit, but it'll pull itself back up.
And it's 2-shot, not 1-shot.
Yeah.
I can't carry anymore.
I mean, it's kind of nice. I'm not complaining.
The whale makes the health shrine look like a joke.
Not enough mana.
Get a couple more potions.
I'm playing through with basically a lightning strike's on, and it's kind of absurd.
Well, you know that ever since they fixed what is it? Chain lightning. The next hit delay on chain lightning. That thing is just ridiculous now.
Yes.
That's
Only
the skill you're
level
talking about, right?
31. No, charge strike. I've just pumped a whole bunch of points in a charge strike, and it's absurd. I'm level 31 and still like I'm two-shotting Lister.
Oh, yeah. Well, as good as charge strike is, it's still single target. When you're in a big pack of monsters, pick your lightning strike, which is the chain lightning one, and just spam it. And since it no longer interferes with itself anymore, you can literally just spam it to the point where there's like 100 freaking chain lightnings just going like, and it's freaking amazing too for AoE clear.
I'm aware, and that's who I intend to start with this season. I'm giving her a little bit of practice, but my lightning strike only has 4 hits at the moment, so it's not exactly.
Just gotta build her up.
I'm only level 32.
Hey, I got some little Infernal Cranium. She dropped me a lead crow. She did drop me a lead crow. Interesting. I don't really like this Amplify one. Huh.
Greetings.
So you piqued my interest about a controller. How tolerable is it with a controller?
What?
What?
Playing D2.
It's fine. It's not that bad.
Yeah, it's not terrible.
They did a pretty good
maybe
job on it.
Maybe it's just me, but the one thing I've run into is I can't drop anything out of my inventory.
Good day.
I didn't
I don't
hack
know.
a well inside of Ventorial's room. We were just talking about how crazy it is that there is a well inside of Ventorial's room. Why has it got to be me hacking? Why do I got to hack? You're a hack. How about that? Mom's a hack. Dad's a hack. Gray's a hack. Your butthole is a hack. Gonna take it back to the stove.
How do I put this? You know how your character will automatically run around corners if you click on it? Well, on controller, you can just run into a wall indefinitely.
Yeah, because on controller, you're actually controlling your character. It's
Right,
it's
so
an interesting
you're not-
distinction, is that you're not actually controlling your character on PC. It's a thing that a lot of people don't understand, is that when you click, your character is not going where you click because you tell them to go there and you're in control of the situation. How it works is you click to go somewhere, and then your character goes, how can I get there? And then plots a actual course on how to get to that location. So you don't actually have the control over where the character goes, like as far as like what steps they take. You can just kind of like pick the general direction. So in the long run, when you're playing on your PC and you click somewhere, you're just hoping your character goes the right way. And there are situations where on PC, if you click in the wrong place, your character will just be like, okay, I'm going to go all the way over here around your butthole to get to your anus. And you're like, no, why are you going that way? Why? Why are you going that way? Stop.
And on controller, the problem I have is that I'm not used to actually having to look at every rock on the ground so I can run around it. And I'm using a controller to move through the map, and I managed to perfectly position myself on a rock, and I'm just running there for like 2 seconds, asking myself, am I lagging? What the hell is going on?
No, you're just dumb and you're running into a rock.
Exactly. I'm just dumb
It happens on
running into
PC
a rock.
also. It happens on PC, just not as often. I haven't noticed it that often.
I don't know if I like the lead crow either. It's still so slow. Low-level bows just have like no damage. It's just it's like, You're like, oh yay, look at that. It's like, I get like 5 damage. Woo! Woo! It almost doesn't matter like which bow you use so much as just that you're using something fast, and then throw in like a bunch of other, like I don't know, like max damage charms and things like that to kind of like bolster up the damage of the bow. Andy Bandy, give me something handy. Andy Bandy, give me something handy.
You really want a handy from Andy?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I didn't have to think about that one long. When I said give me something handy, I didn't say give me a handy, okay? Distinction in words.
I mean, look, she is the maiden of mental anguish, so you know she's going to be telling you how small and pathetic it is the whole time.
I mean, it's okay. It's, as long as she gets it done. As long as she gets it done. some more potions.
Fresh meat.
That's right, fresh meat. Meat, fresh meat. Meat, fresh meat. Slave to the system, did you join at the wrong time? Not if you want a handy from Andy. If you want a handy from Andy, you joined at the right time. I mean, who doesn't want a handy from Andy? I don't like this lit crow. It's going the way of the Dino, sir. The Dino. It's going the Dino, sir, way. Aw, I gave him all my potions, too. He still died. Run away. Don't want, give me my merc back. I don't want my merc back, sucker, give me my merc back. Gonna take some of these and I do potions and shove them down his throat so we don't die. And maybe then he won't cost me 3,000 gold for the freaking third time. I need you to stay alive, Mr. Mercenary, sucking up in here.
So you change from charge to something.
Do I want that?
Yeah, I'm going to make the druid as my second character, but I really want to do the lightning strikes on.
I did it last season. It was pretty good.
Not
pretty-
all that interested in
very
Fury.
You do need an infinity to really get the most out of it, but
Yeah, I was thinking I was going to be cheap and run T-strokes Griffins.
I mean, honestly, the infinity really makes that build.
But if I run the Infinity, I end up struggling incredibly to get resistances. Because it's not just getting an Infinity, it's getting an Infinity and Chains of Honor and a two-socketed
Maybe you can run.
Crown of Ages. You need all three of those to get anywhere near enough resistances to hit cap.
You can run a treachery, and you can still get pretty good. I mean, you're a melee character. You're going to be in there all the time anyway, getting wailed on. So the treachery buff will be up pretty much all the time, and that'll fix a lot of your resistances right there for cheap.
That's true.
Beautiful stout nail. This Arctic furs actually might come in handy. You know what? That might not even be bad if I were to get like some Arctics early on. I need the other pieces though, but
I also don't need her to solo P8. I'm gonna be strong on P1, and that's all I really care about.
I mean, the thing about the Infinity though on that build is that there is literally nothing better than that Infinity on that character. Like there's no way to look at it any other way. Like
That's true. It's absolutely your best.
It's not just the negative resistance. It's not just the conviction aura. It's not just the fact that it has the crushing blow. You know, it also has like the chain lightning proc. It's got the frickin' it's a two-handed spear, right? So it has pretty decent physical damage as well, which means you get good you know, you get a good leech from it. the weapon's just all around the perfect weapon for that character. It was just never, you could never use it on that character until they changed it.
Right. And I don't know about you, but I don't know how I'm going to come up with 2 burr runes.
I mean, it's not next to impossible. It's doable.
Let alone 3, possibly 4. Because what's a decent 2-socketed Crown of Ages?
Oh, come on. We in a kinship. You in a kinship, sucker? You in a kinship? You in the ship
I know
again?
we found a couple.
Well, one thing we seem to find a lot of, and this has just been my experience in the kinship, is Sir Runes. We seem to find Sir Runes a lot. And people undervalue Sir Runes. I don't know why they do. But obviously 2 Sir Runes is a burr rune. And like we will find Sir Runes out the wazoo for some reason. And before too long, we'll have enough Sir Runes that we're literally cubing them up to make burr runes because we've got, you know, that many. And I don't know why Sir Runes drop so often, but they're not, you know, like not valuable. Therefore, it's a half a burr rune, and that's usually how we end up getting our burr runes is cubing up 2 Sirs.
I usually get mine through trade.
On top of that, we usually find some exceedingly rare items that we trade off. That's also a whole thing. I'm kind of torn on what I want to build. I think the Procazon could be very fun, but I also know that if I run the Barbarian, and if I do it right, I should be able to help with Ubers relatively easily. I should be able to do just about everything. Especially if I get some Flesh Rippers, like on my secondary, I could maybe even throw in a little bit of my double sting build in there. Put the Flesh Rippers on secondary. And that way, whenever I want to fight, whenever I want to fight Ubers and stuff like that, I just have it sitting around. Axe
When
of
does the
Fekmon.
D2R season start?
I don't know. Didn't they say like late October or something?
I thought they said it was going to start the first week of October.
I don't remember. I have to go check.
Because let's be honest, if you're going to be jumping over to D4 when it launches, there's no reason to put a whole lot of effort into it.
Yeah, I want to put a bunch of effort into it though. I like playing Diablo too.
October 17th.
October 17th? Oh, that's like 2 weeks. 3 weeks. That's still 3 weeks of playtime. And I'll be going at it hard too, so. I always do. The only thing that I'm gonna have to stop for is the campfire chats. It's starting to get to be like almost like a sick, twisted like thing that I do now.
Watching them squirm in their chairs?
Yeah, watching them squirm in their chairs and make really stupid comments about really stupid things. Like when the freaking what was his name? One of the Diablo Immortal devs. He was like, we're introducing a new and original character, and I was like, wait a minute, a new and original character? You mean your freaking like Castlevania knockoff character? Like, Jake cracked me up. Like I legit was just, he actually said that with a straight face too. I can't believe he said that with a straight face. That's just one of those stupid things where it's I'm not sure if they really think that they're coming up with something original or what.
They think it's original because they have no other experience.
Alright, let's go, buddy. Let's do this.
It's the whole, if you give a monkey a typewriter, it'll eventually create Shakespeare.
Will it? Will it though? Will it?
If you give enough monkeys enough typewriters, and assuming you've got an infinite amount of time, it'll eventually spit out the complete works of Shakespeare, yes.
I mean, I've heard that before. I don't believe it, but I've heard it.
It's a simple statistical fact. It's not, how do I put this? It requires an infinite number of typewriters and an infinite number of monkeys across an infinite span of time.
Oh, I know. I've heard it before. I still don't believe it. The fact, like, the chances of a monkey even remotely, even typing in 3 keys in sequence that actually spell a word. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about they're just smashing their fists on the thing. It's not like they're typing individually, like key by key. They're probably just gonna smash their hands on the frickin' thing. It's gonna be like 4 or 5 keys being pressed at the same time. I don't think anything would ever come of it. You'd be lucky if you get a sentence.
But what if we add in autocorrect?
Maybe with autocorrect, yeah, I could totally see that. Autocorrect is gonna just make sense of nothing. Thesaurus's boots. Not a bad little find. I don't even know why I'm picking up things like small shields and falchions and sabers. They're completely useless to me.
At this moment, we only have 2 to 3 sorceresses signed up.
Good, Dark Hado. Good. Sorry, he's making fun of my music.
Never seen a ladder launch where sword could be the least played class.
I think people are finally starting to understand that you don't have to play a sorceress within the kinship. Like, it's been hammered home to people for so long. They're like,
oh no, I have to play a sorceress. You don't understand. If I don't play a sorceress, then I won't be able to get the stuff that I need. And I won't have teleport, and I won't be able to farm. And if I can't farm, then I won't be able to get my items. And if I can't get my items, then I'm going to cry. And if I cry, then I'm going to have to go to therapy. And if I go to therapy...
That's legit how it be, like, sometimes. Where you're like, no, you can start a character other than a sorceress. They're like,
no, you don't understand.
You have 4 months to get your items.
You don't understand. The understanding is not there. You have never started a ladder before without a sorceress, and you do not know.
I've never started a ladder with a sorceress.
Cody, what are you chewing on? Oh, a water bottle. Okay. Resume chewing. Go ahead. Keep on. Yes.
Sorceress is using my 2nd class.
Kubus Shark. I'm getting a Kubus Shark shirt designed. I already set it up and everything. Guy's designing it for me. I don't know what it's gonna end up looking like, but
Kubus Shark?
Kubus Shark. Or maybe Frowny Kubus. I don't know. We'll see. Could be Kubus frowning. He's got a heckin' chonker of a frown.
We have 1 to 5 barbarians. A lot of indecision playing
1 to 5 barbarians.
Well, here's the thing. How many people are on that barbarian list are brand new?
Yeah, well, I think I might go barb. My Thor barbarian is a good idea. It's easy to do, and I can get that one done relatively easily. I think that might be my way to go. And then I can be the item find barbarian too. I don't think there's been very many seasons where I've been the item find barbarian. So, quick, somebody be a freezing arrows on so you can make me cry horrible, painful tears of blood when there's no
Done.
corpses.
John, I got this. I got you. Don't worry.
It was a joke. Don't do it.
I'll ruin your day like you ruined mine.
I just won't find item then. I'll just feel like whatever. I'll just be a regular barbarian then.
Just a redemption pally.
A redemption pally. Terrible. Cody, you making an awful lot of noise with that little crinkly water bottle that you decided to chew up.
But yeah, no. Apparently, Ginger was saying this the other day that we've got a bunch of people who have defected from D4 who are going to go try D2. So I end up wondering how many of these people that have picked out 2 or 3 different classes are people who are brand new and want to try them all.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, it's a seasonal thing, right? So every game has a seasonal do-jank. Diablo 4 has a seasonal do-jank, right? So Diablo 4 is definitely in the season downturn. I mean, whether the season downturn was brought about, you know, like with a serendipitous patch or not, they're still in a season downturn. So they ain't got nothing to do over there. So I mean, it's just like in Diablo 2 when the season ends and nobody's online and you're like the only person playing. You're like,
I tend to try and collect excess wealth so I can do an offline character.
Non-ladder.
Yeah, non-ladder, whatever. Me, Inger's bad.
You don't need to collect wealth in single player. You can do that easily with some question points.
Yeah, but trade's a lot of fun. It's half the reason I actually play this game.
yeah, trade is very fun in this game. My wolf barb with emoted grief. Not a big grief fan.
It's also part of the reason I'm not a big fan of Diablo 3.
Oh, you mean the single player adventure?
Nah, just in general. Because so much of the gear is,
Yeah, the single player adventure. Yeah.
what is it?
Diablo 3 is literally a single player adventure. You can't share anything with anybody.
That and everything's got that smart loot. It's
Oh,
like,
yeah,
I
that-
don't really want smart loot.
Oh,
I'd
it's so
rather
bad. It is so bad.
I'd rather get a really, really awesome item for a sorceress that my Amazon can't use and trade it to a sorceress for an item my Amazon can use.
Oh, I know. I spent so
than
many
get
times.
10 million more garbage spears.
So many times when I was playing Diablo 3, I would find a really awesome item that would have been great for, you know, my, say, I don't know, sorceress or whatever, my wizard. And so I would be like, oh man, this would be absolutely great for my wizard. But then I found it on my paladin, so the main stat would be the frickin' paladin stat. And then
you have to waste the reroll on changing it to the.
well, here's the problem with that. If I had found the item on my wizard, I would have used the reroll to change something else that was bad.
Right.
So then I'm forced to change the stat, and then I can't change the other thing that's bad because I'm changing the stat that's bad.
Yep.
It's really kind of a terrible thing about that game is that they turned it into just the worst solo adventure that you could ever imagine. Because it's really what it is. It's literally just you playing by yourself and the other people happen to be there.
What you need?
I see zero reason to have a game with multiplayer if you can't interact with them in any way. I can't trade with you. I can't. I can't fight you.
Diablo
why
3
are
is
you
not
even
better
here?
than Diablo 4. No, it is not. Calm down about that. It is not. Diablo 3 is boring, and it has lots of issues on its own. Yes, there was a lot of things that Diablo 3 fixed over the years that Diablo 4 made the same mistake of, but Diablo 4 is leagues better than Diablo 3. That just goes to show you how bad Diablo 3 is, though.
And how good Diablo 2 is. Because it's still the king.
I mean, no. I mean, I wouldn't consider Diablo 4 to be a turd at this point. Diablo 3 definitely is a turd.
I haven't played Diablo 3 in so long, I had to go back and remind myself how bad it is.
That's terrible.
The video game version of cutting yourself.
Cody, what is the matter? Huh? I gave you one of my Chick-fil-A nuggets earlier, and you didn't chew the dang thing. I sacrificed one of my nuggies for you. That's right. I sacrificed a nuggie for you. He's thinking about it. He's trying to remember the nuggie. I'll come in here with a headlock. I'll get you like this. Gotcha. Ooh, what's this? A nose? What if I wave things in front of your nose and see if you can smell them? If we do this. What's the smells in there? You smells? Is there smells in there? Alright, let's try this. What kind of smells are in this one? What smells are in there? What's some smells? What's the smells? What other smells we got? We got some more smells. What about these smells? What does that smell like? What's that? No, you can't eat the papums. What does it smell like? What does it smell? You can smell it. Don't eat it, you can smell it. Stop being a shark.
It smells like food, therefore it is food.
They said, don't tease me with the stuff. I'm gonna drool on you. Totally will drool on me too. One to 27. No life of leech though. Another Cleglaw shield. Me Cleglaw shield, they gonna drop me.
All of them?
They keep dropping me Cleglaw shield. They don't stop.
Look, it's Eisenhearts and Cleglaw shields. That's the new currency we have to use in the kinship.
We should do something like that. Just make up some absolutely silly currency. Like L runes. The new currency is L runes.
Yes?
The only problem with Eisenhearts is currencies, it takes up too much space.
That's the whole point, is that Eisenhearts is the big one. Then it's the Cleglaw shield. Then it's the Cathin's rings and
Okay, but if we do Eisenhearts as currency, so Cleglaws is $1, Eisenhearts is $5, and Venom Ward is $10.
There you go.
I found like 3 Venom Wards in 2 hours one day.
That's the joke. Is that is that the breastplates are so common that that even the unique of the breastplate is also just as common.
Yeah, they used to be that you use SOJs for a form of currency, and now it's
Well,
Eisenhearts.
I mean they're small, so. I mean, Manolds could potentially fill that role. Mantled
That's what I
heals.
was thinking. Or on Angels have some value.
Manolds are common enough that they could potentially be a currency.
Angel and metal heel rings are the new currency of the kinship. Eye of Etliches.
Hey, the higher the cold duration, the better the value. Okay, those got upgraded. Boo Boss, I don't know what to tell you. You got the frown on your face again. Why you got the frowny face? Don't do the frowny face. That's not a face. Don't do the frowny face. Don't do the frowny face. Why you frowning? Why? What's the matter? Why's the frown? Turn your frown upside down. Then it's a smile. Don't do frowns. Y'all think I'm joking? I'm gonna show you. I'm gonna show you the silliness. He does this frowny thing. I'm gonna show you this frown. Boom, 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 boom. It's the frown, frown, frown. Ugh, drool all over everything. Why you gotta drool all over me, sir? Huh? Drooly boy.
He can't help it.
Drooly boy. That's dang old drooly booly. Him's got the drooly poolies. You guys ready? Look. Frowny face. See? Frowny face boy. Him's got the frowny face. He does the frown. It says, That's you. That's frowny dog. That's the Kubus, the monster dog right there. That's you. I'm showing everybody your frowny face. The whole world. They're gonna see it. Frowny Kubus. That's right, frowny Kubus.
Lightning strike is finally getting good.
Frounty Kubus. That's the Frounty. The Frounty boy. He don't look too happy. He just wants your Doritos. No, he wants to sit in my lap. That's what he wants to do. If I let him, he would totally just sit in my lap. Doesn't even take much encouragement, neither. I could just be like, I just push my little microphone here. I'll push this forward. Come on. He just wants to sit in my lap, literally. He will literally just come up here and sit in my lap. Are you done? Is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted, sir? Huh? Is this what you wanted? Is this why are you standing up? Why you do that? Why? Let's play beatbox. Ready? We gotta go like this. We go. We gotta go. Why are you licking my neck? It's weird. It's weird. Are you happy? Are you happy now? Huh? Huh, monster dog? Huh? Are you happy, monster dog? And how about I put you in a headlock like this? Huh? What you gonna do now? I got you in a headlock. Oh no. I got you in a headlock. Good. Now get down. There. You got your lap set. Now shush. Now go sit down somewhere. Turd boy. It don't matter how big or small a dog is, they all want to be lap dogs. You could have a 150-pound dog, he still wants to be a lap dog. They don't care. Yes. Yes. Kubus, is he monster dog? He is a big old monster. He's a giant doggy and he wants to take all your snacks. He said if you got treats, I want all of them or you get the bops with my paw. And I do not tell the law. Could he see it? Good boy. Give me paw. It's a paw. That's a good paw. That was a good paw. Okay. Would you like one of these? Would you like one of these?
Casually hits him for 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
What?
There was a follow just smacked you for like 5 damage, 6 damage, 7 damage.
Good. I gave you a snack. You best be grateful, sir. Little Cuba shark. Swimming around in the water, always looking for snacks. Please do not lick my elbow. It's weird. Please do not lick my arm. It's weird.
How else do you expect him to get that high-end elbow flavor?
Why are you licking my albums? Don't lick my albums. I'll lick your albums if I want to lick your albums. Can't tell me what to do. All the album flavums. Album flavums. Tastes like albums. Cody, do you like albums? Are albums delicious? Are they nutritious albums? Do you like albums? Do you want a punch in the snoot? Okay, you punch in the snoot. Why are you so slobbery, sir?
Yes?
What happened with Mr. Nimoy? Nothing. Kubus the monster dog takes his place. When Kubus is in here, I can't take Mr. Nimoy out. That's really all there is to it. Mr. Nimoy is still in his cage, and he's still fat, and he's still a chonk chula. And Cody is letting me know. Cody, do you love the chinchillas? He likes to stare at the chinchillas, and he likes to play with the chinchillas. And the other day, he put his nose in the cage, and Mr. Nimoy bit his nose. And then he looked at me like I was supposed to do something about it, and I'm like, well, don't stick your nose in the cage. I don't know what to tell you. It's not like they could reach out and bite your nose. You had to actually like physically shove your nose into the cage for them to bite your nose. Like, I don't understand why you feel like that they did something wrong. Maybe you should just keep your nose out of their cage. Did you ever think about that? He's like, oh, they bit my nose. And I'm like, yeah, okay. So what about it? Man, I'm getting unlucky with these drops. Nothing really all that amazing, to be honest. Man. Spike shield might be worth something to sell. Kubus needs to learn how to speak Chinchilla. He gets upset when they fight each other. Chinchillas will fight each other occasionally. They get upset and they just start squonking at each other and stuff. And he knows they're fighting. I don't think he speaks Chinchilla or anything, but he recognizes the tension, I guess, in the confrontation. Yeah, he speaks violence between them. And so when they start getting mad at each other and fighting each other, he gets upset and he barks at them and tells them to stop. Looks like they're both taking a nap downstairs. It's funny, the chinchillas use each other as pillows. When you get two chinchillas in the same cage, one chinchilla will just use the other one as a pillow. I literally just wiped off my arm of all the slobber that you put on it, and you came right back over here to put more slobber on my arm. Come here. Come here, slobber boy. There we go. Let's get some of this slobber out of you. Yeah, we're gonna get them jowls nice and unslobbered. There we go. There we go. Okay. There you go. Now you can put your jowls on me all you want. Go ahead. Come on. Right here. Come on. Come on. You don't know what to do now. He said, "Will you take away my slobber? I was using that to annoy you with. Now I don't got no more slobber, and I'm just gonna lick you instead. How about that? Messing with my tactics. Those are my tactics. Annoyance tactic number 1. Slobber on Daniel. Annoyance tactic number 2. Lick Daniel. Annoyance tactic number 3. Pull the headset off his head. Annoyance tactic number 4. Beg for treats.
Drag him around the room.
Oh, he will too. He literally has pulled me before, like my whole chair and everything. Like I just disappear off the camera. He was like, where'd Ginger go? Well, you see what happened was. Yeah, but chinchillas are really soft and fluffy, and they're like little pillows, so it's probably super comfortable, if I'm being honest. Being able to use another chinchilla as a pillow, it's that is probably one of the comfiest things ever. What's up, Silent Storm? Now, this is an offline solo self-found challenge, my friend. So this is because I have to be players 8 all the time. I have to be offline. There's really no other option.
You could just demand that a whole bunch of people leave their computers on for you.
I mean, then they'd have to change games, though, with me every single time. Those are the rules of the challenge, Silent Storm. I'll see if Mrs. Beautiful Lady wants to take Kubus the monster dog for a little bit so I can bring out a Chinchilla. A Chinchilla. That's the Chinchilla, the Chinchilla, the Chinchilla. And the Kubus is a whining and complaining all day. Cody, sing me a song. Ready? I'll sing with you. That's what he sounds like all the time. I'm not sure if you guys can actually hear him, but he does that like all the time. If I don't play with him, or if I don't give him something to treat, or if I don't let him sit on my lap, he always wants to sit on my lap. Hey, another well. It's got to be this seed code. Pull my mercenary to me.
I don't think you can make lands in D2R.
No. Although, I haven't really checked to see if anybody added the functionality back in. I was always pretty sure that somebody would add the functionality back in. I can't imagine it would be that difficult.
Maybe you're the person that should do it.
What? Me? I'm not a good coder. Never have been that great at coding, unfortunately. However, Kubus has been rescued from my room so I can get a Chinchilla. The Chinchilla. Which one should I get? Nimoy or Mr. Chunky Bones? I guess it's whichever one I reach my hand in and grab. They're both sleeping, so they won't even see me coming.
This is the chunky chonkers. This the chunk right here. This the chunk. This the chunky boy. Them's got the heckin' the lay chunks. It's got the lay chunks. La chunk.
Come here, buddy. I'll see the helicopters. And then my scratches tum-tums. Tum-tum-tum-tum-tums. Tum-tum-tums. You wanna go back to sleep? Hmm? Hey. You wanna go back to sleep inside your room? Go in there and go slippies. I just got a chinchilla tail sticking out of my shirt. Alright. How smart are chinchillas? I mean, about just as smart as dogs, in my opinion. They're capable of learning some very interesting things very quickly. For instance, how quickly does your dog learn that opening up a chip bag means treats, right? Chinchillas learn that very quickly too. When they hear you crinkle in a bag, they'll know almost immediately. Oh, crinkle in a bag, treats. He's opening up a treat bag. Get him, get him, get him. And they'll come to the bar and they'll beg. They'll beg for treats, literally at the frickin' little bars, and they put their little noses through and they'll ask for a chip or something like that. It's really cute. They know where their house is, just like dogs do. Like if you give dogs a kennel and you say go to your house, chinchillas know where their house is too. They get a little bit scared from time to time, which is something that happens. Kind of makes them seem like idiots, but they're really just, they get kind of yeah, a little too skittish sometimes around certain things. Never really quite figured out exactly what it is that makes them so scared all the time.
They're rodents.
Well, I mean, it's like certain sounds, specifically.
Bird sounds.
Could be. Maybe they hear like an eagle or something in the background or something.
What are the sounds of their natural predators?
As far as I know, they don't really have very many in the wild. Where they used to live, or where they came from, there really wasn't a whole lot. It was too cold up there for most stuff. Because they were crepuscular animals, they mainly only were active during the hours of dusk to dawn. And then on top of that, it was like freezing cold during the nighttime, and then like burning hot during the daytime. So there wasn't really a whole lot of animals that could live in that kind of environment. So they really didn't have much to compete against. Maybe the odd bird every now and then, I guess. Maybe a fat bird of prey. I think the would have been only the ones that are like really high up in the mountains.
Foxes.
No, no foxes up there. Too cold.
You can get Arctic foxes.
Yeah, but there's no Arctic foxes in South America.
That's true.
Man, she been dropping me a whole bunch of nothing. They're more comfortable with familiarity. I guess you could say that. They have the ability to memorize environment. I'm not really exactly sure how to put it. Even without being able to see, they would be able to know exactly where they are within an environment, just simply by the memory of it. I don't know what that's called in nature, the specific terminology for it. I know for a fact, though, that it's pretty powerful. I had one chinchilla that was blind for a long time, didn't even know he was blind, because he knew where everything was in his cage. And when I took him out of his cage and put him into a new cage, because the old cage was rotting and falling apart, he started bonking his head into everything, because he didn't know where anything was anymore. Completely fooled me. I was completely unaware that he was blind up until the point where I changed him to a new cage, because then he had to relearn the new environment. But believe it or not, after a while, with his whiskers and I guess bonking his head a couple times in the wrong places, he was able to figure out his new cage pretty quickly too. And I mean, I guess it just takes a little bit of time before you know where everything is. It's interesting, though, because they memorize things to such a degree that they have faith in their memorization. A kind of faith that I've never really seen before in animals, to the point where literally they will leap to a platform that they cannot see because they know that the platform is there, and then when they find out that the platform isn't there, they will, fall or bonk their head or whatever, and and I guess then they learn at that point that the platform isn't there anymore. But totally they will jump to something that they think is there, even if it's not. I had it happen quite a few times with them, where literally they would bonk their head on stuff, like when things got moved around in their cage or whatever, like after I cleaned their cage. Then I started to realize I needed to put everything back where it was. They're probably mad at me. They're like, quit moving stuff around! Like, we just figured out where that was.
I mean, how would you like it if you were blind and people always moved your stuff?
Well, I mean, they do have eyes, though, so... But the thing is that in the middle of the night, when, it's really dark and the lights are off and I'm sleeping, they don't necessarily have the lights to go by, so they're trusting their memory.
All I know is I think a blindfold and moving the couch around is going to make you appreciate the don't move my stuff aspect. How many broken toes until you realize it's not fun?
How many? I don't know. A lot.
As an individual who is legally blind without their glasses, if I put them down somewhere, don't touch them. Because if you move them, I'll never find them.
Oh my god, that's like the wife in the nutshell, right? Like your girlfriend / wife or whatever. Like that you put something down and you come back for it later and it's just gone, and you're like,
Where is it? I know it was here.
it's funny too, because I don't lose things, but when there's a freaking girl in the house that's always picking stuff up and moving it around because it's, you know, in the wrong place or whatever, I like, man, it's like, you know, there's no difference between hiding something and just simply putting something in the right place. If you don't tell somebody where you put it and they don't know where the right place is, it's the same thing as hiding it. Like, you just, like, imagine I put down my keys or whatever and then walk away, and when I put down my keys and walk away, you just pick them up and move them to the right place, but I have no clue what the right place is. And so then I'm looking for my keys and I can't find them. You basically have just hidden them from me. That's what you've done. And then the worst part is then you ask where it is, because you know they're the ones that moved it, right? And you're like, where is my such and such? And they're like, I don't know. I don't keep track of your stuff. like apparently you do. William said he broke up with his girlfriend because she did that to him. They didn't even live together. Apparently she would still pick up his stuff and move it around.
That doesn't belong there.
Well, being legally blind is really simple. Don't touch my glasses. I don't care who you are. Don't touch them. Put them back exactly where you find them.
Yes.
Because if you move them even 8 inches, I cannot find them because I cannot see them.
Honestly, there's no talking that one out because it's just going to keep happening forever.
The easiest way to deal with it is to just hide your stuff from her.
I don't know. I remember there was a comedian made me laugh. He had a whole joke series on it. He was like, you know, when I got together with my girlfriend, he goes, I was a pretty organized guy. He goes, I know where my keys are, I know where my wallet is, you know, I could always find everything like that, you know. And then we got together. She was like, you're so disorganized. You don't know where anything is. I'm like, yeah, dude, my keys are right there. My wallet's right there. Look, see, I found everything. You're like, it's done. I know where everything is. And a couple months goes by, a year goes by, and she's changed around everything in the house, moved where everything is, and says the same thing again, but this time about 6 or 7 months later, right? And so now she's like, she goes, you don't know where anything is. She goes, you don't even know where your keys are. And then he looks around for his keys, and sure enough, he can't find them because she's moved them somewhere else, and they're not where he normally put them. And he's like, well, I used to know where my keys are before you moved everything around the house.
Need to find out who your eye doctor is, Gear.
Why?
My glasses don't do nearly that well.
I mean, I think I'm like 2250, 2240 based on my per left and right eye.
Basically, he's Daphne from Scooby-Doo. When his glasses fall on the ground, he has to like.
I'm horribly blind. Like, it's not. I'm the not fun version of blind.
Yes.
Is your glasses correct on that? And you can see perfectly, or?
I think they got it down to 2025.
Is there supposed to be like fun version of blind?
Yes.
A fun version of blind.
When you're just so blind, when you're tired of seeing somebody, you can take off your glasses and not see them anymore and still function.
Nice.
Oh
But
man.
What I mean is, I'm 2080, and the best I can do is get it at 2030.
2080.
I'm surprised. Well, I have a question. What causes your blindness?
Y'all try doing some eye exercises?
Heavy family history of bad sugar.
Because, you know, eye exercises actually can improve your eyesight.
Well, mine is caused by the fact that my eye is flat. So I don't actually have a curved,
Yeah, which means that the muscle in your eye has to overwork to try and curve the lens. That's the whole point of your muscle. The muscle in your eye curves the lens. And depending on how much it curves, it is your focus. As you get older, the crystal starts to harden and it's harder to curve. If yours is flat, then your muscle can still curve it slightly. Like when you try to focus your eyes, you can still try to curve it. But it doesn't start out in the curved state, which is definitely a bad thing. But if you were to do eye exercises, you could strengthen the muscle in your eye and potentially increase your vision. Eye exercises are really easy, by the way. It's like lifting weights. You basically you find a point of focus really far away, and then you look at your nose. And then you look really far away, and then you look at your nose. And then you look really far away, and then you look at your nose. And you just do that like, I don't know, like 10, 20 times a day. Like, you know, throughout the day. Like maybe just whenever you feel like it, just look really far away, look at your nose. And that's basically you, that's you working that muscle, the one that controls the curvature of your eye. And if you strengthen that muscle, you can improve your focus.
So,
It's not going to magically fix everything, but it will help you. The muscle in your eye will then become stronger and easier to control.
Dine, you said that your family has a blood sugar issue that causes...
Very high family history of diabetes, yes.
Yeah, okay, so diabetic retinopathy. You have nerve damage, and that's why they can't fix yours as well. There's nothing wrong with the actual nerves of my eye. It's the fact that I basically have a square eyeball, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Wouldn't laser eye surgery help in your case, though? Because isn't that what they do? Is they kind of like grind down the lens a little bit and recurve it?
Yep, they can reshape it. They could absolutely fix my eyeball, but I don't have. Let's see here. I think I need to do it 3 times to get it down to 20/20, and I don't have like $5,000 to do that.
Well, I mean, since you're technically in the legally blind category, wouldn't your insurance cover some of it?
Nope. It's considered non-life threatening.
Yeah, but isn't it life-threatening to have an eyeball that doesn't work properly? What if you're driving and your glasses break or something?
Because I also have an acidic sweat problem, so I can't wear metal glasses. I have to wear plastic. I've actually just had my glasses just shatter on my face before.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's like a safety issue.
That's some talent.
My insurance won't cover it. No.
One single cataract surgery for me for one eye was $14,000.
Pain.
I guess I'm fortunate in the sense that because I just need LASIK. That's actually cheap and easy. They shave and heat and reshape your eye socket.
Well, even one surgery would have a dramatic effect on your eyesight.
It would.
I mean, you don't necessarily need the full Monty. From what you're explaining, it's even just one surgery would have a positive effect.
It would, and they still won't cover that either. And that's like, I think it's like $1,700.
It's not even surgery, by the way. Nowadays with LASIK, from what I understand, you go in, they like put your head in some sort of apparatus, and then they just have like they have just a machine that just like shoots the laser like through your eye. It's like an angle thing. It goes through your eye and actually hits the back of your lens or something. I don't even think they have to do an incision in your eye anymore.
Well, that's what I was told I needed to have done, is they actually had to replace that.
Replace the lens?
Yeah.
I thought they would just shave down your existing lens.
They can if it's not that bad, but mine's so bad I do believe they just have to straight up replace it.
We'll just do one eye. I mean, it's expensive, right? So just do one eye. Just have like you can be a pirate.
At that point I need a monocle.
Yeah. You'd have a really nice. Hey, there you go, and then you can get like a top hat, and you could be the Monopoly man. Get the mustache wax, and you can curl up the tips of your stash.
Or the planner's peanut.
I don't grow that kind of a cool mustache. I get the dwarven beard, so I need somebody that can braid it.
Mr. Dusty, what's the matter, huh? Would you like a treat? I got some doojanks. Let me see if I got any doojanks that you might like. I probably got some in here. Let's see what we got on there. That's just dust. There ain't nothing left in there. Okay, we got some pumpkin seeds. You want some pumpkin seeds? We got some of them. I know you like the pumpkin seeds. Want some of them? I always try to make coming out and spending the day with me a positive experience. Get treats and they get pets and I give them scratches and stuff like that. That way, when next time they want to come out, or they come out, they're excited to come out because they're like, oh yeah, it's treat time. Yeah, treaty treats. I get some pumpkin seeds. He's like, I like those.
I am overburdened.
I swear, like, only half the people in my family have glasses on. And I guess I just never have. I like to chalk it up to the fact that I was always using the, you know those magic 3D eye posters that you gotta, like, focus your eyes a specific way to get the poster done? I always had so much fun doing those posters, and then eventually when I did the magic 3D eye posters, I used to start doing them, I used to start trying to see if I could use the magic 3D eye thing on things that weren't the magic 3D eye poster. Which is like a whole fun thing. If you ever find an object that has like a repeating pattern, even like a rug, tiles, all sorts of cool stuff, you can still do the same 3D eye thing on the rug or like the tile wall or whatever, or like the wallpaper. Like as long as the pattern is repeating and it matches up even slightly, you can do it. And it gives you the same kind of 3D eye effect on say like the floor. Of course, there's not always like a hidden picture in there or anything, but it's still pretty cool. And then you just learn how to focus your eyes, like manually focus your eyes, which is pretty cool. And look off into dead space. I used to love doing that. It's basically where you unfocus your eyes and you just look at nothing. So instead of looking at the wall or looking at your nose or looking at somebody who's standing in front of you, you can literally just focus on just like a point in space, like right here. You can just focus on nothing. I rather enjoy it. It's fun to be able to focus on nothing.
It's really easy for me.
God, why am I running out of potions? That's right. The animals just be roaming and chilling. They're chin chillin'. You guys should get yourself a chinchillin shirt. Up on the GG Mentor shop.
Yeah, that's probably going to be next on the to-do list.
It's really cool because it comes in different colors, and because the pattern is see-through. The chinchilla changes colors depending on what color shirt you get. So if you get a white, you get a white chinchilla. If you get a black, you get the black chinchilla. Gray chinchilla, etc. I don't know exactly how many colors I have up there, but a decent enough number though that there's definitely some multiple choices on how you want your shirt to look.
Oh, normal Andy can drop an SSF.
Normal Andy cannot drop a Soj now.
And
Nagel
she's
and
terrorized.
Mantle. Oh, terrorized Andy, yeah. But I haven't beaten Bale yet in this difficulty. She could drop me a Nagel and or a Mantled, and either one of those would be absolutely great right now. I wouldn't turn down either one of them. Nagel is Magic Find and Attack Rating, which I definitely need. Mantled is Mana Leech, which I 100% definitely need. I really wouldn't turn down either of those right now. There's a lot of good items that she can drop, honestly. I'm trying to think like a list off the top of my head of like all the different things that she can drop, but I'm pretty sure she can drop Twitch Throw. She can drop Grey Form Quilted Armor. She can also drop basically a lot of the really low-level bows that have like mana after each kill and stuff like that. Pluck Eye wouldn't exactly be a horrible drop right now because it has that really nice mana after each kill on it, and Mana Leech.
Mana after each kill is really nice.
Yeah, Pluck Eye is one of those really weird bows. It's not really the greatest, but because of the mana after each kill, it's actually surprisingly good.
Alright, I'm finally getting my lightning strike to a usable level, and I quite enjoy it. Watching it just bounce around and murder everything.
Oh, yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful.
They were asking if you were farming an SOJ from Andy.
Hmm?
They were asking if you were trying to get an SOJ from Andy while you were farming her.
No. I'm not even farming anything specific. Remember, I'm not allowed to farm specific items. It's against the rules. The Rileys. The Rileys. Why are you messing with my wires? Don't mess with my wires.
They look edible.
Don't do that, mister. Don't do that or you bees me. I don't like it when you be biting on my wires, no. You want another pumpkin seed since you're hungry? Here. He's like, yes, duh. Obviously. It's like, why wouldn't I? Obviously. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, check that. Scythe tone. What helmet is my boy wearing? % faster hit recovery would probably do him better than the ladder. God knows, 10% faster hit recovery is a big thing for mercenaries. Act 2 mercenary sucks for faster hit recovery. Go ahead, buddy. That's Mr. Dusty Bones. He's got the dusty bones. Going to take you down and kick you in the throat.
No, it's Plague Sword that has the lower res proc on it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. It's pretty nice.
Because I'm thinking about running the Barb Merc with my Amazon this season.
Good to see you.
I can't remember what I ran on mine.
You run dual plague and be immune to curses.
Yeah, and poison system.
I mean, the cleansing aura is absolutely amazing. I mean, yeah.
So yeah, I was thinking I'm gonna be an elemental character, the dual plague and physical damage I don't do. I need the barbarian to do. Dual plague is pretty good at that.
We don't have to.
I was
Something else.
I was thinking about something silly, which is basically running. So I'm gonna be running dual crescent moons, and then you know what I was thinking? I was thinking I could run dual crescent moons on the frickin' Merc too. Why not? That way we're gonna have just massive static field spam, and then more chain lightnings going on. I'll do like a barb Merc and have even more frickin' crescent moon spam.
So you're running dual Thor?
Yes, I'll run 4 crescent moons. Be pretty powerful. I mean, the entire screen will be static field essentially as soon as I arrive. I'll show up, me and my Merc will be like blah 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 blah, and everything just be crescent all staticed up, and then it'd be pretty much just a matter of killing it at that point.
And you'll get enough negative lightning res that you're
Static is very effective, yes. Double crescent moons is 70% by itself, so you're already looking at more than enough. It's like just between those two. I think the real kicker is just having enough physical damage, and I think the phase blades just really aren't a good choice. That's why I'm going to be looking for 3-socket legend swords. Higher physical damage, pretty much the same IAS. It's like -15 versus -30. It doesn't require much IAS to still hit the maximum breakpoint. And then I don't miss out on all that physical damage as well.
alright.
And I'll probably still run like max sword mastery.
I imagine you're gonna want to shoot for some crushing blow.
So I was thinking, well, with Gore Riders, I mean, that's already a decent amount of CB and DS, and I don't know. I mean, I could throw on some other various items, like some 10% CB gloves wouldn't hurt. I'm gonna have a hard time getting my hands on Griffin's Eye, which is the main piece that you want for your helmet. And I was thinking G-Face actually probably wouldn't be a terrible option there either.
I'm gonna have a hard time getting the Griffins as well.
So now that there's 4 lightning zones signed up for season 5, I think it's oversaturated.
I don't know.
And as far as equipment goes, I mean, you might have a little bit more trouble getting your hands on pieces of equipment at that point, but it'll be alright.
If you're looking to get it from the kinship for free, you might struggle, but I'm perfectly okay with the fact that I'm going to likely have to buy my own Griffins and my own +4 T-strokes.
Yeah, I'm in class balance for launch.
Will I play hardcore in season 5? No, I don't really have the ability to play hardcore, my friends.
That boils down to the number of other classes, and how, just in general, how many people are going to be there at launch. Because if there's only going to be 10 people there at launch, yeah, we have a problem. But if there's going to be 4 groups, it doesn't matter. Because that's just 1 Jabazon per group.
3 groups right now.
And more people are going to show up and sign up day of. Just
Always.
keep that in mind. So half the people that show up for launch show up basically 2 hours before and sign up for the roster. So I'm expecting at least 1 or 2 more groups. So long as we don't get any more Jabazons, it's not going to be a problem. And we have 32 people, so...
The 6 of them are either hardcore or PS5.
Okay. So there's still technically 4 groups there.
Yeah, you could drop 1 for each group, like 4th group, yeah.
Yeah, so if it... Yeah, it's not going to be a big issue.
What are you talking about, Emperor? I'm not really quite sure what you're getting at. Mr. Dusty, you better not be thinking about tinkling in there. Okay, that's not a party. I was talking to you.
I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they all say.
Oh, thanks for the subscription, man. Appreciate it. CKOPOCT. Thanks for the subscription on Twitch. Supporting the channel, my friends. Dang, Ed Dario freaking wrecked my merch. That was rude. Fear me.
It's like a lot of...
Sand Ariel's a little bit spicier than the previous ones. I don't know why. She's kicking my merch's butt. I don't know if they have any actual stats that roll on them, but she does definitely seem stronger than the past ones that I've fought.
It's like a lot of fire, physical, and lightning, not much cold and poison.
Yes, Mr. Dusty. Would you like another pumpkin seed? Hmm? Hmm? Would you like another pumpkin seed? You do like those, huh? He said yes. He said you got something more? I do have some more, actually. Here. Yeah. You want another one? Okay, take it. They're so gentle with the way they take things from your hands. It's actually quite cute.
Thanks. Thanks.
Very rarely do I have to worry about them being so excited that they take my finger off with the piece of food. They're usually very careful about taking just the food and nothing else. God, it's like she's taking no damage whatsoever. I don't know what's going on with her. She's freaking nasty. Finally. She dropped a ring, heavy boots, heavy gloves, and a trident. Oh, and a flawed topaz. Oh, you're in the Discord hardcore group? Oh, nice. Well, hope you have fun in the hardcore group. We do have a cemetery, though, for when you die, so... Not that I'm voting for you to die or anything. 10% faster cast, replenish life 3, 9 to max stamina, cold resistance 6, magic damage reduced by 1, plus 1 to mana after each kill, level 7 ring. I like to replenish life in the 1 mana after each kill. I don't really so much care about the cast rate.
Not bad for a yellow ring. I know you're wanting a brown one.
A brown ring? What do you want, Mr. Dusty? Get out of my face. He said a brown ring. I don't want to know where that thing came from if it's brown.
Uniques.
They're gold, sir, not brown. Ugh, that was a brown ring. That brown ring probably popped out of Andy's butt.
Well, my vision isn't the best. It's a looks like a combination of brown and yellow.
It's gold. It's supposed to be gold. What do you want, Mr. Dusty? You want another pumpkin seed? Here. Get it. There's a bunch of them in there. He thought. No, don't climb on top of the container. Weirdo. Ooh, large charm. What's that? 4% lightning res. Meh. Yes, there are breakpoints in the game that you can make your weapon go faster. So yeah, you can put more IIS to make a slow weapon attack faster, but the slower the weapon is, the more increased attack speed that it takes. So if you want a, like for instance, let's use the fastest weapon in the game, which is the Phase Blade. If you want a slower weapon like a Colossus Sword to attack the same speed as a Phase Blade, it is doable. But to do so, you're going to need a massive amount of increased attack speed. This is the basis of the IAS calculator. If you've never seen the IAS calculator, I'd recommend taking a look at it. Basically, what it revolves around is calculating out the IAS required for a specific task. And it goes over just about everything. So let me pull this up real quick and we'll show you. So, say for instance you're on a paladin. And you're using, I don't know, let's say a particularly slow weapon, like, I think a mythical sword isn't really the fastest base. Let's say you're using a mythical sword, and you have, I don't know, let's say 20% IAS on the mythical sword, and you're using Zeal, which is going to be your main skill, and perhaps you're even running a Fanaticism of level, let's say 23, which is a pretty decent level. You can see here that we have our attack speed is 55559, 4.31 attacks per second, right? So how much IAS would we need to add to bring this up to the cap? So 20% is not enough. 30% will bring us to the next breakpoint of 555558. 35%? No. 40%? 40% is enough. Is 35% enough? No. So, if we were to use a mythical sword with Zeal, and we had Fanaticism of level 23, we would need an additional 40% IAS to reach the maximum breakpoint of 5.2 attacks per second. Further IAS useless. However, if we go with a Phase Blade, which is a faster sword, like this one, you'll notice that we don't need as much increased attack speed. With 0% increased attack speed, we are still at our further AIAS is useless, so we're already at our maximum breakpoint. We could probably bring down our weapon IAS by quite a bit. As you can see now, with 10% IAS on the weapon, 0% additional IAS, and a Phase Blade, we are now hitting the maximum breakpoint. But this is actually not the best way to do it, because the Phase Blade has the lowest physical damage, so having the fastest weapon doesn't necessarily mean that you have the highest damage weapon. So in that case, the mythical sword would probably push out much more physical damage than the phase blade, but would require more IAS to hit the same breakpoint. There is a maximum breakpoint for all weapons, and because of this, because there is a maximum breakpoint for all weapons, you are going to get more damage out of a slower weapon by speeding it up to the maximum breakpoint, because they dish out more damage in general, and when you hit that maximum breakpoint, they're always going to be doing more average damage than, for instance, something else. So like a phase blade just generally has worse average damage than just about every other weapon. But the reason why people use it is because, number one, it's indestructible. Number two, it is very fast, which means you don't necessarily need to stack IAS. So if you're in a build that doesn't have a lot of IAS, you can't stack IAS, which is not always possible, right? You can't always stack IAS to the high heavens. Then you're in a situation where you need a faster weapon. But if you're in a class that has tons of IAS, then it's not really that big of an issue. Like, Zeal Paladins tend to run Fanaticism. So Fanaticism is already a huge amount of increased attack speed that you have right off the bat, right? So you don't necessarily need a huge amount of attack speed with Fanaticism. But if you're not using Fanaticism, then you would need a lot more. There's also two different categories for IAS that you have to keep into mind. One of them is IAS on equipment, or equipment-based IAS. Equipment-based IAS comes in two forms, both on weapon, which functions differently than off-weapon IAS. So on-weapon IAS is something like that's on my bow right here, which is 10% increased attack speed. And then off-weapon would be something like 20% on a pair of gloves. Then the other form besides equipment is skill-based IAS. Skill-based IAS is something that comes from a skill, not something that comes from an item. Burst of Speed has skill-based IAS. Fanaticism has skill-based IAS. Those are two forms of skill-based IAS that are actually very powerful. And those right there will give you more, actually, than most other. So if you were to comparatively just side-by-side, say 10% skill-based IAS versus 10% equipment-based IAS, 10% skill-based IAS is far more powerful than 10% item-based IAS or equip-based IAS. It's just how it works. Sorry, Mr. Dusty Buns is trying to eat my face. You stop going for that wire. No, sir. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. Don't do it. I swear it's like I'm a jungle gym. Am I a jungle gym? Am I a jungle gym, little buddy? I said, yes. He's a jungle gym. Can't even talk. Hey, I'm about to die. What about a Berserker? What are you talking about when it comes to Berserk? Berserk is not a skill that has increased attack speed, so what are we what are you thinking about, Dusty? What is it going through your little tiny brain? Why are you always thinking of refrain? 'Cause you jumping and you playing and you just want to go and run away everywhere and chew on my wires. What about the Berserker's Axe weapon? The Berserker's Axe weapon is not generally suited for fast attacks. It's unfortunately a very low durability weapon. If you can put it in a base that, or a rune word or something like that, that makes it indestructible, like for instance, if you make a death Berserker Axe, then it will be indestructible and you can get good use out of it. But generally, I don't recommend using Berserker Axes for fast-based attackers, like Zealers and things like that, you'll be in town repairing it like every 5 minutes. Legitimately, like every 5 minutes, it'll just be, you'll be in the shop.
Thanks. 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 Thanks.
Actually, I wouldn't even say 5 minutes. Every 3 or 4 minutes. Like, it's that bad. And the faster you attack, the worse it'll be. Volgal. Good piece. Heavy gloves. They're all so bad. Everything that drops at this level is just so bad. I don't even know why I'm picking up any of that stuff. It's not even worth picking up and taking back to town. It's all garbage. I think we're just gonna move on. Andy's being mean to us. She's not giving us anything good, so. Let's take off this junky magic find equipment. Stupid chip gems.
I've returned. What did I miss?
Nothing. Dang, nothing good dropping for me. I'm getting garbage.
An explanation of increased attack speed.
Oh yeah, I was talking about increased attack speed.
I am overburdened.
Did we learn anything useful?
Good day.
I would hope that the person who asked learned something useful.
Well, you know the saying, hope in one hand and...
Is it true that the minions will get stuck when they're size 2 or 3? Yeah, it's actually something that people take advantage of because you want all your minions in one place. That way they dish out more damage. It's a whole thing, like with minions, that you can telestomp, and telestomping on top of somebody means basically having like this army of ridiculous number of monsters. And so when you have a huge army of skeletons, minions, and the whole like, you can basically just fill up with these really large monsters, and the really large monsters will actually cause the other monsters to get stuck. But when you teleport on top of something, that just means that they don't go anywhere, so everything gets stuck in one spot. But not everything, because some monsters can actually pass through other monsters, so like when you make ghosts, things like that, that stuff doesn't get stuck. Alright, I think it might be valuable for me to just make another chippy bow here. I have a long bow, which isn't a bad one. Thing is, though, is I don't want to do chippies, so let's do some up transmutes here. I've got a full-sized emerald, which I could throw in there. I also have a flawed topaz, but I'd kind of like to keep my topazes for magic find. So let's do this sapphires. Let's transmute up a couple of these. And then the third one can be when we got an emerald, an actual sapphire, which is halfway decent. And then, I don't know, do we want to do a... We could do a topaz, whatever. It's not really that big of a deal. It's going to be one of my main bows for a long time anyway. Might as well get the best out of it. There we go. That should be a pretty decent little bow for a while. I mean, what I did get was a whole bunch of chippies. 8 million freaking dang chippies. I can use these to make money. I could also craft up my Merca weapon. Maybe that's something that I should do. Let's see if I can craft my Merca a decent weapon.
Have you beat normal yet?
No, I have not. I'm not even past normal Act 2. Alright, I got a Chippy. I got a Chris. Let's grab a crappy magic staff of undisputed origin. Something garbage, really doesn't matter. And then we need a belt. Make a savage pole arm, see if we can get a life leecher. Savage Launch Bar Axe, level 21, 10 to 99 damage. Which he cannot use because it's 80 strength. He needs 1 level to get 80 strength. Doesn't have life leech on it though. Let's do a reroll and let's try again. So let's grab 1 more built. Let's grab another Chris. Diamond. Ideal is to get a savage one with life leech. That's the ideal. We just need a dirt cheap blue staff. I can't even remember. Does the savage recipe require that it be blue, or can it be a white staff?
I think it can be white.
I haven't really tried it in a while. I usually just look for the dirt cheapest staff in the lot. There's no reason to buy anything super expensive. Here's a white one. Let's see if this little 416 gold white one works. Oof, Savage War Scythe. You can't use that either. I don't think he can ever use that one. That's by the time he's able to use that one, that's gonna be way too crappy. Let's grab 2 more here. Okay, go in there. Who's digging at the entrance for? You know how to get in there, sir. What's up, ATST4? Thanks for the subscription, man. Amazon Prime subs. That's right. Gotta get them Amazon Prime subs. We'll keep doing a couple of these crafts and we'll see. See if we can get something nice. I used to be a long time ago, ATST. I actually took it away. I recently brought it back, though. Basically, yeah. Long story, but yeah. Again, yay, finally again. Oh wow, 24% faster hit recovery, 7 life, 24% lightning res. It's pretty nice. I don't think I can use a rare one in the recipe, can I? Oh, I can. Okay. Oh, dang. Savage Partisan of Measure. 60 to 126. 113 strength, though, which means it's well outside of the range of my mercenary's ability to use. It's unfortunate. I got a better belt. Didn't expect to get a better belt, but I did get a better belt. Well, Savage Scythe, that's no life leech. That's barely better damage than what he currently is wearing. And I'm having bad luck with these Savage rolls. Let's go again. I got plenty of diamonds. Let's just grab 2 more belts.
I can't carry anymore.
Oh, I gifted a sub too. Dang, Ace TST. What was that? Ronson 10. Congratulations, man. Now you guys can do the chonker emotes. We got too many new members. I gotta do some chonkers. Hold on. Chonk, 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 chonk. Ha ha ha. Chonk, chonk. And we can do a scared frog. And that's right. You get access to all these wonderful emotes and more. I need some more Chris's and I need some more staves. What other cheap staffs do you got in here? Cheapy cheaps. I need some cheapy cheaps. Cheap, 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 cheap. Cheap, 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 cheap. What is the Amazon Prime stuff about? So basically on Twitch, you can subscribe to people and basically give them money per month. When you subscribe to someone on Twitch, I can't remember exactly how much it is. I think it's like $5 or something like that, or $7, somewhere around there. Anyway, so when you subscribe to somebody on Twitch, you basically give them money. Well, Amazon owns Twitch, and if you are subscribed to Amazon Prime, or you have Amazon Gaming, I think Amazon Gaming is also a separate thing that you can have, but Amazon Gaming comes with Amazon Prime, so it depends on how you have your Dojank set up. You basically get the ability to do one free sub to one Twitch person with your Amazon Prime subscription. So if you are an Amazon Prime member, you have a free Twitch sub that you can hand out to one Twitch streamer of your choice. You just have to go set it up. Oh, nice. Wow. Savage Warsight of the Locust. It's unfortunately, though, it's 80 strength, 80 dex. But it is really nice, and it's got 6% life leech on it. That is actually sweet. The main problem is, though, is there's no way he's going to hit that dex number because he's currently only at 60, which means he needs 20 more dexterity to hit the number to use this. But this staff, I mean, this weapon would pretty much just solidify him damage wise. I mean, I also have this one right here if I can ever find an Ith rune, but that's probably by the time I find an Ith rune, that one's not going to be worth using. So Twitch and Prime are basically owned by each other. So all you have to do is just open up your Twitch and you just link your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch, and then you have a free Prime sub to give out. And you can give it out to somebody every month. So it's every month you get the option to hand it out to somebody. What's up, Drolbert Tunson Man DNN? Yeah, I was thinking about that. Maybe some emeralds in a Dojank. No, you did a pee-pee dance. I saw the pee-pee dance. Did you get me? I think you got me, didn't you? You little pee-pee dance butt. Time to switch out Chinchillas.
That just means the other one's gonna pee on you too.
Probably.
Never mind, he ate 3 emeralds to get even close to that. It's gonna be a lot to put over.
All he needs to do is go shop that, what is it, Mechanics Archon Plate of the Whale.
I don't think he has enough chipped emeralds to cube up to a 3 emeralds.
That, and he's not even through Act 2, so he's not going to find anything more than 2 sockets.
But you can get a 3-socket body armor in Act 2. There's a 3-socket shield.
You can, but it's also based on your level.
He's got levels because he's farmed Andy so much.
You like level, I think it's like 18.
He should be. My solo self-round Necromancer player's 8 is usually 18 by the time I get to Andy.
What graphics card am I headed for? Is that what that goal is? Is that goal for a graphics card? That goal's probably left over from before I disabled my Twitch account. Or my Twitch affiliate status. I actually have gotten a new graphics card since then. I'm using the 3090. He just climbed right in there, too. He was just like, let me in. Mr. NiNi's. This is Mr. Namers. Mr. Namers, you want some pumpkin seeds? He said, yes, please. All right. Let's get going. Let's go kill some stuff. We got our upgraded bow. Our upgraded chippy bow. Actually, you know what? Instead of using Arctic Purse, let's go back to our original little beefy armor, the one we had with all the additional damage on it. That way we can just melt through this stuff. I'm gonna keep Arctic Purse on standby, though. Or hopefully in the future, if I manage to get my hands on one of the other Arctic pieces, that could be a nice little stopgap for a little while.
I mean, they are pretty common, and it does come with a bow.
Yeah. The Arctic Horn is actually the piece that I usually can't find. Find the belt, find the armor all the time. Find the gloves all the time. And usually can't find the stupid bow. That's the hard piece. Dusty's a little baby. He doesn't know any better. He pees on me sometimes, and I think he really honestly is trying to tell me that he's got to go to the bathroom, but I just don't pay attention enough. He hasn't been trained yet like Mr. Nimoy has. Mr. Nimoy knows not to tinkle here. Usually. Although you know what they say, although the younger one can sometimes cause the older one to mess up. Like when you get like a puppy in the house and all of a sudden your adult dog is now peeing on the rug. He's like, what? The puppy's doing it.
The puppy's doing it. I can do it too. You didn't yell at the puppy.
Another flawed. Honestly, if you want to get Arctic gloves, I swear the easiest way to get yourself a pair of Arctic gloves is to go kill normal Cow King. Normal Cow King loves to drop some dang Arctic gloves.
He also loves to drop the Tarn Helm. Tarn Helm, what is it? Arcanas? That? I forget how they... That helmet.
Man, what it'll be like to finally have access to Freezing Arrow. Cold Arrow and Ice Arrow are just so bad. Oh man, they're just so bad.
Well, Countess just gave me a soul rune.
Well, nice. Soul runes are pretty nice early on. Well, at least by the time I get access to Freezing Arrow, I'll have full synergy built up in Cold Arrow, so won't be that big of a deal.
Now, with all these new players playing a 23-year-old game, is it leading you to spoilers? Tell them things.
Spoilers?
I mean, I tend to go with if the game is more than 2 years old, you cannot complain about spoilers.
I mean, honestly, we're protected from that underneath the rules of the charter, which is if they read the charter, if they read it, then they already know. Like, the ladder is going to be a rush. It's not going to be like a walkthrough. I mean, if they want to do a walkthrough, they can do a walkthrough. I mean, they have plenty of time to do a walkthrough right now. So, and that's what I told a couple of them earlier, like VG Eel. I'm like, just go play the game right now. Just have some fun with it. Just level up your characters. Just try and beat normal difficulty at the very least, and then
beat normal, do all the quests.
Yeah, do all the quests. Listen to Kane. Kane has a lot of really cool dialogue. We don't listen to it a lot, but that's just because we've heard it like 10,000 times. And I could literally like legit verbatim tell you exactly what Kane is going to say. So it's not that I don't want to listen to what Kane has to say. It's that I have already memorized it. Okay, I literally have memorized it.
So what you're telling me is that you should start a new thing for your stream where every time you talk to Kane, you just repeat the speech he's about to tell you.
I literally do. Like half the time, I will literally I'll literally say what he's going to say before he says it.
It was Eel. He was asking where you got your cube.
Where do you get that cube to store stuff? You're in Act 2? It's in Act 2. When you kill Radamant in Act 2, which is your first quest, so if you do the quests in order, Radamant Slayer, you will come across a scroll when you kill Radamant. You bring that to Kane, and Kane will activate the next quest for you and tell you where to get the cube. That's how it works. Just like I said, just talk to everybody and listen to what they have to say. You'll figure it out really quickly.
Now the question is, does he just want to skip that and be told where it's at?
Put that to use.
I was going to tell him, I just didn't want to spoil it.
Well, I didn't really tell him, but then I just told him where to go to get to the next Dujak. Alright, you need to go kill Radamant. Talk to Atma. Atma tells you about Radamant. My amulet and ring collection is growing nicely.
You know, every other unique mob I run into has, what is it?
Yeah. If you already killed Radamant, there should be a chest right next to Radamant. Make sure you open up that chest and get the scroll that he drops. Also, you want to make sure you get the book that he drops too. Don't forget to get that book.
That book gives you a skill point.
Yeah, the book gives you a skill point that he drops. However, he doesn't drop the scroll. The scroll comes from a chest which is next to him.
Tempted to send him a Carbot.
Hey, he said definitely got the book and used it. Everybody likes that sweet skill point. That sweet skill point is they'll be like, sometimes people try and rush through Act 2 and they don't want to go get the skill point, and I'm like, I'm sorry, but we gotta get that. We gotta get the skill point, guys. You can't be leaving us.
I feel the same way about the 5 stat points in Act 3.
I'm not as excited about those, but I definitely like to get them.
I just prefer to get everything along the way on my first character so I don't have to go back. Especially in Hell, when I do not want to do it solo.
Beat 'ems everywhere. Beat 'ems in your hair. Been a good Mr. NiNi's? You've been like a Mr. Moist. The Mr. Nice. He said, I'm sleeping in here, leave me alone. Oh, thank you, Darkado. Hey, I see it. Yeah, Twitch Prime subs. Twitch Prime subs. Twitch Prime subs.
So, you know what the funny thing is? He does, you're using the cube for storage. Have you used it to make something, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, BG Eel, the cube is not just for storage. The cube is a mystical, wondrous device which has the ability to transmute life and death. The cube can do so many things, it's not even funny. The cube can take 3 chip gems and turn it into a flawed. It can take 3 flawed gems and turn it into a normal gem. You can take 3 normal gems and turn it into a flawless. And 3 flawlesses can be turned into a perfect. You can use the cube to transmute random items together. Like, for instance, 2 sets of bolts can be transmuted into arrows, and 2 arrows can be transmuted into bolts. You can transmute sockets into items using the cube with a specific recipe. You can transmute crafting, so you can basically craft items with the correct equipment. So you can basically take, say, for instance, a perfect ruby, a amrune, an amulet, and a jewel, and you can craft an actual amulet, like a really good amulet, that you can potentially use for your character. The cube is literally a mystical, magical device that can do things, hundreds upon hundreds of cube recipes. I actually have a lot of the cube recipes stored in the bot, if you ever need them. Like, for instance, if you type in !upgrade weapon 1. Upgrade weapon 1 will give you the recipe for upgrading your weapon for the first tier. And then upgrade weapon 2 will give you the recipe for upgrading your weapon the second tier. You can type in socket weapon, and it will give you the recipe for socketing a weapon. Socket armor gives you the recipe for socketing an armor, and so forth and so on. And there's tons and tons of recipes. The cube is definitely one of those things that you 100% want to have in Diablo 2.
Once you get used to it, you can actually start to use it to make money.
Oh yeah, crafting specific amulets like caster amulets can be surprisingly lucrative money-wise. When you get like a really nice +2 skills with faster cast and all resistances and things like that, you can really get some good money for amulets like that.
And then you could, just on the lower end, you could re-roll charms for skillers or add sockets to bases.
I mean,
really nice base
I hate to use this as an example because Minecraft came afterward, but did you ever play Minecraft, the original Minecraft? And you know how you would craft items in Minecraft is by putting the items into the crafting station, and depending on the order in which you put the items into the crafting station, it would make specific items. And so the crafting station, becomes this like all-powerful thing that you can do anything with if you know the correct combination to put the items in. Like if you want to make a boat, or if you want to make a bucket, or all sorts of other things like that. When with the Herodric cube, you don't have to put them in a specific pattern. That's not part of it. But you do have to put them in the right, recipe. So the recipe is what matters more than anything when it comes to the cube. If it's the right recipe, then it will work, and if it's the wrong recipe, then it won't work. And there's so many recipes, it's not even funny. Some of them are useless. It's actually been a whole thing that there are some recipes that are just absolutely useless, and nobody touches them. Like that one that allows you to add a socket to a rare item or whatever. The one that uses up a Soj. Nobody uses that recipe. Nobody uses that recipe. That's one of the odd recipes where it's like, nobody's using that. No.
It's not worth the Soj.
Well, especially not when you can just re-roll a new character and get a socket quest.
Well, not that, and the fact that you could probably sell a Soj for the item you're gonna put a socket into. Soj is probably worth more than the item you want to socket.
Well, that's the beauty of this game, BG Eel, is that it seems very. It's one of the things. It's one of my biggest criticisms of PoE is that PoE puts all this stuff at you like right at the beginning. It seems so complicated right at the start, and some people even say that PoE is more complicated than Diablo 2, and I don't really think that's the case. I think the thing is that Diablo 2 presents its complexity in a much more soft manner. It eases you into the complexity. But
I wouldn't even say it eases you in. I would say if you're not looking for it, you'll never know it's there.
Yes. If you're not looking for it, you may never know that the complexity even exists. But I mean, that's a good thing, because you get to ease yourself into the game, and then, as we go forward into the future and you learn more about the game, you've got a long road ahead of you of, oh wow, I didn't even know that was a thing, or oh my god, you could do that?
Or how do I get this most effectively? Really, that's possible?
I mean, there's tricks in this game that are so ridiculously tricksy that even Gollum would be like, tricksy hobbitses.
The repairing a cracked sacred tard.
And then getting a 45 all res and then socketing it to 3. That's one of the trickiest ones right there. Like when you learn that kind of stuff, you're getting into the meta game. You're like, oh man, this is I can do what? Or when you learn that certain items that are ridiculously rare actually do appear in the vendor, like the 20 plus 320 gloves, and you sit there all day shopping them.
320 gloves, Archon, Mechanics, Archon Plate of the Whale. J mods, Jeweler's Monarch of Deflecting. That can be shopped.
Honestly, I think I had the most fun back when I was a noob, though. Now that I learned all the mechanics and all the mysteries are laid bare to me for the most part, and there's probably still a couple new things I could learn, but for the most part, I've learned just about everything about the game, and you like a explorer who explores his last continent or his last island and realizes there's no more to explore. It's a little sad to know that there's no more to learn. But every now and then, though, a little tidbit of knowledge will come up, and I'll be like, huh, well, I never freaking knew that. Mr. NiNi's, would you like atomic-powered pits? Would you like atomic-powered pits? Come here. Right here. Come down here. Come up.
The weird thing about Diablo 2 is that 99% of items have some use if you're willing to put in the time to do that.
Well, I mean, that's just it, is that every single item... that's one of the things I was talking about the other day, remember? I was like, I've gone over every single item, and I very rarely ever came across an item that was completely and utterly useless. There's very few, and that, honestly, it filled up like a top 10 worst items in the game list. And like, that was it. There's like 10 of them. There's about 10 items in the game that are just completely and utterly useless, and they have no purpose.
Now, there might be many items that you deem the effort of going through to make them useful isn't worth it. But that doesn't mean they're useless.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to on a case-by-case basis is what the problem is. So you never know whether an item is useful or not, because a lot of people will play specific characters and only those specific characters. So So they never go through the process of actually playing every character, right? So at some point or another, they've kind of made their decision. They're going to play, like, say, only casters or only melee characters or only range characters or whatever. Or maybe they do play them all, but they don't really think about it from every angle. And so, like, when you actually think about it from every angle and every kind of character spec, you do eventually find that, hey, this is actually kind of useful in certain scenarios.
That's part of that shield. The cracked items, like the Paladin shield is a perfect example of that. You want to make a dream base with 45 all-res. Finding a 45 all-res sacred targe is hard in general because they're incredibly rare.
And
the
then,
fact that you then have to stack 3 sockets on it is terrible.
And then when you, when you roll it, if you roll it, there's a chance that it might not roll 3 sockets. It might roll 2. It might roll 4. It might roll 1. So
you actually have a 50% chance of it being 4.
So the cracked repair thing actually gives you a guaranteed chance of 3 from Larzik.
From a Larzik, yeah.
Which is an interesting way to go about it.
Yeah, you're using everything to your advantage to get what you want. So even cracked items have their use. They may not be useful to you, but they're useful to someone else.
It's a thorn in my ear. I'll bite you. Barbarian's not that hard to beat hell with. I think the Barbarian is one of those classes that's, it is dependent on a weapon. You just really have to farm a little bit. Thankfully, with the find item, you can kind of minimize the randomness a little bit by getting a lot of free drops. And there's a much higher chance that you could get a pretty decent item.
That you can always try and go for an unbending will if all you want to do with the Barbarian is beat hell.
I mean, there's a lot of different ways that you could potentially beat hell difficulty with a Barbarian. I ended up with a whole slew of different weapons because they're masters of all different kinds of weapons. You don't necessarily have to go with something specific, but if you go through my solo self-found P8 run, I mean, if I can do P8 Barbarian, you can do P1 Barbarian in hell. I mean, it's not that difficult. You know what I'm thinking? Get some more damage out of this character. Give myself a 2-socket helmet, and I have a couple halfway decent jewels that I could throw into a 2-socket helmet. Let's see what I want to throw there. Decent. Well, I have a 9 max. I have a 10% enhanced. I also have a 6 max. I have a 2 min, which isn't bad. I think that's the bulk of all the decent ones. So it's between, do I want to throw a... I'm assuming the 9 max would probably be a pretty decent one there.
9 max, 2 min.
9 max, 2 min? It's pretty good. That's a pretty good combination.
I mean, raising your average damage is going to be more impactful than raising your maximum.
I mean, that should bring up my physical damage by quite a bit. And then I'm also using an armor, which is giving me 5 max, 20 poison damage. So between the armor and the helmet, I'm currently running a pretty decent amount of like increased damage. I'm running 83 to 133 at the moment.
What's the math on charge strike? 1500 times 7?
Charge strike?
10,500.
like I said, it depends on the monster you're hitting.
Oh, so I do 10 to 10k.
The smaller monsters, like 66% of your bolts will just miss them. The medium-sized monsters, 33% of your bolts will miss. On the big ones, you'll hit for full damage. Pit lords, like corpulents. I think of all the big monsters. Diablo, obviously, his wall.
His wall's a fatty boy.
Yes.
So tanky.
That's your max damage. Does it have a really large range?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Yeah.
You gotta add. Basically, what you gotta do is you take your max damage and then you add 1 to it, and then you divide it by 2, and that gets you your average.
Yeah, my minimum damage is if all the bolts hit, 10. And if all the bolts hit, my maximum damage is, like you said, 10,500.
Yeah, the purple glowing aura gave the chest away, BG Eel. Yeah, take that scroll over to Kane, Deckard Kane, and he will tell you what you need to know to get to the next part of the quest. Honestly, Act 2 is a really fun act the first time you go through it.
Yeah. Act 3 is okay the first time you do it, then
The jungle's nasty, but
you
I never had any issue with the city. I always thought the city was fun. I like going through the city.
Good part, yeah. But no, the jungle, the Flare jungle, Spider Forest, and Great Marsh are just unpleasant.
Well, Great Marsh is nasty, but I actually, you know, hot take. I think Flare jungle isn't too bad.
I lump them all together because they're all the same tile set. The only thing that changes is what monsters are available.
Well, yeah, but Flare jungle has like a different monster set, and it's kind of more
Less annoying.
Yeah, less annoying than Spider Forest. Spider Forest is really spread out, and it feels really empty. At least in Flare jungle, you're actually killing lots of stuff. And if you happen to be a density clear, you know, kind of a character, somebody who does really good density clear damage, it's actually really fun going through Flare, you know, with density clear skills, because you just like everything dies like popcorn chicken. I mean, like with the Fist of the Heavens Paladin, for instance, because they're all demons. You just like throw off a Fist of the Heavens, and it's like, oh, and like everything falls down.
Like Act 3 had the two best zones.
Plus, Flare jungle is the one that leads toward the city, so when you're in Flare, you're like, I'm almost out of here.
Almost done.
I'm almost out. Oh god, there's a couple more feet. Oh no. No, kitty, no, it's my chicken pepe. No, kitty.
But everyone wants Great Marsh and Cross Source.
Now, Kura Sewers is actually really good for those super chests at the bottom. It's just impossible to online. It's impossible to actually get good access to them. But that's where I got my low rune on my barbarian. On single player, I just ran the Kuras level 2 sewers over and over again and opened up all those super chests. That's actually really good, a really good technique for single players, just running those super chests over and over again. They're easy to get to on single player. You can just run straight to them. It's like, what is it, like 6 or 7 or 8 or 9 chests in there? I can't even remember how many chests. What is it like? It's like 2 on one side, and then it's like 4 in the middle, and then it's like 3 on another side, and then there's a bunch of like spread out all over the place.
That was half the reason I was planning on running a fire druid.
Why?
The sewers are a level 85 area with all the super chests in it, and no natural fire immunes.
But yeah, sewers level 2 is a level 85 zone. So those.
So was the after the level 85 update.
Yeah, but all those super chests down there are 85 chests. So if you're gonna run chests, which a lot of people do LK chests, and I'm like, why do the LK chests when you don't even really get as many? And on top of that, they're not 85 chests. You do the sewer chests, it's just as easy in single player anyway. It's just as easy in single player, and you get more of them. and they're level 85. It's like I don't. The sewers chests I think are a better bet all around.
But yeah, no, that's why I was considering the fire druid is all those super chests in the sewers. It makes it a decent area to farm, even if there aren't a whole lot of monsters down there. That's not necessarily a big issue. Still a level 85 area with a bunch of super chests.
I mean, but in the game's defense, though, I mean, isn't Kuras supposed to be a nasty area? I mean, isn't that the entire thing? It's a fetid swamp. I mean, is it supposed to be fun going through a swamp? Last time I checked, swamps are just miserable in general. I think you're supposed to be miserable going through a swamp.
I don't know, ask the Bayou people, they seem to enjoy it.
All I got to say is mosquitoes. How about that? Mosquitoes. How many mosquitoes? Mosquitoes. All the mosquitoes.
I don't know, there are some people that catch all the mosquitoes and use them to make mosquito burgers.
William, you gotta use the perfect gems, okay? Perfect gems have a use in this game. To collect them is kinda lame. You gotta use them to upgrade your gear, and then you use them to craft some new gear. We gotta use them all up on everything. Re-rolling charms and making some swag. We don't collect gems around here. We use them up on everything without fear. You gotta take your gems and have a chance, so you can get some really sexy pants. Actually, there's no pants in Diablo 2, is there?
Does he want to know what he's supposed to do with them, or?
He said he's gonna re-roll some chammies when he gets a good chamois worth re-rolling. That's what he said.
I hope you get something good.
Most of the kinship uses voice chat. We chat in the server, but when you're actually playing, voice chat's just faster.
Yeah, and Discord is where we coordinate everything. So if you're not on Discord, yeah, we go. If you're not on Discord, you better at least be watching the stream, so you can pay attention to what's going on.
It is an honor to serve.
The stream actually acts as a focal point, which is pretty cool. So even if you're not in the main group, and even if you're not in the main Discord, you can always pull the stream up and just, you know, just listen. That way you can understand what's going on, be in the loop, so to speak, which I think is probably the biggest thing. You know, when we're talking about who needs what item, what items we have, like setting up the swap games. You know, like when I'm in the swap game, dropping items on the ground, you can like literally be looking at my screen, being like, "Ooh, I need that. Ooh, I need that. Hold on to that for me." They'll be like, "All right, hold on to the Wizen Draw for Joe Schmo."
I tend to just hang out in a voice chat channel. People that need to talk to me can come find me.
I think you can. I think you can use Discord on your phone. You can also use it on a PC. I mean,
yes,
you
can.
There's a bunch of different ways you can do it. I think there's even a Discord app for Xbox nowadays. I think there's actually a Discord app where you can just like pull up Discord on your Xbox and voice chat that way. I mean, there's a lot of ways you can use Discord.
But yeah, you can use Discord on your phone. The main issue you're gonna have is you have a headset for your phone. If no, then you're gonna have a lot of problems on speaker.
Yeah, well, in that case, you're gonna go to push to talk. So you're gonna have to hit a button or something, or just put yourself on mute and listen, one or the other.
I generally just run everything through push to talk. That way you guys don't have to listen to me sneeze.
Oh man, but I like it when you sneeze.
Sneeze it to me, baby. Sneeze it to me, baby. Love it when you get a big old loogie.
That was a gross one.
Well, we're starting to develop a pattern here. You want a handy from Andy. I like it.
If you want a handy from Andy, what? Somebody keeps saying Andy's handing out handies this season, so it's the five it's the 5-finger discount season. It's season 5, the season of the handies.
Probably a good note.
What were you saying, Dine?
Probably a good note for me to leave on and go get something to eat.
All right.
You know what? At least I'm going to rename my character now.
The TP strategy or different?
No, Andy. Or Andy Handy, I don't know. I think I'm going to have to go with Andy Handy.
I think Andy Handy is more in the spirit of the joke. Handy Andy just kind of sounds like you're a 1940s cartoon character.
Frozen armor.
Gonna need a bigger cod piece? Oh man. Cod pieces.
Cod pieces. Get your cod pieces here.
I remember I played this game called Vampire the Masquerade. Absolutely great game, by the way. Not ARPG, but CRPG, I believe is what it would be. It's in the CRPG genre. Very, very fun game. But in the game, vampires were a really big thing, obviously. And you could get bit. And you could even get bit in combat. And they would, drink your blood and stuff in the middle of combat, which is definitely not something that you want to happen. Well, in the game, there were these, thick leather collars that you could put on your character. And they literally had no actual, statistics. They didn't give you any bonuses or anything. But what they did do was they made it so that it was very difficult for the vampires to suck your blood from your neck. So it was just like a big, thick leather collar that you wore around your neck to prevent them from biting. What is a CRPG? A CRPG would be Baldur's Gate 3 if you played Baldur's Gate 3 recently. Baldur's Gate 3 is a CRPG. Baldur's Gate 1, Baldur's Gate 2, Icewind Dale, Neverwinter Nights, etc., 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 Planescape Torment. Those are CRPGs. CRPGs are older style RPGs, usually turn-based, although not always. Depends on the game. Sometimes they're like semi-turn based. Baldur's Gate was actually pause turn based, which is basically where you can actually just physically pause the game and decide what you want to do, and then you could just unpause it after you issue all your commands. Some of the CRPGs very similar to Baldur's Gate, but then you don't necessarily have to issue each individual person commands. They kind of have their own AI, and you can set up their AI in advance to basically tell them what to do. Like you can set up a character as a healer, etc. And you can still give them individual commands, but it's not always exactly the same as like a turn-based game. So it's kind of weird the way things work in CRPGs, and they're not all identical, but they usually follow the same kind of themes. In the original Baldur's Gate, though, you could totally go like pure turn-based and like pause it after every single action, and you could micromanage the entire game if you wanted to. But in
the original Sin is also a CRPG.
yeah, Divinity Original Sin is also a CRPG.
What is it? Pillars of Eternity, I think it is. The first two Pillars of Eternity RPGs.
A little bit of an odder series, though. I enjoyed it. I won't say that I didn't enjoy it, but I really wish it was less confusing. Never have I been more confused about how to build my character in my life. I'm a warrior. I should build strength, right? No. I'm a paladin. I should build constitution, right? No.
Their system is a little strange, but I know why they did it. It makes every stat valuable to every class, so you end up having to prioritize what you want your character to do. You want to be a DPS? No, you're going to need a bunch of might.
I'm not really so much sure, like, that is really what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that it was very unintuitive to know what your character actually did need. So, you know, like, in any situation where you were trying to figure out how you would build your character, or even if you were relying on past knowledge, or even just not even relying on RPG knowledge at all, like, you know, you would immediately just knee-jerk go, okay, well, if I'm a warrior, obviously I want strength, right? I want to be powerful. Or, you know, if I'm a tank, I want, like, you know, it's like constitution or whatever. But in that game, nothing really kind of made a whole lot of sense of what you actually needed to make your character tanky.
Your strength / might stat it's useful for all your casters, and if you want to increase your healing output, you put it into effectively strength. You want to increase your melee damage, you put it into strength. You want to increase your spell damage, you put it into strength.
Well, it was might in Pillars of Eternity.
Right.
But see, like, these are the stats in Pillars of Eternity, right? So Constitution is endurance and health, right? Well, Constitution doesn't really give you as good of a defensive capability as you would think. Might gives you 3% damage and healing. It's also governs your healing, which was really weird. But what you actually wanted as a tank was not might. You didn't want Constitution. You didn't want dexterity. You didn't want perception. You didn't want intellect. What you wanted as a tank was resolve, which was actually the main stat for tanks, which was deflection. Because it gave you more deflection, and that was how you made your tanks tankier. Well, nobody was figuring this out unless they looked it up. And even if you looked it up, you still might not have necessarily understood how powerful deflection was in terms of a tank, and why having 7,000 health was nowhere near as good as stacking tons of deflection. Because having lots of health didn't mean anything in that game. So you could stack your constitution to the moon and back, and your tank would still get one-shot by things. But if you had massive amounts of deflection, that would be a different story entirely. It just, I don't know if it really, I don't really understand what was going on. Especially when, like, hostile effect. So when you stacked resolve, it actually reduced your threat as well, which was also kind of strange. The whole entire system was just really not intuitive.
Well, it's incredibly not intuitive because there is no simple way to get your character to do anything specialized.
I mean, it's more so just that anybody who picks up the game can't just go, okay, strength, make character strong. Or, you know, like wisdom, make healing character go. And, like, I mean, I know it sounds kind of stupid, but that's really what it comes down to, is that you should be able to just immediately interpret, hey, you know, wisdom makes you wise, intelligence makes you smart, you know, might, you know, strength makes you strong, dexterity makes you dexterous. But that's not how it works in that game. Everything is convoluted. It's like all roundabout. I mean, I think I remember the first time I played Pillars of Eternity, all my characters were wrong. My tanks were getting one shot left and right. I couldn't figure out why. And I'm Google searching on the internet trying to figure out why the hell my tanks are getting one shot. And they're like, well, you should put at least this amount of points into resolve. And I'm like, what the fuck is resolve? My tanks had like 0 resolve.
See, I had that same problem, and you know what I did? I just went with the even distribution strategy. screw it, none of it makes sense. I'm just gonna evenly distribute my stats across all my options and roll with that. Because everything is counterintuitive, and it's like I get a whole bunch of deflection, and my tank gets some negative threat generation, and it's like I don't want my tank to generate less threat.
I went with the my tanks are garbage and I have to kill everything in a very strange way method. Like I would set up fights where my tank would run in and everybody else would just be hiding in the back, and I would pull aggro with the tank and my tank would just immediately run away, and then I would fire off a fireball, like the big giant fireballs, at like the perfect timing so that the tank would be just clear of it, or maybe I would even sacrifice the tank if it was a really difficult fight. But it basically I would just dish out massive amounts of damage before anything even came near me.
Yeah,
and that method seemed to work the best when it came to Pillars of Eternity. Pillars of Eternity was difficult. It was very difficult to understand. Even as a veteran, I felt like I was just lost in that game. Maybe if they had done like a small tutorial about the stats in advance and told you what they did and made it more clear what each individual thing was useful for, it might have been a little less painful, but they didn't. And
yeah, their complicated stat system basically turned the game into a DPS race.
yes.
You need to out DPS them to such an extent that you wipe everything out before it can kill you.
Well, what really bugged me was just like watching my tanks just get absolutely annihilated. I think even after I built Resolve, and this was the part that really kind of bothered me, is even after I figured out the correct way to build the tanks and I actually built them correctly, there were times they would just get one shot. And that's not really about that. Like watching my tanks just get one shot into oblivion. It just seemed like somewhere along the line they I feel like they really hated melee characters. That's what it felt like. I feel like they really hated melee characters.
I don't know, in the first one I played a monk. And that wasn't so bad. Although I basically did just dump everything into might and smash kill as quickly as possible.
He's a good boy. He's the goodest. Who's the little goodest chonchuka? A chonkachuka luka. You the chonkachuka? Does the chonkachuka want some pumpkin seeds? You want some of these? These are good. That tastes like a pumpkins. He said, yes, please. I'll take as many as you got. Here, that's another one. You don't want no more? You won't be a fat chunk chula? Chunk chulas deserve as many pumpkin seeds as they can get. That way you can be the chunkiest. Just shove it in there. Stop shoving pumpkin seeds in my face.
Ask and learn.
OMAC still haven't found a flawed emerald from the other day.
When the well,
Still hasn't found a flawed emerald.
Where's OMAC at?
Apparently he's been searching since yesterday. Found a freaking
Yeah,
found a Soj in like hell den of evil and still hasn't found a freaking flawed emerald yet.
Go back to Tombs and normal.
I told him to kill normal Andy.
That works too. You'll have to transmute up the flawed emerald, or not the flawed shit you get.
I'm gonna go make a flawed emerald real quick and just wave
Mock
it,
him.
wave it in front of his face. I find the best way to find the items that you want in Diablo 2 is to not look for them. That's the best way to find them. You just use the method of ignoring their existence. It works surprisingly well.
In my experience, I never get anything good via, like, Diablo has never given me a single good drop. I have found more useful items on my way to kill Countess for a key than I have from Diablo. Diablo always keeps me drunk.
Mr. NiNi Money. Mr. Nonka Lonka Ponka Donka. Alright. Far on the other side of that pillar were you? That boy was so far on the other side of a pillar, he was in a different dimension. I went around the pillar looking for him and I couldn't find him. I think he was inside the pillar. If that's even possible.
No? Could it be inside the tree? The trees merge with Act 4?
Ow, so much lightning! I got 71 lightning resistance. F off!
It's not enough.
When there's that many freaking lightning horror mages around you, it isn't. Ah, the bosun.
Am I the first to find this arcane fortress?
It's the Arcane Fortress. It's my first waypoint in Act 2. I literally haven't got any of the waypoints the entire way up. I've got nothing.
Approach and let's trade.
At my balm of my wounds. I might have to go get a snack. I'm so hungry. No dual spec. We're going full cold.
I need mana.
You can feed me pumpkin seeds? Oh man. that's legit right there. All right, well I'm in. I like pumpkin seeds. That's why I buy them all the time. Can't remember what I was looking up one day. I was looking up something about like the various kinds of fats or something, and like which one is supposedly good for you, and then I looked up seeds, and I like tried to find like which seeds had the highest amount of like fats that was the good fats and not the bad fats or whatever, even though they're not really sure about any of the fats, but they know some of them are better than others, right? Well, I think I remember like I looked up a bunch of them, and pumpkin seeds ended up being the highest in like a specific kind of fat or something that was good for you. Uh-oh, Darkado's got the animated emote. He's got the eye of the butt. He's got the chinchilla butt emote. Let's see. What does it say on the container? Can't read it. It's all eroded. You got pistachios? I mean, I guess. Are they salted though? I like salted pistachios. I don't want the bland ones. Oh, 7 years late, town shooting my bow. Don't know what I wanna know. I'm gonna shoot it. Shoot my bow. I'm gonna shoot it. If you're feeling fancy, you like the cinnamon ones. Pew 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 pew. This is my whole life. I hope you guys know this. Pew 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 pew. Pew 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 pew. A Ral rune. Now that's fancy. Got a freaking Ral rune. That's a fancy Dan right there. Oh, what's up? He said, what up? Oh, we didn't get it right. Nice. Man, a bunch of garbage down this road. I was so proud of myself the other day. I was at work and they had these little These little mochis or whatever. I don't really know what the hell they are. I think they're just like rice, kind of like turned into a glutinous form, which kind of resembles like a marshmallow, but it's not really a marshmallow. It's made out of rice, and they don't really know how to explain it. They kind of just look like this. Of course, they're green, so they kind of react with the green screen, and then they have like a powder on them or whatever, so they're not sticky. But on the inside is a like a bean. It's like a sweet bean material. But basically, the dirt cheap, 67 cents. They were on super sale. Nothing wrong with them. I don't know why they were marked down. I bought a whole bunch of them. 67 cents a piece? Hell yeah.
Good day.
Yeah, I did. The expiration date is until next year. 2024. March 3rd, 2024. It's pretty far away. It's like, what is that? We're currently in, what, September? Right? So even if we say it's October, so October, November, December, right? January, February, March, April, May, or sorry, March. So 5, 6, so like 6 months away. I bought like freaking 15 of them. 67 cents a piece? Psh, whatever. I'll hang on to them. It'd be alright. I'll eat them when I feel like it. And even if they do end up going bad, maybe a couple of them end up going bad by then. Whatever. 67 cents, I ain't worried about it.
67 cent, 67 cent, 67 cent, 67 cent.
Yeah, the only thing that I can guess is that maybe they over-ordered. It might be an over-order situation, where they might have over-ordered too many. Can you put Mr. Nimoy up for me?
Here's a Mr. Namers. Him is a good boy. Give us a hug.
Careful, he might jump into the cage before the doors open. Yeah. Hey, alright, whole green screen gonna fall down. Actually, my girlfriend made some of that delicious doojanks earlier, and I didn't eat any of it yet. I'm asking her if she can give me some of that bean stuff. Beans. She made the doojanks. Yeah, she made her like a, I don't even know what she made. It's got like beans in it and some cheese and it's got some stuff and some things. And it seems like it'd make a really good dip, but we don't get any chips. Alfred could just eat it. I don't care. It's like chili. It smells delicious. I'll tell you that much. Oh, almost level 25. I'm definitely way behind schedule on here. I was trying to farm some gear, whatever. Okay. I totally forgot that when you run a freezing arrows on, your mercenary is probably one of the safest mercenaries that's ever existed because the monsters are always frozen and he doesn't have to like deal with anything half the time. It's very rare that you come across monsters that aren't frozen, and so he's literally just standing there like, "You want me to kill this?" It's like, I can shatter this guy. I'll shatter him. I'll shatter this guy. I'll hit him right in the face. Like, yeah, go ahead, shatter him. Good. Yeah, do it.
If you play with a freezing arrow Amazon long enough, you get lazy and then forget you're playing a game that's actually dangerous for your character.
Hey, being able to freeze stuff is a privilege.
And a curse.
Might have to go get my own bean stuff. Oh, I did just get some chips, actually. I could probably dip it in there. Maybe some Doritos. Some Doritos. This platform looks different than the normal platform, so I think this might be it. You know, it's crazy. Amazon is so pitiful early on in the game, the boson. Until you get access to Pierce, and your whole character changes when you get access to Pierce. You go from being like one of the worst characters in the game to being one of the best characters in the game just as soon as you get access to Pierce. Because you're fighting 2 monsters, well guess what? Now your damage double. You're fighting 3, well now your damage triple. You're fighting 4, now your damage is quadrupled. Like you just it makes such a huge difference on your damage output.
What up?
What's up, Chunkalunk?
Hey, Josh.
Good riddance. Freak.
Still doing your
I
Amazon.
just off-screened the summoner. Punk. He was firing glacial spikes at me. It was very rude. And for a boson who has no resistances, that hurt.
I'm surprised with all the new people in the kinship you've done a mock ladder.
I mean, we could do a mock ladder.
I mean, are half of those people capable of training?
I mean, we got a lot of people just from D4 that had never even played Diablo 2. That was my only basis on it.
Well, that's why I want them to actually play the game. I don't think a mock ladder is a good place for them to experience the game either.
Yeah, I mean, a mock ladder is really just there for teaching them to go fast and keep moving. Get them used to beating the game on a budget of a rotten ham sandwich.
Yeah, but I mean, you know just as well as I do.
Rotten
a lot of
ham
these people
sandwich.
that we got that are new to it are going to want to join a ladder team.
They are,
and then be upset
that they have to go
because
fast.
they don't.
Well, they have no clue what the hell's going on.
They don't know what's going on. They can't keep up. They don't.
That's why he's been advocating that you should probably go beat the game on normal at least once. Watch the cutscenes, do all the quests.
Oh, thank you.
Before ladder starts. That way you know what's up.
Oh, thank you for the donation, Dino. Dino Dills. I am gonna go get my bean dip.
You can beat the game on normal and not just about any build you can come up with.
I'm going to get my bean dip.
Because once you beat the game on normal, you just beat it again 2 more times on 2 higher difficulties.
I mean, I've been playing a long time. I know. I figured. I mean, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I figured.
Oh, it matters.
I know that we've had people in previous seasons who have, like,
Not played.
new to the game or new to a ladder, period. And then, oh, well, it's not for me, you know.
Yeah, maybe then
Leave in that scenario, and no one's gonna be like, oh no, I'm not gonna, you know, not play ladder with you guys, even though I don't know what a ladder is.
It's a season.
I
That's
know
basically
that.
what it is. I know, but it's for all the people who don't know the difference between a ladder reset and a season. It's basically just the same thing. It's if you played a D3 season or 2 or 3 or 4, that's a ladder reset. They're the same thing. You're starting fresh with nothing. New character. No gear.
I just know we're gonna have a lot of people starting fresh with new character, no gear, no
And then we're gonna go
experience,
fast.
no knowledge,
Yeah.
and wonder why, like, you know, what does this do in my inventory, and what does this do, what's this cube thing, what can I do with it, blah, da, 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 yada, 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 all that crap.
That's why we're trying to convince people to go beat the game ahead of time. We could do a mock ladder, but the question is how many people have enough spare time to actually do a mock ladder?
I mean, a mock ladder is not necessarily a time frame thing.
Getting all the people who
It's
want
more of just, you know, we have no, we're not in a rush to go through, so we have more time to explain things.
Well, I mean, there's always the option of putting all the newbies together. It might seem cruel, but putting all
It is cruel.
What's cruel? What are we? What's cruel?
There ain't no might about it. That is absolutely cruel. Like,
All right, well, I guess I'm just mean.
What is cruel?
there might be like 1 out of 6 of those groups, if there's even 6 of them, that actually make it to hell
What, the hardcore groups?
without.
No.
He said put all the new people in one group.
They ain't gonna make it past Nightmare.
Exactly my point.
You got a point. All right, I didn't think about that. All right, so do you think they could pull it off with a single experienced player?
Not it.
1 sheepdog to 7 noobs?
Not it.
I mean, I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm not. I know you don't want to do it, Sean, but that's because you're old and crotchety.
Sounds like some medieval torture.
I've done it, man. I've been with the groups and I've watched them drop off because they have never played the game. I just think we would not be trying to fly through it, and we would have more time to explain things.
Look. It's not so much that we be going too fast. You got to understand that when you get some new players into a game, they would just be like, it's like Powerpuff. It's like Powerpuff Girls level of play. Like it's like la 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 la. Oh look, here's a rock. That's a pretty rock, guys. You see this
Something
rock?
shiny.
That's a shiny rock. Oh my God, here's an even shinier rock. Wow, what about this rock, guys? La 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 la.
7 DDs from Dexter's Laboratory.
Literally, it's like playing with Dee Dee, like from Dexter's Laboratory. I'm not even joking.
Oh, I know.
And I'm not hating on you, like, hey guys, for doing the Dexter's Laboratory DD thing, because you know the game is fun. It's very fun to explore and like figure things out. But when you pick up like a cracked white item for like the 18th time, and it's like, what about this? This thing's amazing because it's like an elite base, and you've never seen it before. And this is like the 6th time you picked it up and shown it to us. So be like, but I think this is pretty good.
Garbage. Put it on the ground.
Garbage. But we don't want to do that to you. We don't want to just tell you everything's garbage. I hate when people do that to me. Like I want to explore the game. What game was I playing? It was like a little while back. It was like, I think it was Last Epoch. I was playing the game and I was picking up items and everybody was just like in chat and they're like, you don't need to pick those items up. Those are garbage. It's like pretty much all white items are garbage. You can just ignore those. Like you shouldn't click on any clickables because there's nothing good comes from the clickables. And like I was like, they might as well just been playing a game for me. Like I just might as well just hand it over the reins of the game and just let them play.
Yeah, when you join the ladder season, it's going it's go fast time, and I see Chunk's point. He doesn't want a whole bunch of people who have never played the game to join with us and then go, well, that sucks, I'm done.
Yeah, I don't like these guys.
Yeah.
They wouldn't wait for me. It's happened many times.
Well, I
Been here
mean,
since the beginning.
We've had some people that understand that they're new, and they just kind of, like,
dip out.
Well, they hang in there. They just,
That is true. We have had a couple people stick through it.
Yeah. We've also had some people though that were just hopeless. They were just hopeless in terms of like understanding the game. It was so hopeless. Oh my god, it was like.
We've had some people that really get their feelings hurt about it.
I mean, it was like I remember one guy. No matter how many times I explained things to him, he just never would understand ever. I'd be like, so this guy is blue, and the reason why this guy is blue is because the sun shines through the chemicals and the air and the dew jank and comes down and creates the blue sky. And he's like, oh, so the sky is green. I'm like, no, the sky's not green. The sky's blue. Thank you, beautiful lady. Have kisses? Hmm?
You got a drink?
Yeah.
Hell no.
I'm not talking to you, Chunks. You're not a beautiful lady.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
You threatening me or something?
Dang. Oh. Cody's like, I see you got something good there over there. I smell it. I smell that over there. They so good. He got some beans and cheese in there. And then he could probably tell the chemical composition of the food with his nose. It's so good. He's like, yeah, that's some beans. Oh yeah, that's all cheese in there. You got some cheddar. That's my cheddar. Oh yeah, that's sharp cheddar. You got the sharp cheddar in there. That's good.
So speaking of, you gonna play the first few days of this PD2 season with me? Huh?
Me?
Yeah, you.
I've never even touched a PD2 before.
Well, it's a new season. It doesn't matter. It's the same thing we're about to go through in D2R with everybody else, except you're everybody else this time.
I don't want to be everybody else.
Chunks has agreed to let you do the DD thing for a while.
Who's this?
Come on, I'm playing a ice. I'm playing a ice zone now, and you would really like it.
Who's this?
Okay, so can I put PD2 on D2R?
No.
No, because the mods that they use, the hacks that they basically did.
Oh, it's not hacks.
It's mods.
It's mods. And the graphics do look better than regular LOD. At least it's widescreen now. And this ice zone is extremely fun. Whoa, maps. I managed to get 5 sockets on the bow, corrupting it. And I threw a bunch of junk cold faucets in it. antlers. We like antlers.
So tired of these people that just freaking want to hate on Diablo 4 for no other reason other than just to hate on Diablo 4.
I unsubbed from your channel because you were defending the game.
Meanwhile, 3 entire videos later of me pointing out problems with the game. Literally where I go point by point and go, here's a problem, here's a problem, here's a problem, here's a problem, here they effed up, they effed up over here, look at they effed up on this. They definitely shouldn't have done this. I don't know what they were thinking. Somebody was probably wearing a pink dinosaur shoes that day. Apparently me putting out 3 videos literally pointing out all the problems with the game is defending it.
Well, yeah.
Honestly,
shame on you.
Honestly, what it is, and this is just my personal hot take, and if you guys don't like it, you can go shove it up your butthole. Some people just want to hate, and that's all they want to do. If I have balanced, fair criticism of something, they don't want balanced, fair criticism of something. They don't want somebody who's going to weigh the pros and cons of something. They want somebody who's going to hate. That's what they want. Well, if you want me to just recklessly hate something, you're on the wrong channel. That's not me. I'm going to give something its fair shake. I'm going to tell you what's good about it. I'm going to tell you what's bad about it. And I'm going to be fair about it. I'm not going to just simply go, this is bad, hate, That's not me, and it's never going to be me. I'm always going to give you a fair and balanced take on it. I'm always going to go over the pros and the cons. And Diablo 4 does have pros. As much as you guys want to hate on the game, there are good things about it. There's lots of bad things too, and I've gone over both. But I'm so sick and tired of the people that just want to hate. That's all they want to do. If all you want to do is have reckless hate, you can take your reckless hate somewhere else. Unsub. I don't care. Go somewhere else. Leave me the F alone. Go recklessly hate the game on somebody else's channel. I'm sure they'll appreciate the reckless hate that you have to apply.
Good job. Y'all got him riled up. You wouldn't like him when he's angry. Turns green and mean and nasty.
I do turn green.
I thought he turned pink.
No, that was
So if Hulk was a ginger, would it change the color of his transformation?
Nobody wouldn't have a soul.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. Ginger's basically a lich. We all have to donate soul to keep him going.
What the crap?
You find?
My map just duplicated itself for some reason. That was weird. Okay.
Drugs are bad, okay?
Real bad, okay? Let's see. 100% light immune. 19% experience. Ooh, drain life, that sucks. Hour and 13 minutes.
Your character's name is Eye of the Toilet. I'm glad I inspired something. That's right. Eye of the Toilet. Kuba said, I want some of them chips you got. How about that?
Am I actually sharing my screen and not lagging like crazy?
Man, that bean dip's good. That's some good bean dip. It's got beans. It's got cheese. It's got all the beanie cheesy components.
This is the first time I have first weighed the summoner in a long time. I have 4 weighted every so many times.
You don't have to pay for something like that. Don't die, Merc.
What you need?
Man, this is good. This bean dip's delicious. If you're watching, babe, the bean dip is delicious. Bye, you. Got some high quality bean dip. Oh wow, a 3-socket breastplate. I didn't know 3-socket items could be sold in normal difficulty. Have you guys ever seen it?
New every day.
Yeah. Shield, breastplates, splint mails, chain mails.
I'll put that to good use.
I was gonna throw that on my mercenary and see if I could get him to use this this life leech one. I need to get him up to 80 dexterity to be able to use it, so 3 sockets might work. How much is a chip? Flawed? A flawed is 4. He's at 64, so he needs 10. He needs 16 total to reach this Savage Warscythe of the Locust. With 3 sockets, that's 444 is not enough. That's only 12, so that's not enough. So let's up transmute him and let's see if we can get to a couple regulars.
Crap.
I mean, that will give me 1 regular. Which is 6, apparently.
You'd need 3 of those.
6 and 6 is 12, and then 8, so that's 18. So don't necessarily need all of them. Don't have enough. I got 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I only have plus 12 dex. That's not enough.
You got enough emeralds.
I don't have enough emeralds. Need some more emeralds.
Need some more levels.
You could farm Andy for emeralds. But that would be target farming.
Yeah. I mean, they'll drop. I'm not really too worried about that. I was maybe hoping, trying to see if I can get that armor on him before we do Andy. Doesn't look like it.
I'm not gonna have to get a merc until I hit Act 4 Nightmare. I haven't been looking for gear for him.
It'd be really nice if I had my Valkyrie before I'm for tutorial, but
I think I've got a battle branch floating around.
I usually get to hell and I'm still wearing a blue spear.
I crafted a blue spear. in Act 2. It's a Savage Polearm. It's just it's got an 80 dexterity requirement, which is a little rough. But it's got light leech on it, which is great. It's pretty much exactly what you want for a mercenary around this tier.
Usually we're going so fast on launch, I don't even work after throw whatever's on forward to it.
I'm gonna be honest, we go so fast at launch, I generally don't even bother hiring.
Oh, I always hire one. That way we go even faster. 8 mercs, even with crappy gear, freaking, you can knock some stuff down really quick. Especially if they got good auras, or if you're using the Act 1 merc so you get the extra attack rating. And honestly, I think the power of having 8 well-coordinated mercs makes things go even faster.
8 tanks that are better than some of the other characters. Basically got your own necromancer army.
Your mama banished you to the Shadow Realm, and I don't know what to tell you, sir.
Yeah,
Banished
you do.
to the Shadow
Not
Realm.
banished. Tell him he's not banished.
How can I not banish him? How do I do that? He's been banished.
Well, you didn't banish him though.
But if I unbanish him, then he will just get rebanished.
No, so you just have to banish him to the other place.
I don't know if it works that way.
Well, he don't know that.
He said, banish me to the Shadow Realm. They banished me.
All you need to do is use your Millennium Funnel.
That's right. Eye of the toilet, Christopher Leslie.
Or your Millennium Toilet, because we all know you're so rich you've got a gold-plated toilet.
Sound like frickin' Ferengi.
Platinum plated toilet.
Oh, well, that's a lot.
I mean, honestly, the way that gold stays good for such a long time, it's actually not a bad idea to have things gold-plated. They stay good for longer. Corrode less.
Hey,
That's why they do. That's why they do it in computers. Pretty much everything in computers is gold-plated for that reason. Yeah, we always do teams in Diablo too.
We try to split up into groups of 8.
What I normally try to do is I normally try to separate everybody out into groups according to class types. So, for instance, if we have, say, 4 groups, well, if we have 4 barbarians, everybody's getting 1 barbarian. So all the barbarians are going to get split up. If we have 4 necromancers, all the necromancers are going to get split up. We're going to have 1 necromancer per group. In general, I try to build the groups as best I can so that the groups are more cohesive in the way that they work. Group construction is half as important as everybody knowing what they're doing. If you got a bunch of people who are all using the same items and everybody's fighting over the same gear, it's a little bit more difficult to get everything set up properly. But if you have a group where everybody is using different items, then the sharing becomes so much easier because you have things like, say, you know, when a paladin item drops, it goes to the paladin. When an Amazon item drops, it goes to the Amazon, and so forth and so on. And it's very easy to figure out who goes to what, and that way you have a much more, you know, cohesive group too. Also, I try to avoid putting together like freezing characters with necromancers and so forth and so on, so that you don't have them constantly eating up all the bodies.
Cold sorceresses and freezing arrow Amazons don't go with summon necros. You don't want to stack the lightning sorceress, the trap assassin, and the Javazon together, because that causes problems. Some overlap's inevitable, you just want to minimize it.
You just want to put every cold class and the Redemption Pally in there with the big rep.
running a Redemption Paladin, and what kind of a build is that?
Fist of Heavens.
I'm just joking.
Oh, they run Redemption instead of the North Star.
You at least put 1 point into it. 'Cause
Yeah, foe's
it
pretty
helps with
spin.
your mana, then you can run an Act 5 Merc.
Yeah, Fist of the Heavens is pretty spendy.
Just do North Star instead.
Put a Lawbringer on the Act 5 Merc, and you can farm Chaos for days.
Yeah, I don't see any reason to go with a Smite Paladin anymore. And I don't see any reason to go with a Fist of the Heavens Paladin anymore. Now that the North Star exists, it is the best of both worlds. There is no reason to go with one or the other anymore. You get the full damage of the foe and you get the full damage of the Smite in one build. When you build a foe, you're just building foe. When you build Smite, you're just building Smite. The North Star is literally both, with no compromises.
It will no compromises in comparison to their singular builds. Technically,
that's
there
pretty
is
much
a compromise, which is you don't spend points in Smite at all for the North Star, but you get so many plus the skills that it's irrelevant.
Yeah, the Smite skill itself isn't worth investing large numbers of points in now. That's how it's always been.
But I've always pretty much built my bow battle like that, but I didn't gearing like the same way that you would your North Star. I didn't go for like the procs of Holy Bolt and all that.
No, that was just me taking advantage of having the synergies for the Holy Bolt already, which is something that you're going to have.
Yeah.
The amount of damage that it adds is pretty significant.
I mean, that's ever since they changed this to Heavens, that's what I've done with Paladin each time.
I mean, just adding in the principal
Like a
armor.
hybrid.
Just adding in the principal armor is about like I think it's like 2.7k. Like it's per second, an extra 2,700 damage per second on your smite. It's pretty significant. On top of that, your friends can stand in the holy bolts that come out the other side and heal themselves, which is also pretty hilarious.
All I know is to give me a paladin to play other than Hammerton.
You gotta go
It's
with
easy.
the self-cast Tesla then.
That's easy. You'll never see me with a hammer down.
I made a Hammerton, it just never. I can't get into a Hammerton. I quit in early hell.
I have a very just. I mean, I know it's awful, but I just hate them. I really do. I hate Hammertons.
They don't bother me.
I've hated them since LOD.
What have you hated?
Hammertons.
Oh.
Cannot stand them.
Why? What is it about them?
That's, I mean, bots mainly. That's whenever the bots were really starting to get annoying to me.
Fair.
Because every one of them was a Hammerton. For a long time.
You mean that level 93 teleporting Hammerton?
Yeah, that
to
takes
ladder?
him like 0.5 seconds to get to the throne every time.
Yep.
And he's like, no, I'm
Do you
a
guys-
real person.
Do you guys remember that patch when dragons were so overpowered that you could literally just stand there and like P8 cows and that would just melt the P8 cows? You didn't have to do anything. You didn't have to attack or anything. Just the pulse aura would just murder everything.
Couple
In
patches
LOD?
ago, yeah.
This was in D2R.
LOD or D2R?
This was D2R.
Yeah, a couple patches ago, yeah.
Yeah. So people were actually arguing that that was legitimate gameplay. And I had to pull out the whole like bot card. I'm like, you do understand that this is basically like completely no brain gameplay, to the point where you literally have to do absolutely nothing but stand there, and you're basically just setting up like the ultimate bot essentially. Now the bot doesn't even have to attack anything. Now the bot doesn't even have to do anything. All the bot has to do is walk, and everything just dies. I'm like, you're basically setting up a passive character. And I think that's one of the main things that people have with Hammerden. The main issues with Hammerden is Hammerden is so easy that it's almost in the passive category, because once you get it set up high enough, once you get the damage high enough, you pretty much just cast a couple hammers and everything dies. And it's very close to that, where it's basically almost like a passive character that you almost don't even have to even think or use any brain power to play.
I agree that if you want to go through the process of making a character that doesn't have to do anything and spend all of that wealth to get it done, I don't really have a problem with it.
You're talking about the Holy Fire Paladin?
Yeah, like, it doesn't necessarily bother me how do I put this? If something is extremely expensive and extremely powerful and extremely boring, let people do it, I don't care.
I mean, you can get a hammer to going with pretty much nothing.
Right, but the Dragon Paladin, that really
yeah.
only functions with what? 2 Sir runes?
I mean, I heard that.
2 Sirs and 2 Lows.
I heard that argument.
And a Chom.
As far as I'm concerned, if it's that big of a problem, why not make it 2 Zods? Or, you know what I mean?
I mean, I've heard that argument before, back when the patch was going. They're like, oh, it's so expensive anyway, just let him do it. No. I'm sorry, yeah. The passive gameplay, 100% passive gameplay, should not be allowed in any video game whatsoever. There should never be a situation where you set up a character and you can just do this and kill everything on the screen. If your hands aren't touching the keyboard, if you can kill everything in the game without your hands and your either hand touching a keyboard or a mouse, and your eyes closed while you're humming a ditty, that is not legitimate gameplay and does not belong in the game. I'm sorry. I don't care how expensive it is. I don't care if you paid $5,000 real dollars for it. It's still not allowed. It should not be allowed within the game.
Do you play RuneScape?
No.
Okay. I suppose it's a difference in mentality, because I played some RuneScape for a while, and AFKing, fishing, and mining was always...
That would be considered botting in most games. Even if a player does it.
Well, it's not, and I like to do it. I like to fish for food and watch Netflix. I don't necessarily view it as a problem.
I mean, that's the same exact thing that mobile games do. Like, you realize that's like straight up into mobile game territory, where it's like, all right, do a mission, click the button, okay, all right, auto missions, it's just gonna run the mission for me every day. It'll just go ahead and do it, and you log in like 5 days later, and you got like a whole bunch of stuff sitting in your inventory for like a mobile game. I mean, that's mobile game territory.
And if people enjoy it, I don't really care. Mobile games annoy me when it's like, oh, you've reached a certain point, you need to give us $5,000 or you can't continue.
Okay, but what we're talking about is that Hammerden is such an easy class that literally that's the reason why bots would pick it.
Yeah.
Nowadays, what's the main one that they pick? It's Blizzard Sorceresses with the Cold Center.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, when it comes to a freaking Holy Fire Paladin, if you could do, like literally just stand there and murder everything without doing anything, that just makes it even easier for the bots to just auto farm. Having mechanisms like that within a video game that allow you to just sit there and auto farm materials or anything without being able to, without needing to have any input whatsoever, you're basically just handing bots the reins to just farm equipment. I mean, you're using a RuneScape example. How many accounts do you think on RuneScape are probably using that very same self mechanic just to auto farm gold? And they're doing it legitimately within the game rules.
It doesn't bother me all that much. Most people in RuneScape just kind of sit around and talk to your friends and watch Netflix and mine and fish when they need to mine and fish or whatever. Go find an easy monster that can't kill you for combat experience. The process is the same thing, basically. Most players do it just for entertainment, just to kill. Besides, it's not like you're ever going to get rid of the bots. It's a constant arms race that...
It's not like you're ever going to get rid of criminals. So, you know what?
That's
Let's
true.
just leave all the doors unlocked. And nobody ever lock your cars anymore. And the banks
No.
don't need vaults. Let's just put the money right in the center of the hallway so you can just walk in and pick up whatever money
You're
you
never
want.
going to get rid of
And
the bots.
and
So
let's
there's
just
little-
go ahead and let's just make laws that say that it's okay. You know, if you break the law, it's no big deal. You don't even have to go to jail. Like whatever.
I mean,
It's-
do you live
it's
in
whatever.
California? Do you
Because that's basically what you're saying. You're like, it's not like we're ever gonna get rid of the bots, so let's just make it really easy for them, so they don't have any trouble. Let's just, you
No.
know what? Just hand them the keys to your car next time.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Just,
What
just
I'm saying
hand the
is you're
keys to your car directly to
bots
them.
are always going to find the easiest class to play, and they're going to play that.
Exactly. And if the
And
easiest class to play is
that's
actually
the case-
relatively difficult,
If that's
if the
case,
easiest class to play is actually relatively difficult, then guess what? The easiest class to play still requires a significant amount of input. If you make the easiest class to play so easy that even a caveman can do it, then that means they can program more bots and they can have more of them running at one time. And they have to have
So-
less supervision, which means that now they can farm
By-
even more items and they
by
can
that
sell even
theory-
more and flood the economy. Diablo
that
2
theory-
was an example of this. They literally flooded the economy to the point where it was absolutely insane. And
That's true.
and they used Hammerdens, and they used the fact that the game was old and they could run like 7 clients on one computer. And with the
So-
combination of fact that they had super easy to play classes and the ability to
By
run
that
multiple games on the computer at the same time, they literally flooded the economy until nothing was worth anything.
by that theory, we should remove Sunder Charms and the Hammerden from the game, as well as the Javazon and the Summon Necro.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to removing the Javazon, the Hammerden from the game.
Okay, so remove the Cold Sorceress has to go too, as well as Sunder Charms and the Summon Necro, and
The bots would never play the Summon Necro. It requires too much patience. It requires it's too slow. It's not even a passive character. You can't even just sit there and farm things. You actually have to pay attention to what you're doing. Resummon your skeletons when they die. Apply curses. It's nowhere near as passive as, say, a ridiculously broken Holy Fire Dragon Den, which can just stand there and do nothing.
Still, my point remains that all the sorceresses have to go, and the Hammerden, and the Jabazon.
No, you just remove teleport. Done. Guess what? All the bots now have to walk like everybody else. And you know what happens? Now it's ridiculously difficult for the bots to get anywhere and do anything. Because instead of skipping the game, they would actually have to do the content. To get to Baal, they would actually have to go through Worldstone Keep. To get to Diablo, they would actually have to kill all the stuff in Chaos Sanctuary. And then it becomes a scenario where instead of them skipping over all of the game, they would actually have to play the game. And forcing them to play the game would diminish a large percentage of what they would be able to obtain. And you could do so just by simply removing teleport from the game, and then the bots would have a much harder time.
Teleport and Enigma have to go.
As soon as teleport and Enigma go, the bots would literally be stunted. They would have hardly any farming capacity whatsoever, because they rely on that teleport to get them everywhere. You're talking about every single bot is using some sort of map hack program. They know where the entrances are. They still know where the entrances are, right? But without teleport, they wouldn't be able to get there. They would actually have to run there. They would actually have to kill things. They might die over and over again on the way. With teleport, they can skip over everything. They don't have to fight the Death Lords. They don't have to fight the Glums. They don't have to fight anything.
So, I agree with removing teleport. I think that's a compromise we can agree to.
But the thing is that you can't just hand the reins of the frickin' game to the bots. You gotta fight them somehow. Making things difficult is one of the first steps that you can do to fight bots. It's one of the main things that actually works. Because
making
when
things too difficult is also how you lose players.
you don't have to make things too difficult. You just simply make things not so easy that literally a bot program can do it all in advance from the back end.
That's fair, but if everything has to be so complicated that only a person can do it, half the fun of playing video games and just turning your brain off and stabbing something is no longer fun.
I mean, basically what it comes down to is programming infinite variables, right? So when you're trying to program for infinite variables, it's next to impossible. You just don't have what it takes to program for infinite variables. You can't program for every single monster type. You can't program for every single like combination of effects. What about when it's amp damage fanaticism? What about when there's might and conviction? Like what's going on there? Like what if it's clones? What if it's ghosts? You know, what if these monsters are so fast that they're catching up with me? You know, blah, blah, blah. There's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of different variables that come into play when you actually have to fight the monsters. But the problem is that they're not fighting the monsters. They're just teleporting directly to the destination. If you take away the teleport, guess what? Now all of a sudden, they've got a program for hundreds of variables of all these monster types that they've got to fight along the way. You can't skip past everything. Not everything can be run past. Not everything can be skipped. Even if they program their bots to try and run and try and evade.
Hey, I'm completely on board with removing teleport from the game. That doesn't bother me. I don't usually play Sorceress or get an Enigma, so this doesn't impact me at all.
I mean, and you don't even necessarily have to remove teleport. Even if you just added a delay onto it, it would still stunt the bots. One of the simplest and most effective things that you could do to teleport that would absolutely kill the bots but not remove it from the game is add a delay onto it so that you can't spam it. If you add a delay onto it, what happens is the bots will teleport into a dangerous situation and not be able to teleport out. And since the bot program doesn't know what to do in every single situation, it's going to die repeatedly. The 2-second delay will get them killed all the time, but it will not get players killed all the time. Players will be smart enough to react and know what the hell's going on. The bot is not going to be able to react to every single situation. And with the 2-second delay, they won't be able to teleport out.
What's up, Pimpin'?
Hey, Chunky, how's everybody doing, man?
I'm good with that,
talking. I didn't
Irene, I would be totally fine with the killing of speedrunners. I have absolutely no interest in that part of the community. Man, I like it. I like enjoying the game. I like taking my time. I like actually, playing the game. I've never been the kind of guy who likes to skip over everything.
It sure would make PvP more interesting, wouldn't it?
Oh, PvP used to be very interesting back in the day before teleport.
Just get toe to toe and do it with run speed. Probably make them a heck of a lot shorter.
From my memory back in the day, it was actually pretty challenging. There were certain classes that just didn't have a chance, unfortunately. Without teleport, there were some classes that just could not compete. But it was more fun back then.
You see what just dropped, Pippin?
No, I didn't, man. It's so small. Good
Sacred
God.
armor.
What is that?
Unique.
PD2?
Yeah, unique sacred armor.
What'd you get?
Templars.
Boo.
Boo.
Well, on here it has a level 6 to 8 Might Aura when you put it on. So it's really good for a merc.
Oh yeah, you're playing PD2.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm completely on board with completely removing teleport. I'm good with that.
Okay. Well,
That's why I say people.
It's not happening.
That's why I said people wouldn't. People wouldn't like me. People wouldn't like me if I was a dev for D2. I would have teleport would have been gone first thing.
Man, there has been bots in this game since Abraham Lincoln was president.
That'd be like my first day in office and like the Diablo 2 dev. I'd be like, all right, we're removing teleport.
I'm almost convinced that it's underpaid Blizzard employees that are running all the bots.
I tell you, there's not a one bot on here.
I disagree with that. They're not smart enough to code them.
Yeah, there is that. I'm so desperate waiting for this to start, man. I'm over here killing a world boss in D4, or just got through.
Play PD2 with me come Friday.
Is that a new season?
Uh-huh.
What is that, man? An add-on to the pre-D2R?
It's a mod for LOD.
Good lord, those graphics, man. I wonder why they can't.
Because they won't let them
mod it.
No, they won't let them do the TCP or TCIP on D2R.
Hey, they won't let
it. Did you get your internet squared away?
No. No, it's just not having a moment right now.
Still having to climb up on that pole like the dude in Green Acres?
Man, I would.
Green Acres is the place to be. Green is the life for me. Oh, Chunks knows that one.
I'm from Kentucky, of course I do.
Is that where that was filmed?
No, I don't think.
Land
it's
is
possible.
Out far and wide. Give me that fiber optic line.
That's good.
That's Chunks' line right there.
That was good.
That's Chunks' line.
I wish they'd get that to you, Chunk. It's definitely nice, man.
It's never gonna happen.
It happens here in January.
Well, you know what? I don't like you.
Oh man, see what you did? See what you did?
I live in Missouri, so I do believe we were one of the first places to get fiber optic like 10 years ago.
Yeah,
it took them forever to get it in my house. It took them for freaking ever.
Google started putting it down in Kansas City.
Matter of fact, man, I was running Spectrum, and every night about the same time, my upload speed would go just so far down that all my TVs and stuff would start lagging out and stuff because we cut the cable. And I'm like, oh no, not during football season. I ain't gonna be having this. So I called their tech support, and the lady who was helping me actually had the gall to say, well, mister, what are you uploading anyway? And I said, huh?
Porn.
It doesn't matter what I'm uploading. The problem is, and I had a little meter on my phone that would tell me. I could sit there and watch my upload and download speeds, and every night about the same time, my upload speed would go down to like 1 meg or something, while the other side was like 400.
What
download.
time specifically?
It's probably 8:30 Central Time.
Prime time?
Yeah, prime time.
Mm-hmm. That's why.
So anyway, I cut them, and I ended up calling, and AT&T had just installed fiber in my neighborhood. As a matter of fact, I think I'm still the only one on the port because my neighborhood's nothing but a bunch of old people.
Yeah, they don't need internet for much.
Man, my next door neighbor's been paying $50 for Yahoo DSL since, good lord, probably since it came out.
Yeah, if you're not careful, they won't even upgrade your internet. They don't care. They don't care about you. They literally will just let you have the same garbage internet for like 5 years. They'll be like, oh, that's what you signed up for. That's what the contract was for. Like, you don't understand. This is the internet that you're paying for. This is it.
He's probably late 70s, and he has no clue about how to go and search for better internet. As long as it performs and does what he wants to, I'm pretty sure he ain't gaming over there. But I am. Plus, I cut all the cable too, so basically, if my internet goes down, my house gets real quiet real quick.
No, it's not always correct. Some of the companies will actually upgrade your internet. I'm not saying it's always that way, but there are some companies that are really scummy out there. They'll just leave your internet as exactly what you pay for. So if you
I
signed
think
up at
what-
1 megabit, you signed up at 1 megabit per second, and you did that like 5 years ago, and you're still paying, and you never actually called them up to like renegotiate the contract, you like still be at 5 megabit or 1 megabit. They would never bump you up.
Another sneaky thing they'll do too is they'll get you when they start you. They'll start you out at like $59.99 a month, and then 3 or 4 months later they'll up it, and you have to keep calling them and saying, "Hey, I need the new rate. I need the new rate." It's kind of a pain, but.
Well, it's also your modem too. A lot of people don't know this, but certain modems are compatible with certain firmware versions, like dots. I think it's called .sys or something like that. Is the terminology they use. So if you're using an older modem, you can't actually get access to a lot of the times the newer technology that they have available for the internet systems. So like you might be using like the oldest dirt like modem that literally can't even get access to any of the new software. And even if they wanted to give you the new faster internet, they can't because your modem is not compatible with the new .sys. And yeah, .sys 1, 2, and 3. So if you have like an older .sys modem, you're just SOL unless you call them up and get a better modem because you can't even handle the faster speeds. Your modem's not set up for it.
You go fat bottleneck.
But yeah, I think the point is that
cows?
of that guy saying that they
Yes.
always do it is really simple. They have a financial incentive not to upgrade you. Because you're paying more for less. Why would they want you to ever pay, you know, less for more?
I was going to go next door and actually let my neighbor, the guy, know, but I'm afraid he would have no idea what I was talking about, even if I told him.
I mean, it really depends on the company. I think Cox is usually pretty good about upgrading you. Charter, on the other hand, maybe not so much.
I think AT&T owns the lines to my house, so it's the only fiber I can get is
3
AT&T.
scrolls of Town Portal from Therial. And an ethereal spiked club.
Check it out. Geet shows up randomly in some of these maps as an event. And like gives you a list of items you can buy. They're all 1,000,000 gold.
This is not good.
Guaranteed
Will this
unique.
ever end?
No, when you have an older modem, they don't tell you. Like, I know from experience. I think I had an older modem one time. We had it for years. It was just, it just worked, and we just never bothered to call them up or nothing. Called them up one day because I was having an issue with something. I think the internet just went down, and the guy's like, he was like, "Wow, you're still using like a .sys 1.1 modem," and I'm like, "What does that mean?" And he's like, "Well, we're on to .sys 3 now. We should probably get you upgraded." And I'm like, "That would be nice." Upgraded my modem, and like my internet speed like shot through the roof. But since my modem never died, never needed to be replaced. Who cares, right?
Yeah. If it works, don't fix it, right?
It's not like they would have sent out like a... You'd think they just send it out, right? They're not just going to send it out to you. You got to call them up.
They're not going to help you out of the goodness of their heart.
Now, if you call them up and they check your modem and they're like, "Oh, you got a 1.1 .sys modem. We need to get you upgraded." That's a different story. But they're not going to call you up on the phone and be like, "Hey, we think your modem is outdated. We'd like to send you a new 3.0 .sys modem." No, they're not going to do that.
War traps.
They ain't going to do that.
Yeah, they'd have to be paying people money to do that, and they definitely won't do that.
Well, it's equipment costs, right? They don't want to have to spend all the equipment costs. So if they can make sure that you're still using an older one, they're gonna let you use the older one until you call them up and ask. If you call them up and ask, that's a different story. A lot of the times when you call them up and talk to them, they're more than happy to help you in that
My
case.
neighbor, man, he pays like $5 a month or something for modem rental. He's been paying that for 20 years.
Oh,
He's paid for that modem over about 25 times probably.
I bought my modem. I hated the stupid rental fee thing, and I went and bought mine. And I told them I bought it. I gave them my serial number and everything, and they were still trying to charge me the dang fee. They still were charging me the fee, even though I bought my own modem.
I had a different experience. When I got internet to the place I'm at now, they wanted to charge me a rental fee, and I was like, nah, I'll just go buy one. And they were like, never mind, we'll just give it to you for free.
Good grief.
The minute that you show any form of technical savvy, and they're like, ah, never mind.
The only reason that I say that you buying them, that doing the rental fee from the company is okay, is if you're in a place where your modem's frying all the time, because then it's up to them to replace it, and you don't got to worry about it. So, so like if you got like lightning strikes all the time or something, and your modem just seems to constantly go out, you can just be like, "Oh, my modem's out. Please send me a new one." And they're like, "Oh no, we gotta, yeah, here you go," and they just send you one, and you don't got to pay for nothing, because guess what? They got to foot the bill.
Yeah, that last time I got him out here to bring my new modem. Of course, I didn't do it on purpose, but I could have. I forgot to turn the antenna back on when I reset the router.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, it won't boot up at all. Like, there's no service. Then I hung up the phone and I said,
Come back out and replace it.
Yeah, they brought me a new box. I mean, I needed one anyways, but I was like, oh yeah, I kind of forgot to turn the antenna back on. Not gonna tell them that part.
I got a weird layout with my house, so I have these little things called air ties. Basically, they're just little repeaters, and I got 3 of them in my house, man. And I have a swimming pool in the backyard, everything. I can walk back out there and still have plenty bandwidth.
Rich man with a swimming pool in his backyard.
Man, that swimming pool is a pain in the butt. Is what it is. It's like you ever heard somebody tell you that what boat really means? Break out another 1,000.
Yeah.
That's exactly like a swimming pool is, man. Because I don't have a swimming pool guy. I am the swimming pool guy, and I guarantee it's $6,000 or $7,000 worth of chemicals per season. Yeah, and I don't treat it at all. I cover it and just leave it during the winter, and then completely empty it and pressure wash it when it comes back time. But them things are expensive, man, and they're a pain in the butt too. Because I'm getting a little bit too old to go out there in 105-degree heat and sweep and vacuum that thing.
I've heard that salt water is easier to take care of.
Yeah, they have these like copper, zinc kind of filters you can put in that do a pretty good job too. But
you need less chemicals with salt, because apparently what they do is so the chemical formula for salt is NCl or what is the chemical? Table salt.
Sodium monoglutamate.
So basically it's what is it? NaCl, which is sodium chloride. Chloride being chlorine. So the chlorine, the same chlorine that you would use to make your pool not be horrible, is actually in the salt already. And then you get a special filtration system which actually causes the sodium and the chloride to separate, and then it uses the chlorine in the salt to clean the pool. It's NaCl. It's like a whole thing with the salt pools that they kind of just work better. Salt, you're more buoyant in salt too. I'm not sure if you've ever swam in a salt pool, but you float easier. It's like way easier. So it's a lot more.
So fat I float regardless.
It's a lot more fun to go into a salt pool because you float a lot better. On top of that, you also I think you also need less chemicals in general for dealing with
that episode of Idiot Abroad when Carl went to that freaking lake in Egypt or wherever it was, and it was like pure salt, and he's just floating out there like.
You also don't get that horrible chlorine burn in your eyeball thing going on either, because it's and the way that it treats it is different. I mean, yeah, there's chlorine in it, but it's not, since it's sodium and then the salt and then the chlorine separates and blah blah blah. It doesn't, like, when you get it in your eyes, it doesn't hurt as bad.
Crush flange.
I think the initial investment is literally just getting the salt to put into the pool.
I don't have any of that fancy stuff like that.
It's just salt.
You're fancier than my inflatable pool.
I can't stand it though.
Whatever works.
The girlfriend, she wanted to do a pool, and it's just like nobody goes out there and takes care of it. and then I don't even swim in it really all that much. I'm a redhead. I don't we don't do that
And you know
stuff. We burn.
The really bad part about it is, I know where I live, it gets so hot during the summer that, you know, the straight sunlight hitting the pool evaporates the chlorine faster. So if you decide that you're going to be lazy for 2 or 3 days, you can bet the next time you go out there, you're going to be out there. Yeah, you're going to be out there extra long.
Yeah, well, I mean, that was my problem. Is it never gotten taken care of, so it would just turn green real fast, and then nobody wanted to swim in it, and it was just a waste of money as far as I'm concerned. Just a whole big giant waste of money, especially since nobody really even took advantage of it or took care of it.
We got two fairly young grandkids, and they love it. So my wife ain't trying to hear. I want to cover it up and make a storm shelter out of it. Put 1/2-inch plate steel on top of it, and make a chemistry lab or something. But she ain't trying to hear it when we got my grandkids, because they love it.
You got a fence around it?
Oh yeah. They have codes. You have to have a beeper on both your doors on your house my house that lead out there, and you have to have a fence I have a chain on my fence, so there's no way you can get through my fence. But there's really no kids anyway, but they make you have that whenever you go to get them initially.
Oh, and tons of kids have died because they wanted to get in the pool. They were excited, and then they go drown. I did a big old construction job on a house down in Moyock, North Carolina, and that's literally what happened. The lady had a kid. The kid climbed over the fence, got in the pool, drowned. Apparently, she went into a depression. I don't know what happened exactly, but there was a house fire, and that's why we were out there, because we were fixing up the house from the house fire. But they had the whole pool in the backyard being dismantled because, you know, she was after her kid died in the pool, she was over it.
Yeah, I imagine so. Sometimes, or I guess most of the time, the homeowner can be held liable too if it's not secure enough. But I also have, when you walk out my main door to go to the pool, you walk into probably about a 20-foot by 20-foot screened-in back porch with two doors on it that also lock. So they'd have a heck of a time getting all the way out to the pool.
You're just telling me that you're a very rich man.
No, I'm not rich, man. My house was built in 1960. We just been making improvements. We've lived here for 30 years, and we've just done stuff to it as we lived here.
Didn't you know he used to be a pimp?
That's right.
That's how he made his fortune.
Big pimping, spending cheese, you know.
Except he didn't spend
how he
any.
met his wife.
Yeah, he didn't spend any of it. He saved it all.
Well, it was nice, man. I just recently, probably 4 or 5 years ago, got my house paid for, so that was a huge deal. So now, no matter what the government or anybody does to me, I have a roof over my head at least.
No, they're going to come after you with the taxes, yeah.
Yeah, they're ridiculous here too, because we live fairly close to a Grand Prairie High School here in Texas, and it's ridiculous. It's like $3,500 a year.
You have to pay real estate tax in Texas? That's something.
Yeah, Texas, you got to pay a house tax. I don't know, that may be what they call it. I know we pay a tax every year just to live where we live. And we've had them come out several times, and they'll lower it. That's how cheesy they are. They get you this real high rate, and the only way you can reduce it is to call them and say, hey, I don't agree with that. And they'll send somebody out here, and he'll lower it by a little bit.
Oh, no, I remember one year, like, the city was struggling, and they just went ahead and just upped the value of, like, all the houses. So they could get more taxes out of it. They're like, oh, your house is now suddenly worth like $1.1 million.
A 3-bedroom, 1-bath house. I know, that's crazy.
Like, wait a minute, 1.1 million? I don't think that's right.
Are they really doing this season 5, man? They're not giving us nothing new. I wonder if they're doing that because the last season kind of was halved by D4.
I get the feeling they're doing it because nobody at the company has time to update D2 with the D4
debacle.
Yes.
Pimpin' Sean. Sean said, sounds rich to me. I got 2 cardboard boxes taped together.
I live
what kind of tape, though?
So.
Is it a good kind of tape? Because, you know...
Is it Gorilla Tape or is it duct tape?
Yeah, is it Gorilla Tape or are you just using like some like office stuff that you stole from somebody?
Have you ever seen the Whitaker family on YouTube?
No,
Good lord.
I don't watch rich people stuff. It reminds me how disconnected from reality they are with their pools and their fenced-in backyard.
The Whitakers, man,
the
Whitakers are an inbred family that actually live in Virginia.
What's up,
I can't remember. I can't recall the name of it, but they're all related to each other, and it's really screwed up, man. And they're you talking about messed up people? Good lord.
And they talk about people from Kentucky being inbred or Tennessee.
These are in the
I'm right here, buddy.
These are in Appalachia. They're in Appalachia and Virginia.
I know. That's why I brought it up. I was hoping you could clarify the scenario.
Yeah, I'd clarify something for you, all right?
And I bet their internet sucks too.
You're not dating your cousin, are you?
That's actually what happened with these people here. I don't think they didn't realize it was going on. But
We're all
my butt may have a date.
There's a reason I don't have a girlfriend. It's because I'm related to half the women in town. Two of the biggest families in my town married together, so now it's, I think,
yeah, but relation by marriage. Relation by marriage doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, well, yeah, but half of them are still like cousins. It's just like, I'm not gonna bother.
What is it? Is it third? I think it's third cousin. I think third. Anything past second cousin or like think third cousin. There's like no actual relation between you and the person. It's by marriage only. At which point there's no actual relation there.
My great-grandfather had like 14 siblings, and he married his wife had, I think it was 13 siblings.
We all related? I mean, we all are related, really. I mean, that's my defining theory. Like, there's all this stuff from all these different things that talk about how people are like really old back in the day, like hundreds of years old, not just 100, but like hundreds of years old. Some of them even reaching like 1,000. And my general theory is we're all just inbred hicks. Like there was a pure human at some point, and we did live thousands, like 1,000 years. But then, like, you know, in the beginning of the days, they probably had no clue what like genetic hierarchy was or anything, and there's probably like sisters marrying brothers and all sorts of other crazy stuff. And that's how we ended up only living 100 years old, because we're all inbred. All the original ones lived for like 1,000 years. We're just all inbred, like relative hicks.
Well, I guarantee if you search the Whitakers on YouTube, you will see exactly what happens when that happens. I watched it and I almost couldn't even believe it.
I mean, if you think about it from an idea of if there was originally just two humans, right, and they had babies, well, then who were those babies having babies with? Obviously, it was probably like a brother and a sister, or a brother and a mom, or something, or a sister and a dad, or something effed up, right? And then from there, where do you go? Then it just gets even worse. Then it's just like cousin to brother and sister to it just the aunt and uncles start getting involved, and then it gets even worse. And I mean, at a certain point, you got to realize that if it started from a very small population, that it probably did end up in a situation like that, where there was genetic like deformities and things that were going on because of inbreeding within the family.
So what you're telling me is that a stepbro thing is perfectly natural?
No, I'm saying that we're already all effed up because of it. That's what
You're saying if we go back far enough in everybody's family tree, we're going to see each other.
Pretty much.
It's not a family tree.
That's why in the future, like, say like 200 years from now, 400 or 500 years from now, whatever, and like somebody does like a genealogy, and they're like, oh, I was related to Elvis Presley, and then somebody's like, like pretty much everybody's related to Elvis Presley at this point. Like, if you go back far enough, I mean,
that's already proven. Like 30% of the U.S. is related to Charlemagne.
Yeah, I mean, it's you go back far enough, we're all related. How far we want to go back? Are we going back 1,000 years, 2,000? Are we going back 3,000 years?
Oh, baby, that must be why I like him peanut butter and nanner sandwiches.
I'm going back 10,000 years.
Nah, just 500.
Honestly, even just 500 years. I mean, I tell people this all the time. Like, I know that generational things seem important to some people, but when you go back past, like, maybe, let's say 4 generations. When you go back past 4 generations, you're not really all that related to the person that was 4 generations ago. You got to think it's a mother and a father. They make a kid, right? Then that kid has if it's a guy, has a woman, right? Makes another kid, right? And then another person who's not related to you has another. It comes involved, and then, like, 4 generations later, you've got 4 other people who were involved in what's going on that aren't in your family tree, that just popped into your family tree. And the further back you go, the more people that aren't related to you come into your family tree. And then you have a direct lineage, right? But then you also have the branching lineage of all the various people that came to make you, right? So how many great grandfathers do you have, right? Like, it ends up being kind of crazy when you look at it from that perspective. There's literally just, like, you go back, say, I don't know, 5 generations, you've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Like, it starts to stack up on the number of people that are actually involved in creating you.
It doubles every time.
And you're just getting absolutely insane in the number of people that were involved in your creation.
I'm convinced they all regret it.
I had a great-great-grandfather one time I used to go visit as a kid. They lived in DeRidder, Louisiana, and her name was Beatty Ovader, and his name was Elijah Zebedee. And these people here were just, they burned their trash in a big hole in their backyard. He had a big old freezer that he turned into like a worm that he used for worms to go fishing with. Did you guys ever watch Yu Yu Hakusho? Seemed like it.
Anybody watch Yu Yu Hakusho?
Don't knock the Amish, because when the nukes fall, they're the only ones that are going to be left.
So in Yu Yu Hakusho, there was a thing called the atavism of the Mazoku, which is basically where the demon put his DNA in this lady, and the DNA just sat there and it did nothing until it found the one who was worthy or whatever, right?
A host strong enough to
exactly. Well, in the actual real world, there actually is something like that. It's actually something that it actually does happen, where you will have almost like the exact genetic structure of somebody from the past, and in that case, you are kind of directly related to someone from a long time ago. When that occurs, it's very strange, and you can see it. Like, there are actual real examples of it happening within the real world, where people look identical to, like, someone that's 4 generations back. It's like that exact genetic structure was just like, there you go. Now the baby's just going to look exactly like his great-great-grandfather.
That would be me.
And you pull up a picture of, like, your great-great-grandfather, and you're like, wow, he looks exactly like me.
Holy moly.
But it's an interesting phenomenon when it does happen, because you're literally looking at a case of, like, wow, I'm identical. Like, what's going on here?
You're just a clone. In the reality of the situation is you're the clone being grown for organs for your great-great-grandfather.
He's gonna come harvest them at some point when I'm ripe.
Yep.
All of a sudden you get a bad. All of a sudden you wake up one morning and you have to go to the doctor because your side hurts, and he tells you have a bad kidney, and you're like, I don't even drink. And he's like, rummy.
Genetic.
They're not lizard people. The conspiracy theory isn't lizard people.
Who's not a lizard person?
I'm not.
Why is it when my decoy dies, she makes like sparks, like she's made out of like molten iron or something? You guys ever notice this? There, look. Let me zoom in. Look. When she dies, she makes like sparks, like she's made out of like molten metal or something.
Like an iron golem. Wow.
They probably just stole the animation from that.
Let's see what she looks like in the old. Yeah, in the old game, she's got a bunch of sparks too.
I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened.
Well, it's actually kind of crazy to think because that means sometimes you can be made up of random genetic, things within your parents. Like if they have one has blonde hair, and one has, like dark eyes or whatever. But like it. And then there's the other side of the equation where instead of being made up of random traits from your parents, it's just like, bam, here's like a whole person. Here's the entire DNA structure from your grandfather.
Clone.
You've been cloned. And maybe it's more complicated than that, but that's what it seems like.
They're probably going to come out at the last second and introduce the new season as the Malignant season in D2R. And they're going to make everybody have to use these, what's that heart called? The barber.
Man, the barber heart. What a stupid heart.
What a ridiculous.
That thing is stupid.
It's so OP, it's retarded, man.
I don't even know what they were thinking with that thing. They might as well have called it the atomic bomb heart.
Pretty much.
Boom.
I think everybody's going to be in for a rude awakening whenever that goes away, though, if they base their builds around that too much,
And there ain't no way that thing's making it into the actual Eternal Realm.
Yeah, probably not.
Like
at this point, there'll probably be enough people complain about it. They'll be like, "Oh, okay."
If there's anybody left,
there's no way that thing's making it into the Eternal Realm. It's too broken. There's no way to balance. There's no way to balance that thing. It's completely unbalanceable.
And rarely do I ever see any more than just me on here.
I heard the guy who designed that season got fired. The Malignant Heart season. I heard he's gone.
Oh, an interesting interview that Llama had with that Eric guy that does Moon Dust, I think it is. That looks like that could be a pretty good game.
Yeah, I've been doing videos. I've been doing videos on that since it was announced.
He interviewed the guy that created D2, I guess is the guy that's doing it.
Eric Schaefer.
Yeah.
Yeah. Eric Schaefer is one of the that's in charge of that project.
man, I don't know what's going to happen when all of the people who made some of the best video games all pass on. Then there's going to be nothing but the
D4 everywhere.
Yeah.
All right, we got this game half finished. Here it is.
I hope you like it. Now give me $200 for it.
We don't care, by the way, since we made like $600 million or something on sales the first week. If they never do anything to this game and pick the whole world off, they still made their money.
I don't know. I'm optimistic that Microsoft is going to take over and literally just completely flip the script.
The only real thing I don't...
certain that Activision Blizzard is getting bought by Microsoft?
Yes, Activision Blizzard is getting bought by Microsoft.
I actually like the game. It definitely gets repetitive, though.
Yeah, but all ARPGs have that.
That's what I was going to say. That, I mean, doing Mephisto runs gets a little repetitive too. It's just
okay. Doing Mephisto's runs gets repetitive, but when you run Worldstone Keep doesn't get repetitive. It's like different almost every single time.
That's true, but that's because you've got so many different monster types.
Exactly.
I think the best part of the new season is we're going to get in bigger groups, man. We're not just limited to 4 people a group. That'll be the fun part.
I think one of the biggest issues with Diablo 4 is the 4-player groups. And I don't know how you can get around that other than increase the group size and hope it works out, but I have a feeling that they probably couldn't even if they wanted to.
They can't even increase the stash size, let alone the party size.
They can't get resistances right. I'm going to set and wait for 6 months to a year before I touch it again, and then.
I mean, I have to go back on season 2 and see if they fix it.
You do, but that's because you're a content creator. I don't have to worry about it.
And then I have to get yelled at by all the people that say that I'm defending the game. Yeah, I can't wait to hear from all the people
haters, aren't there?
who want to tell me how horrible a person I am because I'm supporting Diablo 4. I just can't wait. Oh golly gee.
Hey, have
There
I
are
told
some
you
haters
how
for sure.
of a person you are lately?
What?
Have I told you how horrible of a
Oh,
person you are lately?
No, not lately.
Because
Have I
thought
told
I would,
you lately that I
remind
hate you?
I got a comment from a guy the other day who was literally just like, I don't even know. It's almost as if like I was responsible for everything. Like this boy laid everything on me. Like I was responsible for Diablo 4, that I created it, that it was my fault that Diablo 4 failed. That Diablo 4 didn't fail because I said that it didn't fail. Apparently, I don't know where I said that.
It wasn't as bad as that guy that was telling you how to eat proper that one time, was it?
I don't know. It was pretty
That
bad.
guy was in there telling you, "No, I've seen you, Ginger. You don't eat healthy."
I know I banned the guy. I know that.
I'm like, what? I think 3 or 4 people jumped on him and said, "Hey, man, you were talking about the wrong thing at the wrong time." He just kept
the first
going,
one to jump on him.
going, and going and going. He's like the Energizer Bunny on that. Like he was Jack LaLanne or something on a personal.
He just I think
no
Chunks had
throwback
Chunks had the best like shutdown too for it, and he just walked right by that shutdown like it wasn't even
Kept
there.
right on going.
He just kept right on going. What did Chunks say? Chunks said he's like, hey, he's like, I don't think Ginger asked you anything. he's like he didn't actually ask you anything. Like you're just going off on a tangent. Like he didn't actually ask you a single question about any of that. Like so just stop. He's like just he doesn't want to know. If he wants to know, he'll ask you.
Do you remember the guy that had the meltdown over you letting your dog run around in the middle of nowhere?
As a guy who apparently has never lived in any place where frickin' there's a neighborhood where dogs exist. I don't even understand. And he couldn't understand the difference between a dog that runs around the neighborhood who lives in a household and a stray. He kept saying strays, and I was like, we're not talking about strays. We're talking about dogs that live in a house that roam around the neighborhood every now and then and do what they want to do. So
When you've got a bunch of neighbors that each own a little bit of land, you just kind of let your dog run around and nobody cares.
I mean, he's not, it almost gets to the point where it's not like it's your dog. It's like the neighborhood's dog. Like everybody loves him, so he just goes around and gets snacks from everybody. It's like a neighborhood kid. Like when you were younger, I don't know, for those of you who actually lived in that country, if you were the neighborhood kid, you just kind of ran around the neighborhood and everybody knew who you were.
I'm like, oh, that's the Johnson's boy.
Go to your granny's house and get some milk and cookies.
Well, at this point, I think we're reaching the point where some people grew up in an era where, how do I put this? You don't go outside anymore. You don't go running around because there's internet, cable, and TV and stuff. So
Yeah, well,
you didn't go outside to entertain yourself.
There's a reason why some people just don't understand certain things, and it's because they grow up in the city and they've never lived in the country. And to be honest with you, it does create some very stupid and very embarrassing situations where the city boy, and I'll have to say it this way, the city boy doesn't understand how things work in the country. And I mean just some of the most basic, simplest things like growing food and taking care of animals and things that anybody should know about. And they make these decisions based upon like ideas that they have in their head of like how food is grown. and just completely forget that it actually has to be done somewhere, and that there's people actually doing it on a regular basis. I mean, if you live in the city and you've lived in the city your entire life, and you've ever gone to a grocery store and picked up an apple and eaten it, then you literally owe somebody on a farm somewhere, literally something. Like they spent time and effort to grow that and then bring it to your table, and without them to grow it and bring it to your table, it doesn't get there.
I take it you're talking about the people who go, yes, but where does the food come from? It's at the store. Are you stupid?
Yeah, it's at the store, guys. Obviously. Duh.
How does the food get to the store? What are you talking about? It's at the store.
Mr. Haney takes it to Sam Drucker's general store.
And then, you know, it's not only that, but on top of that, the food doesn't get to the store magically, using that as an example. You know, it's something that has to be brought there, right? So then you have the truckers. So the truckers is the whole thing, and people don't understand logistics. Without the truckers, we'd all be dead. They bring everything. They bring everything. The food, they bring the water, they bring the frickin' goods. Like they're literally 24 hours a day, they're trucking something.
Yeah,
if all the truckers went on strike right now, we'd be in dire straits. I mean, we'd still have some trains to move some stuff, but trains are generally not used for produce these days. They're generally used for coal, like big heavy objects. They're usually used for things that you can't ship by truck.
Or shipping super long distances, like from something from one end of the country to the other.
Yeah.
There's no point using a tractor trailer for that.
Well, don't they basically, they'll unload those big boxes off the giant crate, those giant ships that bring those big giant boxes full of goods in? They just dump those on trucks, don't they?
Yeah, those are usually literally
containers?
truck containers. Yes.
Yeah.
They literally are truck containers that they put onto. I think they put them onto a wheel set, and then they just mark them for transport. The trucks come and pick them up.
I went deep sea fishing in one time in Galveston, and one of those things got not even really close to us, but semi-close. You would not believe how huge those things are.
They're like
a freaking. They're like a freaking Empire State Building on the water, you know?
Yeah, they're massive.
Laying on its side.
Have you ever seen
huge.
Have you ever seen the Australian truck trains? So there's I don't know if it's something that happens in other places, but there's apparently what's called a truck train. Let me see if I can find an image of it real quick.
Talking about a convoy?
No. It's literally like one truck that's pulling an insanely large number of containers. More containers than anything probably should ever pull. This is just an example. I've seen more than this, but this is a truck pulling 1, 2, 3, 4 containers. But I've seen them that are pulling like crazy amounts, and they're basically they just go in a straight line from one place to another, hauling almost train level amounts of containers.
Those almost look like livestock holders, with the windows and stuff on it.
Road trains in the Australian outback. Here's a good image. Let's take a look at this one. It's kind of a bad quality, but this is a truck, and it's got 1, 2, 3, 4. It's got 4, and there's another one behind it with another 4.
Are you surprised it's bad quality? It's the Australian outback.
I was probably taken by a koala on an Instacam. On an Instacam.
That thing's pulling though, isn't it?
Oh yeah,
imagine how much all 4 of them weigh.
Here we go. Here's another one. Look, and it even says road train on the front. Look, road train. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 on that one.
Do you know about the Australian emu wars?
Yeah, I've heard of a bunch of the stuff with the Australia things. The mice plague, the freaking frog plague, the pig.
Australia had an emu problem, so they sent into the military to deal with it, and the military lost. To emus.
Let's see here. I'm trying to see if there's a listing on here. It says the term road train is used in Australia specifically to contrast a semi-trailer pulling one trailer. Instead, it's a very basically beefy truck that can pull upwards of 200 tons is what it says.
Yeah, I mean,
Get her done.
some of your tractor trailers can pull like 40,000 pounds, so 10, 15 tons. Some of them get up to like 80K. Depends on what's in them, though.
Everybody got a pretty good idea what they're going to do for the new season.
Here we go. Okay. All right, so this is what I was looking for. This is what I'm looking for right here. Check this out. So this is on the Wikipedia page. So apparently there's different classifications of road trains with different trailer arrangements. There's an A class, B class, C class, D class, E class, F class, G class, H class, and then finally the K class, which is the special Australian mining tipper road train with limited transportation, which is hauling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's got 7 trailers on the back of it. The AAA quad, possibly also the BAA, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's apparently there's also like smaller trailers that go in between the bigger trailers. Maybe it gives them more maneuverability. I don't know. Apparently it's all about trailer arrangements. And they got all the different models in here. Speed limits. The Australian National Heavy Vehicle speed limit is 100 kilometers or 62 miles an hour.
Good Lord. 62 miles an hour coming at you with 200 tons.
Oh, it ain't stopping, that's for sure.
Look out.
I don't even think you could stop a road train with 200. If it's got 200 tons, well, I don't know what kind of brakes you got. You'd have to let that thing roll to a stop. Probably be safer.
No, you just strap a jet engine to the front.
You'd have to use Newton's law and do the equal and opposite reactions and run into something that weighs 300 tons.
The small ones are dolly trailers mainly for turning. That's what I thought. The smaller ones did look like they were probably for turning.
Yeah, they give them a little bit of a zero radius kind of deal.
Well, I imagine those things are probably hell on a ham basket to frickin' get around them. Hell in a ham biscuit.
Now I'm hungry.
Good. You sent a super chat, Sean? I didn't see anything. Nothing over here on the alerts.
I'm looking at the clan in deep with all those members, and I'm the only one online playing right now. Out of however many hundred of people there are. It speaks volumes.
Yeah, the deer do the same thing here. They eat the farms to nothing. They're rude. They're very rude.
Pigs, man. Wild pigs.
Man,
yeah, they do more destruction than that. They'll actually eat everything and tear your land to shreds too.
And eat you and your kids if you're not careful.
I still remember the day I got fired from Canon, which was a long time ago. I came home from work and my dad was in tears. I didn't even tell him I got fired. He didn't know. My dad was in tears because he had spent like 3 weeks planting his garden. You know, he does like tomato plants, peppers, squash, all sorts of stuff. He had just got his garden planted. He had everything ready and it was starting to sprout. And in the middle of the night, the deer had come and they ate his entire garden to the dirt. I don't just mean ate the plants or, you know, like ate the fruit on the plants. They ate the fruit, they ate the sticks, the stems, everything all the way down to the dirt. and even started eating into the dirt to like get more out the roots and stuff like that. They ate everything. When he went out there after he had done all that hard work, and I mean, my dad was literally in tears. I mean, I can imagine after doing 3 weeks of work in the garden, plowing, tilling, planting, seeding, watering, all that stuff for the animals just to come and destroy everything. So that day, I remember, I didn't even tell him I got fired. I pulled up my sleeves and I went into the garage and pulled out a post hole digger and we got to work putting a fence up. And I put a fence around his garden so that he could replant and hopefully not have the deer come eat all his stuff again.
Well, I can tell those guys how they can control those hogs, man. If they'll get them a good, healthy population of Komodo dragons, they'll control that. They'll control that boar population.
Anacondas. We already have a problem with them in Florida. Why don't we just ship them to Texas where they can eat the pigs?
I was watching some of those little short videos on YouTube the other day, and somebody was actually owned these Komodo dragons, and he would feed them like small pigs and small goats, and they just bite them, and then a couple of days, a week or so later, the animal's so weak from the infection, then they just swallow them whole.
Yeah, because they got nasty. They got nasty mouths.
Zooks, man, I couldn't even hardly watch it.
Nasty mouths.
Yeah, they are just ruthless, man. They eat each other.
Well, they don't care.
No, they really don't. It's like alligators, man. I've seen several videos of alligators eating each other's legs off too, because there's so many of them stacked in there, and they're all trying to get.
Yeah, I don't.
A little small piece of meat.
Yeah, I don't see anything, Sean. I'm checking on my doojank list right now. Let's see here. Super chats. Yeah, the last super chat I have is from Dino Dills for $1.99. Which was a little while ago, about 2 hours ago. So yeah, I don't see anything right now, Sean. Maybe it'll come through. I don't know. Maybe.
The polite super chat amount is $3.50.
$3.50? The bean dip was good. You kidding me? I mean, I ran out of chips, but and I started eating some of it with a spoon. But it was delicious. It certainly killed the hunger, that's for sure. Rub that hunger right out.
Ginger, you decided what skill you're going to go with, man? Strafe or multi?
What, for this character?
Yeah.
Freezing arrow.
You're copping out, huh?
Copping out. They chose the boson. They chose the boson. They chose the boson. I'm doing the boson.
We all know what the freezing zone can do, though.
Okay, yeah, but think about this. First off, I'm not going to have access to a sunder, so it's going to be more difficult than you think. Every time
no doubt about
every time I come across the immune to cold monster, I'm going to be SOL. I've got a plan for it though. I'm going to go Valk. I'm going to see if I can rely on the Valk to help me kill some of this stuff that is immune to cold. That way it'll be kind of like a fizz/cold situation. I think that the addition of the Valkyrie will be pretty nice. Oh, there you go, Sean. That one popped up. Here's 10 then. That's $3.50. Also, it was about the monster dog eating a whole can and a pine cone and passing it. I still can't believe it. Yeah. He ate a pine cone, pooped that out. He ate a tin can, pooped that out. He also ate an aluminum, you know those like aluminum pie, aluminum things, like when you're done with it and it had like a pie in it and you like crush it up into like a little aluminum foil ball. He ate one of those one time and pooped that out, dude. Angelic Saber. Something completely useless to the good old Zanizan. I've No, I don't think there's any way I can get good use out of that. Pooping pine cones. I started talking about pine cones and Cody got up. He said, "What about pine cones?" He said, "I like pine cones." He said, "You got me a pine cone? Pine cone? You got a pine cone? Pine cone? Pine cone?" Cody, you want a pine cone? He said, "I will eat anything." What do you got? Pine cones? I like pine cones. Has the pine cone grown into a tree? Probably. Peace out. Oh, Kubas, boobas, why do you do this to me? Oh, Kubas, boobas, why do you have a pickle tree? He said, "What's a pickle tree?" Cody.
I got so bored the other night, man. I was watching a guy do a PoE stream, and it took me about 5 minutes before I was completely and thoroughly confused and know exactly why I don't play that game. That game does have a killer trade mechanic to it, though. I'll give them that. You just look up items and make your offer and whisper to them right there, and everything's done. You can get what you need within minutes.
No, but you asked what everybody's planning to do for ladder start. I'm planning on running a dragon.
I think I'm gonna do the
Playing a
barbarian.
trap assassin, man, and Chunky gave me a God, what was that sword that helps out the trap assassin? Can't remember. Maybe it was a
Crescent Moon.
Crescent Moon. Yeah.
Whoever's gonna be in my
I
group
got
is gonna
that.
sound like a 70s porno. I'm gonna be in there all raw, 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 raw.
I guess that means I have to be in your group because I'm naming my character Andy.
Anybody have a solid beginner's guide for season 5?
Go, go, go.
I mean, when it comes to season, the season start, I have guides on all the characters. It really comes down to picking characters that are more skill based than not skill based. But if you're gonna be leveling with the kinship, it doesn't matter. But if you're gonna do a solo start, you do generally want to choose a skill based character over a non-skill based character. It's
and
just
somebody that has access to multiple damage types.
boobas. It also helps to have a meat shield if you're doing a group. Having like a necromancer with summons, even if the necromancer's completely useless and can't kill anything, it doesn't matter. Like as long as the summons can stay alive while you kill stuff, it's such a blessing just to have a meat shield that can take the damage while you
Keeps all the aggro off of you on them. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah, it works out nicely.
I was gonna do that.
The only downside to the necromancer meat shield is that like when they go to if they go to town and they don't tell you, like you'll be hiding behind their army, you know, you're like protecting yourself from the damage, and then all of a sudden they teleport back to town and all the army goes with them and you're like, ah.
I was gonna do summon Necro, but I was enjoying that trap assassin. She was pretty strong.
I mean, Assassin has gotten a lot of buffs over the past couple patches.
Plus, she's so strong in Act 1 too with her fire traps. It's ridiculous. You can level real quick.
Oh yeah, the fire traps are broken with the next hit delays. I mean, if you wanna, you're gonna do necro. Here, let me give you a video here. Necro, I choose you.
Are you running Necro solo or with the kinship?
Beep. Here you go, BGEL. This is my ladder start guide for the Necromancer. Necromancer, I choose you. Little Pokemon do jank too. Who's the duck? Man, I really wish I had.
They're so easy to. They're real easy to stack magic find on too because they're just so. They don't rely on a lot of.
Oh no, you just
crazy gear.
Throw on literally every magic find piece of equipment you got on. They're like, what you got on? Well, I got some angelics and such. You're like, what do you got on? Oh, a bunch of blue crap.
But it's all magic find.
I see Chunks found the soundboard.
All the decent magic find stuff usually has plus to skills of some sort on it, like Scolders.
He's over there giggling too. Do they got any fart noises on there?
No.
No fart noises? Oh man.
What soundboard did you find? And how
You don't have any sound. You don't have any sounds on yours.
Not a captain.
Oh, is it only captains?
I don't know.
I've never heard it before, but I did just a minute ago. You thought you were. Boy, that could be relevant. That could be relevant in a lot of places, couldn't it?
Yep.
Next time someone starts arguing in voice chat, then I'm just gonna open this up and start clicking buttons.
Hey Cody, guess what?
Is there a laugh track on there?
Cody said, don't want me. I was a dog. Don't do that.
No laugh track? That's unfortunate.
I like to think that whenever you talk to a dog, they listen to what you say patiently, and then after you're done, they're like, "But I's a dog." You do I's a dog, right?
I always blame it on that.
I's a dog. I mean, I understand.
Where do I get sounds from, Ginger?
But I's a dog. Where do you get sounds? What do you mean? Add more sounds in there?
Yeah, to your Discord. You don't have any.
I don't know.
I have to choose a file.
I have never explored the soundboard before. Oh, it says I can add sounds?
Yeah, you can add, but you'd have to have some kind of file for what sound you're. So I don't know, like what.
Upload custom sound reactions that anyone on the server could
compatible.
use. Nitro members will be able to access these sounds in any server on Discord. Huh. I mean, I'd have to find them, I guess. I might have a sound or two floating around in here. Hold on, let me...
Here's the top 7 free soundboards for Discord. Came out July 20th, 2023.
Wah, 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 wah.
So, you're definitely going to put the hub opening on there, right?
Clownfish voice changer? Wow. Bunch of voice changers. Voice fonts.
How's Wolfie been, man? You guys heard from him at all?
Yeah, he's been on a couple times.
I hadn't been on in a minute. My myself.
Playing on PD2 with me a little bit. We beat hell.
Trying to see if I can download
Walking through it.
like a fresh meat or something like that. Let's try this one. Is this the right one?
Fresh meat.
Okay.
There's one on barricades. Because I'm in that Discord. He's got one for the butcher. I assume that's what it is. But I don't have nitro, so I can't use it.
My merc's gonna
Heidi's
die
got
while
a
I'm
lot
over
of
here
them.
playing around. There you go.
Just found some
So now
805
butcher
pair-
fresh meat is in there.
Fresh meat.
I don't see it.
I just uploaded it.
Oh, yep.
Fresh meat.
Y'all can't be playing that while I'm in these nightmare dungeons. You'll have me skittish in here.
Fresh meat.
I just found an 805 ancestral rare pants that got damage reduction from distant, damage reduction from close, and flat DR all in the same armor.
Alright, so we can get, let's see if I can find Not Even Death Can Save You From Me. That's a good one too.
Not even death can save you from me.
Dunk, did you ever get
You
your
need to make-
sorceress to 100?
You need to make one.
What?
It's called Doojanks.
Doojanks?
Yep.
What should I say on this Doojanks?
I don't know.
Doojank and Doojank land from Doojanks?
If you can upload that and put it on there, I will abuse the crap out of it.
We got the Doojank. Alright, let's see.
I
I've got.
can't hear them though whenever I click them.
Alright, so I've got gold drop sound effects.
Why can't I hear them?
I can hear them just fine, trust me.
I can hear
I
them.
know. Well, you click one though,
Because you've been spamming them. Spam.
but I can't hear.
I'm
them
trying to
even when you
upload
click 'em.
new ones. Are you busy spamming the old ones?
Fresh meat.
Yeah.
See, like that.
Well, you yelled at me. I was upset.
Now there's gold drop and Diablos in there too.
Where's the sound things?
Upload Eye of the Toilet. That's kind of long.
I don't think it'll let you put a whole song in there.
A gift for you.
I bet the voice mod ones are hilarious.
I sense great sorrow and misery.
Accessibility. I have to have voice mods turned off or something.
I don't know. Uh-oh.
Die.
They got a lot of sound effects in here. Most of this is Amazon. Why is it all Amazon stuff? Who's got the Amazon fetish?
Oops. Did I do that?
Oh, okay, they got like everything in here. I don't really know so much. Meh.
Soundboard. Oh, yep, I do have it turned off.
Fresh meat.
Oh, yep, I can hear him now.
Yay, now he can annoy himself too.
With a gold drop.
Is that D2 gold drop or D1?
I don't
like D1.
I don't know. It's one or the other.
I think it's
No.
D1.
Here, let me drop some
It's
gold in
more
game.
jangly. It's-
Let me drop some gold in game and let's check it, okay?
I think it's D2.
I'm going with D1.
I think it might be D1, yeah. What's the matter, Boobus?
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Ain't nothing wrong with a little D1.
I was just curious. No, there's nothing wrong with it. It's an amazing game. Okay, you need to add a whole lot more. Or at least send me the link of where you found all those.
What, the
I'll start.
files? I only found there's only a couple of them so far. Alright, let's make a stealth. Stealthy, stealthy, stealth. Because we gotta be stealthy.
Well, that run walk would be nice.
Actually, I was thinking about making it for my Merc. The faster hit recovery is very nice. Yes, Boobus.
Bada bing.
Boobite. Boobatron. Boobabos. Alright, Koopas. If you give me a howl, I will give you everything that's in this bowl. That's a lot in there. But you gotta give me a howl. Alright, we gotta do the howl. You ready? We gotta go, ow! Come on, Koopas, let's do a howl. Say, ow!
He normally waits for you to start singing to him some song that he doesn't like.
That's not howls, though. That's just him talking back.
Well,
I mean,
potato,
he likes
potato.
to talk back. He's a talk back and talk backer. He'll talk back. He does that. He's good at that.
Well, that was long. That did not sound like a cat.
You heard that one, though, right? He's a... He's singing songs. He sings songs. His favorite song is "Nobody likes me, everybody hates me. Might as well go eat worms." All right, Chunks. You like Kubas so much. I'm getting a Kubas T-shirt made. So since you like Kubas so much, you got to get a Kubas T-shirt. A Kubas the Monster Dog T-shirt.
Well, I'm pressing buttons on this sound. I have no idea what you just said.
I said Kubas the Monster Dog T-shirt.
Send it right on over. That's just nasty.
You gonna buy it day one, BGE? Well, it's coming out. I already got it on order. It's on the do-jank. It's coming down the pipe. It's coming down the pipe. It should be out before ladder, I think. As long as the guy don't take forever to design it. I gave him the general idea of what I wanted, and we'll see what he comes up with. A Chinchilla sitting on his head. He'd eat him. Boobus, what is a matter? Your mama banished you to the shadow realm. She banished you all the way to the shadow realm. And when she banished you, she said you better not step on my toe when you walk through the door. Why do you got to be so bad, Mr. Boobus? Why do you got to be so bad, Mr. Koobus? You going to sing with me, Mr. Koobus? Gotta take a song and sing along. Now he's frowning again. Now he's doing his frown again. Monster dog frown. Banished to the shadow realm.
Poor guy.
I hear him. He is having a hard day. It's a hard day. He only got one Chick-fil-A McNugget. He didn't get to steal a milkshake, no. I gave him some cream from the top of the milkshake, but he wanted more. He wanted more. He wanted to chase the cat and I wouldn't let him. Which away is family, but he wants to eat her. He's not very nice to anyone 'cause he steps on their toes and he doesn't care at all. He said so. He said, what does that have to do with whether or not you gonna give me the treats that you got? What's the treats? He said, you gonna give me some of them treats? Maybe I give you some of these beans. You want to fart? You want to fart a lot? Because these beans is gonna let you fart a lot. You want some farting beans? He sat down and everything. He said, yes, I do want some farting beans. He said, give me some of them farting beans.
He may run you out of there in a minute. He may turn into a poison necro.
Here, look. Farting beans for you. Take some farting beans. There, go ahead, take it. Take the whole thing, farting bean boy. Oh, Gibbon! Let's go get my rare ring and see if it's garbage. She will definitely banish him if he starts farting. Oh no. This magic ring does me no good. Yeah,
It's going to be Kubus the Wind Druid.
Not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. The Wind Druid. More like the Poison Nova Necromancer.
Hey, I just found my 500th Mother Embrace.
Yay! Oculus. It's good for magic finding. It's also good for getting your randomly killed. It's good. It's good. I use mine for pre-buff, so I don't have to worry about getting randomly teleported all over the place.
I need a key.
It's never the dog's fault. Did you hear that, Cody? They're defending you already. Man, my ad revenue is so far down ever since Diablo 4 decided to croak. I mean, I got tons of Diablo 4 videos. It's not like I don't have a bunch of Diablo 4 content. Diablo 4 croaked and literally friggin' all my friggin' money went with it. Uh-huh, I hear you, Kubus.
Steam decks are on sale.
Steam decks are on sale? I already have one.
I know. 20% off, though.
I'm actually going to add a little bit of Doojanks in for this t-shirt project. We'll see how it, let's see, downloads.
What's the last thing you played on your Steam Deck?
Starfield, actually.
Really?
Yeah, Starfield plays pretty good on there. It's not bad. It's playing in bed. Ever since I pretty much finished on stream, I still want to play it. I mean, that's... I don't really want to play it on stream anymore because I know you guys aren't interested, but the, I still like playing it though, so.
It's only the 512 gigabyte one that's 20% off. The 256 one's only 15. Can you use external drives on those?
For what? Oh, you can upgrade them. You can upgrade them. There's whole guides on the internet on how you can upgrade them. I check them out to see which model to buy. But there you can buy like NVMe drives. You can upgrade the size, and it's not that difficult either.
Yeah, all these are NVMe. I just didn't know if you could use like an external drive or if you could only put internal.
There's a micro SD card slot, I think, but no. Other than that, no.
You can't like plug a USB
I don't think you'd want to.
portable drive in it.
Not really. Not unless you just wanted to use it as like a desktop computer at that point. I mean, like, for instance, there's a docking station. There's a couple different docking stations you can get where you can hook it up to a monitor, and then you can hook up like a keyboard and mouse to it, and it actually kind of functions just like a PC at that point.
Yeah, there's one on there, the Steam Deck docking station.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of how it goes. Like, if you wanted to do it that way, then yeah, you might be able to hook up some sort of external device that way. Kind of takes away all the mobile part of it, but yeah.
I mean, you wasn't really using mobile though, you were just streaming.
For me, when I was streaming and stuff like that, I was using it in the dock, but like normally I use it as a handheld. But that's just because the only way for me to capture the, the actual picture is to, is to hook it up to a dock and then run the dock through my monitor so that I can capture the image. I mean, you could totally use it as like a desktop computer though. I mean, it seems to be a pretty decent little desktop PC. If you do go with a SD card though for size, one thing I do recommend though is you get a decently fast one. Cody, buddy, what's the matter? Do you gotta go Peppadoodus or something? Do you gotta go Peppas? You don't seem very excited. Normally when I ask if you gotta go Peppas, you spin around in circles, do a dance. So obviously that's not it.
I have returned.
Look at all these people in here. And Bob's AFK as usual.
Bob's sleeping in his keyboard as usual.
Cody. I guess
Can
I'm
we convince Bob to change his name to Meatbot?
to Beanbot.
Meat.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna take Cody out to go potty.
I banished him to the AFK inactive realm.
What Millennium item did you use to do that?
Captain's power.
So the Millennium's captain's hat?
Do what?
The Millennium captain's hat.
Oh, no.
The Shadow Realm banished you to the Shadow Realm. Yu-Gi-Oh! Reference. Millennium Puzzle. Millennium Eye. Millennium Rod.
You're speaking Japanese to me, man.
Well, that's because it is an anime.
Oh, yeah, I don't do anime. Sorry.
Uncultured.
No. Just never did like the whole Dragon Ball and anime and Pokemon and all that crap. I never cared nothing for it.
Alright, well, what about Full Metal Alchemist?
Never played it.
It's not a game.
Saw
it's an anime.
Full Metal Jacket. No, I don't watch like anime. Period.
I'm gonna have to talk you into watching Full Metal Alchemist.
Hey, good luck. Ginger's been trying to get me to watch any kind of anime at all the whole time I've been in his Discord, which is like forever.
Oh well, then
And it hasn't happened.
We're gonna ramp up the pressure then.
No, I'll just mute you. No, I don't care anything about it. I don't know. Never have.
An excellent way of telling stories.
Well, there's all kinds of ways to do that.
That's
I don't know,
true.
it's
it's
not.
second only to
I have no
books.
interest in it. I have no
You
interest
read?
in it. No, not very much. I have to, if I'm doing that, it has to be something that like I thoroughly enjoy, but that I'm like actually interested in. Other than that, it just feels like schoolwork.
Did you read The Lord of the Rings?
No. No, I watched the movies. I watched like the old cartoon. It kind of like skimmed
Oh,
around
the
a little
old
bit on
cartoon.
it, but I didn't.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't like read the books. No.
How about the audiobook? You might want to look into getting into audiobooks. I hate reading myself, but I enjoy audiobooks.
The only books that I ever really read and had like that actually kind of got me into it was whenever I was a kid. I read the all those Narnia books.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I had to read one of them for one of my classes, and I don't know, it interested me, so then I just got the box set and read them all.
Well, I guess that means you gotta do Harry Potter next.
No. No. I won't even watch those movies. I've seen enough of them, and no. No. Nope, I missed that. Thank God. That was like my little cousins. That was their generation there.
I think
got
the first movie
Harry
came
Potter
out
and
when
all
I
that
was-
crap.
When I was like 11.
Yeah, I was done getting in trouble at that point. I mean, how old are you?
I'll be 31 in a month.
Okay, yeah, I got like 10 years on you.
Yeah, I'm
Almost.
40.
39.
I'm older than Chuck.
Yep.
You don't sound like it.
I feel like it.
Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is good, but Full Metal Alchemist is not. Do not watch the original Full Metal Alchemist anime. It's garbage and should be erased from the planet.
You know you ain't got nothing to worry about with me on any kind of anime.
Well, that's sad. That's very sad.
We're safe here.
That's
We're
very.
safe here.
It's very sad, Chunks. It's very
I've been
sad.
trying for a long time.
I ain't trying to tell you, teach you to watch an anime. I just don't think it's sad, but
You live in a world of depression that you don't understand because you haven't watched it.
you're just never going to be the Pirate King. Okay, you're never going to be the Hokage. You are. You're never going to reach Super Saiyan. All right.
Well,
you're never.
It's like you just said.
You're never going to hit
or
Super
something.
Saiyan God. All right. You're never going to You're never going to be the.
Part of the reason I didn't advise him to try Naruto or One Piece is because he said he didn't like DBZ, and it's like, okay, so let's go for something that's more of a storytelling, philosophical anime, something like Ghost in the Shell or.
You kidding me? DBZ is highly story. You just got to watch it from the beginning. There's so much story involved in DBZ, but I've already gone over this with Chunks, and Chunks doesn't care.
No, I mean, like I
He doesn't
respect
care.
y'all's,
He doesn't
I
care.
respect your fondness of it, your enjoyment out of it. I don't share it.
As far as I'm concerned, it's no different than reading a book. It's no different than watching a movie. It's no different than anything. If you
well, I
if
guess-
you ever read a book and you enjoyed the book, it's just another way of telling a story.
I guess I'm a little weird in that I prefer Full Metal Alchemist and Ghost in the Shell and stuff like that to Dragon Ball Z.
As long as you don't prefer Full Metal Alchemist instead of Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, you're fine.
Brotherhood was more concise and did a generally better job.
It wasn't just more concise; it was just a much better anime all around.
No, that's because the original writer didn't. What was it? They wrote like the first quarter or whatever of Full Metal Alchemist, and then they didn't finish it for like 5 years. So the people who were running the anime just took the concepts they had from the first quarter of the series and tried to make their own ending out of it.
It was terrible. I still have scars from watching that anime, like
What is
physical
this that
scars on my soul.
You don't have a soul. Quit lying.
Okay, of the souls I stole. Okay.
Now you're just torturing people.
I stole some souls today. They are going to pay. I'm going to take them down and kill them all in the hay.
Ghost in the Shell tends to focus around a central concept explained through many different conflicts across the series. It's
Well, no, Ghost in the Shell is a specific feature of the story. The anime's title is Ghost in the Shell, right? What does Ghost in the Shell mean? Well, Ghost in the Shell is referring specifically to the main character. The main character of the show is a little girl who died inside of her mother's womb. She was dead. Her mother was dead, and she was fast dying. And they found the mother dead with the baby inside. And they took the baby out of the womb, but she died. They then transferred the consciousness of the baby into a construct so that the baby would no longer be dead. But the baby never got to live as a human. She has always been. She is the first. She's basically the first creature in existence that never had a human body. Everybody else that was transferred into a robot or an android or whatever you want to call it at some point in time in the show was a human at some point. They knew what it was like to be alive. They knew what it was like to have a body. She's the only one in existence that is a ghost in the shell. She's basically a mind that never existed in the real world that suddenly now has, access to everything. And when I mean everything, she's basically hooked up to the internet. She has access to literally all the world's knowledge. And she basically spent her life inside of the construct. So she is the ghost in the shell.
Right, and the whole one of the key themes of the anime is, does such an entity have a soul? It's action-based, but it also has a lot of philosophical roots. That's why I like it.
A lot of the stuff that you don't know about her, though, is that because of what happened to her, she was basically in hock to the city. So the body that she got was not inexpensive. It was not cheap. And apparently one of the conditions of her getting the body in the first place is that she owed the money back. So she had to join the military. And when she joined the military to repay her body, she did eventually manage to repay for everything that the government did for her. Like, it took a long time, but she was able to repay it all. And then the Ghost in the Shell movie, I think, takes place after the point at which she obtains her freedom. Some of the earlier animes and things like that actually take place before she obtains her freedom, and she's still working for the military.
But do you think she has a soul?
I mean, I really don't know.
Depends on if the Countess drops one, I guess.
I mean, we could go back to the Baldur's Gate 3 argument, which is the Mind Flayers, which are very similar in many regards to the Ghost in the Shell situation, where the Mind Flayer takes over the person, and then the Mind Flayer retains the memories of the individual that they took over. But according to the BG3, theology, the Mind Flayers do not actually retain the soul of the individual that they take over. They just retain the memories. The soul moves on.
That makes sense, because technically the original person is dead. That's the whole philosophical question. Is the consciousness the soul, or is it something else?
Well, and then other games have also taken this on as well, like, for instance, the Shadowrun series, which I really like. So the Shadowrun series basically states that the soul is actually attached to the body. That the organic nature of the body is actually what causes the soul to be attached. And they actually found out through the process of body modification later on in the world, when they started to realize they had the capability to replace arms, legs, all sorts of other things that were lost in combat. Well, they basically found out that if you replaced too many body parts and you lost too much of yourself, your soul would become detached from your body because there was nothing left to tether it there. That basically you had lost too much of yourself to tether your soul to your body, and so you would basically become a mindless automaton that, yes, you were technically still alive because all the mechanical parts still functioned as they were supposed to, but the part of you that made you just detached itself from your body because there was not enough left to hold it there.
Still carapace.
The what?
Still carapace. Shadowplay.
But then it comes down to other things like, okay, well, what causes the soul to be attached to the body, right? So in those situations, then you don't even know. Maybe the soul is still attached to the body. In her case, she didn't even have a body yet. Her body wasn't created. So maybe it just followed her mind. I mean, her body was what, like tiny little thing? Barely even existed?
The future is going to be weird. I'm fortunate enough, I don't think I'm going to live long enough to have to deal with that kind of technology.
I need mana.
A flawed emerald. One of the chosen. I don't know. I remember another show that also talked about it as a thing, and apparently the soul just simply attaches itself to the body that it belongs to. And in this one show, I remember they had clones of people, and the clones would not activate. They wouldn't work. But if the person died, the soul of the individual could then transfer into one of the clones, because the clone was basically the body that it belonged to, and only that person could exist in that body. And it was like, I can't remember what show it was or what movie it was, but it was an interesting concept that basically you belong in that body. But if you have a new body that you could go into, your soul could reattach itself to the new body, because that's where it belongs, so it goes there.
There's a D&D concept, I forget the exact spell, but yeah, you can set up it might actually just be called, but you can set up a body to determine its age, set it up in a giant jar somewhere. If you ever die, you just wake up in that body, and then you repeat the process.
No, the clone is completely useless until the soul enters it, so it's basically just lifeless.
Yes, the body is dormant, kept alive almost exclusively through magic. And then the minute your whatever body you're currently inhabiting, you kick the bucket, you just wake up in your new.
Well, do you remember the one movie? It was God, what's the name of that movie? I can't remember off the top of my head. Every single time I always think of that movie, I can never take it off the top of my head. It's the one where basically they found out a way to transfer the mind between bodies, and you could transfer the mind to, like other bodies, like way across the country. And people would do weird things. Like I remember there was one example in there where like a rich guy paid those people that come to your house and help train you to get your body in shape.
Personal trainer?
Yeah, personal trainer. He basically paid a personal trainer to just transfer into his body and just do the training. So he just transferred into his body, and he was just doing the training in his body, which I thought was pretty funny. Well, what they found out, find out, it's a movie, right? So it's a story. But one of the things that they talked about in that story was that they had created clones. They were called like jimmies or something like that. And the jimmies were used for construction. They were like genetically altered so that they had superior strength and a bunch of other things. But when you went into the body, if you were transferred into the body, what you would find out is that there was a timer on your wrist. And the timer basically represented how long the body had to live. And they talked about how they kept trying to find a way to keep the jimmies alive longer, but they couldn't. Then they didn't know why. And even if there was a human soul in the jimmy would just break down and it would just die. It only took a certain period of time, but once the period of time elapsed, I think it was like 72 hours. Once 72 hours elapsed, the jimmy would just like disintegrate into a pile of goo on the ground. And if you were in the body when it disintegrated, you died with it. So in the show, what they basically said is that while yes, the soul could inhabit any body that was designed to have a soul, if you created a clone that did not have a soul and you put a soul into it, the clone still couldn't live. The clone would still just die because I guess it was just not a real body, despite the fact that it checked all the boxes. It had all the limbs, it had all the organs, it had the brain, everything was made properly. It still couldn't live because it wasn't born with a soul or whatever. I'm trying to remember the name of that movie right off the top of my head. It's a pretty good movie. It has the brothers in it. What is it? It starts with a D. Can't remember the name. I can never remember the name of them for some reason. Wow, 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 wow. Nah, it's not Blade Runner. It's around that time period though. Older. It has the three brothers in it that are always in like everything. And I can't remember the name of the brothers for some reason because I always forget the stupid name of the brothers. But they're famous movie acting brothers. There's like three of them. And they all do movies.
I don't keep track of actors.
Yeah, these guys have been around for forever. You probably know who they are. I just don't know the name of them. Baldwin brothers. The Baldwin brothers. That's right. Alec Baldwin, Stephen Baldwin, William Baldwin, blah, blah. Oh, yeah, there's four of them. Sorry. Daniel Baldwin. One of the Baldwin brothers was acting in it. I can't remember which one. I think it's Stephen Baldwin. Yeah, I think it's Stephen Baldwin. Exchange. That was the name of the movie. There it is right here. If you guys want to watch it, it's a pretty good movie. Exchange. In the future, we're faster to travel by exchanging bodies with someone at the destination. A man's body is hijacked by a ruthless terrorist. Kim Coates, a member of the privileged Corpy corporate class, accidentally ends up in a body of a terrorist named Fisk, who has in turn taken over Toffler's original body. Unable to continue, as Fisk, Toffler is forced to use a cloned body, Stephen Baldwin, with a limited lifespan, in order to track down Fisk and get his original body back. It's a pretty interesting movie, like going over kind of like the whole soul thing and transferring bodies, and then it also even covers clones as well, which is kind of cool.
So I just found a unique ring. Everybody want to put in their bets on what it is?
Soj.
There you go. Dwarf Star.
Soj.
I found it Max Form Nightmare, so.
Dwarf Star.
There you go.
Dine's right, it's a Dwarf Star.
It's always a freaking Dwarf Star. Alright, I got the brain. I still need the eyeball.
For me, Dwarf Star is like the third most, probably the second most common unique ring.
Yeah, it is. Honestly, though, it's kind of a nice ring with that 100% extra matte gold find. If you put two of them on and you just run around, you get like massive amounts of gold.
So, watching, what is it, lightning strike here bounce between two lightning immune enemies is interesting.
Has it ever become not immune?
Nah, just the first two unique packs I've run into have been lightning immune here. And, so they're the little crawler thing, so they're pretty fast moving. They just keep following me. And the lightning strike just keeps bouncing between them. Everything else dies.
Yep, they're immune.
It's locked.
Yeah, I'm just an act one. I'm poking things in the head.
Okay, I need to go back to Spider Forest. Let's just walk out the door. It's probably the easiest way to do this. Well, go in there then if you want to go in there, Mr. Deans. Ain't nobody said that you couldn't go in, take a nap, you can win.
So if I have this right, Ginger, myself, and Gear are all playing Amazons right now.
I'm playing Amazon, yeah?
Yeah, I haven't played an Amazon, a Stabazon, or Gavazon, however you want to put it, in a long time. So
Amazon's one of my favorite classes. I like Amazon. I don't think the Boson is particularly the most amazing class out there. It's fun. It's fun, but I feel like it really lacks in single target.
But now that I've got my lightning strike axe, this is surprisingly a good skill.
I was poking people in the head with a stick, but Treehead's trying to snap my face off right now.
Treehead.
Three-head butt fist is more like it.
Three-head butt fist.
Oh look, and Eisenhart's breastplate.
Hey look, you just made $5.
I don't want it.
We should make up some kind of point system or something that people who come and deliver you Eisenharts get points.
I'm a throw. Where am I gonna store all these Eisenharts?
You don't. They just have to come deliver it to you in game.
Who's gonna manage the spreadsheet?
We need a spreadsheet guru.
I mean, everybody's already on the roster, so you can just add points to the end of it. I think it'd be funny to actually keep track of just be like 1 point per Eisenhart. That way at the end of the season you can see just how many Eisenharts drop.
I tried that with Shakos in season 3, but nobody wanted them.
Shakos are too rare.
They're just regular Shakos, white Shakos.
Oh. Who knows? You could become the weird streamer that has the largest collection of Eisenhart's breastplates ever recorded.
One man has 7,285,322 Eisenhart breastplates, spanning across 75 accounts.
Eisenhart's has 40 defense and damage reduced by 2, so after you have that many, I think you'd be immune to physical damage.
Flame Spider. The Spider of the Flame.
Is it bad that I know the stats on Eisenhart's just by heart?
I think you've identified them one too many times. If you keep doing it, it might result in brain damage.
Oh, brain damage. I know thee well.
I can't carry anymore. Not enough mana.
You mean you don't identify every Eisenhart breastplate?
I do not. I know it's a breastplate. I know it's green. I know it's Eisenhart's. I move
I
on.
am overburdened.
It might be perfect defense though.
And then it will become worth, what is it? Slightly less than nothing. It's perfect. You need to pay me to take it.
That's it. We're hacking his account and filling it with Eisenhower breastplates.
Good. Good evening.
Every time you log in, every single orifice of your characters is filled with Eisenhower breastplates. Including your wearing one.
I mean, I think that would be an interesting way to troll people. Go find a random game, go up, and just everybody dump an inventory of Eisenhardt's breastplates and leave.
It would require keeping an inventory of Eisenhardt breastplates.
We have trolled ourselves. The ultimate troll. A deeper troll could never have been reached.
Who was it? That the man catcher? The one-socketed man catcher? I think it was Dr. Chunks. We were doing fail runs. And he just kept dropping a one-socketed man catcher. Somebody would always pick it up and go, "Oh man, I was hoping it'd be 4," and then drop it. Like the ethereal viper magi.
That's good for your Act 3 mark.
I put it on the ground, and then I watched 3 people pick it up and put it back on the ground. I realized why it was on the ground.
Magnus said, "No, please don't." I think you scared him a little bit.
With?
Eisenhardt's. What's on my shoulder? Come, goddamn, for God's sakes, it's a Chinchilla. It's a Chinchilla. His name is Mr. Names. It's a Mr. Nemo. He's a good boy. He's on my t-shirts. See, that's the Chinchilla right there. That's what the emotes are. If you're a member of the channel, you got all the emotes. Those are chinchillas. Why do you think I got chinchillas for emotes?
He thought they were furry rats.
You think I just put a whole bunch of emotes for chinchillas on my channel with absolutely no reason? I have them as pets.
Thought it was Sonic Chew.
Mr. Nimoy's taking a nap in my shirt, but come here, Mr. Nimoy. This is a Chinchilla right here. This is a Chinchilla. Say hello. This is Mr. Nimoy. Him's a good boy. He does helicopter tails like this. And he likes to sit on my shoulder. And he also likes to sleep in my shirt. He hangs out with me. He's a cool little dude. I think animals that hang out with you, that's like one of the coolest things, right? You just like a cat, likes to sleep on your lap, or a dog wants to hang out with you. Maybe he wants to sleep on your lap, or he's too big and so he sits next to you or whatever, or goes to sleep at your feet or whatever. The chinchillas do the same thing. They'll just hang out on my shoulder and they just go to sleep, or they sleep inside my shirt. Eat a Chinchilla. That's right.
I guess that means you should get a ferret.
I'm not really sure about ferrets. They're kind of stinky.
They are, but they're also very social.
They bite a lot, too. They biters. Everyone I ever had, they bite everything. I always want to bite. They're bitey bites. We also sleep all the time, too.
I mean, cats sleep like 18 hours a day.
I mean, let's be honest, alright? Naps are good, alright? It's fun to take a nap. Ain't nothing like a good nap. A little bit of calm shoe. What's up, Deldy? Well, thank you. I appreciate it, man. I mean, yes, chinchillas bite headset cords and stuff like that, but I mean, you can keep them away from the headset cords.
Get a wireless one.
It's not impossible to keep them away from the wires. It's impossible to keep your pet away from your fingers.
No, you just use your mouth all the time.
I remember I rescued a squirrel a long time ago, and the squirrel, he was really bitey. He was bitey. He was a bitey squirrel. He liked me, but he didn't like my hands. I don't know what it was about my hands. He didn't like my hands. And so whenever he came around, I would just put my hands in my pockets because there's a very good chance he was going to bite my hands. He liked to bite my fingers. Sometimes it was playful, and sometimes it was not so playful. Oh wow, a 2-socket rare bow. 7 to max damage, 12 attack rating, +1 bow and crossbow. It's 2 sockets too.
That's not bad.
I could very easily customize that a little bit. Put some I got a towel. I got towel runes and I got Row runes. Although quite honestly, Thull runes would work better because the cold damage would actually transfer into the freezing arrow. That's actually the trick, is that it's just like exploding arrow. All cold damage transfers into it as well. I gotta be careful too because I don't have any hell runes to remove it later. I mean, I could throw 2 Row runes in there for 5 to 30, which isn't terrible. I could throw 2 Tal runes in there for 75 poison. So that'd be 150 poison damage over 5 seconds. Mr. Nemo, you want some more pumpkin seeds? Let's fatten you up for Halloween. Paint you orange and turn you into a pumpkin. He said, don't do that. He said, you would too. Do some silly stuff like that. I mean, honestly, that's a really good find. Pretty solid. I just need to figure out what I want to put in the sockets.
Depends on how long you're going to want to use it.
I mean, Thull runes are kind of out of the question at this particular stage. There's no way I'm getting my hands on a bunch of Thull runes. Same thing for Perfect Sapphires. Those aren't coming in anytime soon either.
Oh, what's the best sapphires you reasonably could get a hold of?
I can maybe get some flaweds. Nothing amazing.
Couldn't transmute them up to regulars?
I'm thinking the towels might be my best bet. 150 poison damage, 2 towel runes. That's not bad, and honestly, the physical damage on the bow isn't bad either. 9 to 22. It's actually pretty decent. I think that's what we'll do. We'll just it'll be a temporary thing. We'll get our little poison bow. That'll give us 150 poison damage. We have 20 poison damage on the armor too at the moment, so that's not a bad little do-jank there. I'm almost level 30. I got one level and a quarter, so 1 1/4 levels. That's such a good little low-level find, though. That's pretty solid. I'm kind of impressed. That should help me take care of most of these little punks. I got a couple, like, a little tiny poison damage ones. Nothing
All I
fancy.
can do is help you get a Wizen Draw.
Oh yeah, Wizen Draw would be great. I mean, it's also +1 to bow skills too, which is kind of nice. I actually kind of thought about this one time. I'm like, you know, a freezing arrow / poison build wouldn't exactly be a terrible build when you think about it. You freeze them, poison them at the same time, right? And so they're ticking away while they're frozen. It's kind of an interesting concept. Hey, there's that Ithroon I was waiting on for a million years that never dropped. It's too late now. Rare splint mail. Oh yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I always love it when I find these. It's a 2-socket splint mail. 10% faster recovery, 5 life, 2 reses. It's so I can throw that on. And I could put maybe some magic find jewels in it or something. I actually have probably enough to make at least 2 flawed topazes, perhaps. I mean, I lose out on the jewels that I put inside this armor, but that's okay.
Not in town.
That's nice. Me finding a bunch of socketed doojanks. What do I got for jewels? 6 max damage, a 10% enhanced. 20 poison damage jewel. Could add on to the poison damage. Nothing too ridiculous. I mean, the 6 max damage and then the 20 poison damage if I wanted to go that route. I could also use it as a magic find armor. I mean, if I transmute up my topazes right now, I might be able to get let's see what I can get topaz-wise. 1 flawed. I can get 2 flaweds. Which is, what, 13 and 13, so that's 26. I mean, it wouldn't be terrible to have 26% magic find, like, the whole time while I'm running. And then I got the 10 amulet and the 10 ring on right now, so that's... well, 36, 46. It's 46%. 47, 48, 49, 51. That's 50. Will be 51% total. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll replace that eventually anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal. Go ahead, buddy. No, you don't want to go in there? Hmm? You want me to geese the tickles? I had one chinchilla, he used to fight with me. It's the cutest thing in the world. Like, he'd actually, like, legitimately, like, push my fingers out of the way, and he'd fight with me, and then I would fight back with him, and he'd fight with me even harder. He'd be like, "Oh no, that's what you want to do. That's what you want to do. Oh yeah, I kick you back. I kick you back. I don't know who you're kidding. Don't get your butt kicked." And then they do this really cute thing sometimes where if you're in the way and they want you to move, they legit will, like, take your finger in their mouth. They not bite it, but just take your finger in their mouth and move it out of the way. Like, physically move it out of the way. They're like, got it. Yeah, I'm going to be playing ladder when ladder resets. And no, I pretty much never play hardcore because I do not have a lifestyle that literally allows me to play hardcore. I would die. I'm not even. I don't have to play hardcore to know. I would die. Again, I would get distracted. Cody would like steal one of my tacos or something, or my girlfriend would come in screaming that her hair was on fire. The house would explode, and I would die. The internet would go out, and I would die. It's not even a matter of if; it's a matter of when. I've just accepted it. Just accepted it. I know my own limitations.
Hardcore is for those that are younger, have no responsibilities, and have good internet.
Hardcore is for those who just want to, push the limits of their own sanity.
Man, when I used to live out in the country, like the frickin' God could fart and the internet would go out, and and the power would go out. I'd be dead in a heartbeat. It's slightly more stable here, but it still happens.
So I found out something new, that Hephaestus is not based on a random set every time you see him. He's based on your scene.
Who's based on what?
Hephaesto.
Yeah, Hephaesto. What's wrong with him?
He's lightning enchanted and fanaticized. And I'm a lightning character, so...
Just go up and poke him.
Yeah, just go poke him.
I poked him all I want. He's like 95% resistant.
The physical. Poke him with your physical. You should have jab.
I do not do any physical damage. I do 10 to 17 one-handed damage.
Can still poke him. It'll take you a while.
I deal more lightning damage than I do physical damage at 95% resistance.
Poke him.
I can't carry anymore.
Harder.
Poke him left. Poke him right. Poke him down, poke him up.
Are you online or solo stuff?
Single player.
I can't help you there.
Yum, 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 yum.
So that's where you need the necro army, and he just hits the skeleton just says, whatever.
Doesn't help that he basically two-shots me.
No, that doesn't usually help things. Had an inventory at work Monday. Apparently something was messed up on our hands. Not right, so today we got truck from hell. It was a nightmare. Wow.
Was it a gift from
That was
hell?
Fatty. That was Fatty. Fatty said he couldn't get his ferrets litter box trained. They just pooped all over the place. Sounds like you probably should keep him in a cage then. A big giant ferret cage.
Sounds like you should teach him to use the toilet instead.
Or you can get cats instead of ferrets.
Thank you, Omac. He loves you too. God knows I hope he does, because ain't no one else. Nobody else does. Oh wow, that's kind of nice. 9 max damage, 11 attack rating. It's not bad. Save that for a little something do jank. I already have a long time ago, oh Mac. That's how I became a paladin.
I guess it's time to go get a mercenary.
Should have had a mercenary a long time ago.
Didn't need him.
I
The first
always
enemy I was
get a mercenary.
expecting to need him for, which was... Isn't the, who is it? Vizier or whatever, lightning immune and nightmare?
I'm not sure.
Who's on yet?
Chaos, the ghost thing.
Grand
It's
Visor?
always... yeah, Grand Vizier, yeah.
I've got so many flawed emeralds, OMAC. Yeah, I'm gonna go to town and gloat. That's what I'm gonna do right now. I'm gonna go to town and gloat. Look at all my flawed emeralds. I got 1, 2, 3, 4. I got 4 flawed emeralds and they gon' go to the floor. Sounds like you suck.
Probably pronouncing his name wrong.
Man, if I don't hit level 30 soon, I'm gonna fill up on rings and amulets. I ain't re-rolling them things till I hit level 30. You gotta be strict. Level 30 is when they get the plus skills. Can't be re-rolling them before level 30. Because you might get something good if you wait until you are level 30. Level 30. I thought it might be fun to play around with Magic Arrow on this build too. Well, that could be interesting. Although Magic Arrow and Freezing Arrow don't really go together very well. One requires high physical damage, and the other one requires, yeah, well, high not physical damage. Freezing Arrow, which I don't even have access to yet, unfortunately. Hey, look, another flawed emeralds. It's raining flawed emeralds, Oak. It's raining emeralds. Hallelujah, it's a raining emeralds.
So here's the question. Should I get a Frenzy or a Bash Barbarian?
Yeah, you're a melee's-on? Not the Bash Barbarian, because it has knockback.
Okay.
The knockback will be annoying to you since you're a melee character. If you're a caster, I would say the Bash Barbarian, but... What are you doing back there? Weirdo. What are you doing? Plotting? I can tell when you plot. You know that, right? I can read your little plotting mind. I know when you plot. Plotter. What does solo self found mean? It means this.
Never mind. I'm gonna go after a Act 2 merc because I got a Twitch throw with the zombies on a battle bridge.
Yeah, I found a new mouse before ladder.
Guess I'll go get a, what is it? Holy Freeze merc.
I find a good Holy Freeze merc with a Malice can bypass most physical immunities.
It's not physical immunes I'm worried about.
But 100% open wounds is very nice to have on your merc. Oh yeah, that's how you feel about it, Mr. Nemers? He's talking to me. He's squonking. He says, I'm not really quite sure what he was saying, but I think he was angry about something. I think I didn't give him enough of the tappy earlier. I had a tappy, and I guess he didn't get enough, and he's mad because he didn't get enough tappy. That's usually how it goes. Something along the lines of like, you ate it all, you big meanie, or something. I don't know. I started to get like a translation of Chinchilla languages. It's it's very interesting. They actually do have a very interesting little language that they've kind of worked out. Like they have this thing they do. It's kind of like, where are you? It's a very interesting kind of sound that they make that basically just means, where are you? And then there's actually a reply, and it's a very distinct reply, which basically just means, I'm here. And if you hear the where are you, they want to know where you are. You got to do the I'm here. All very interesting.
So, have you been practicing your chinchilla?
It's next to impossible to do. Their vocal oscillations are too low. It's almost imperceptible. You have to be literally like sitting right next to them to hear them. I'm sure it's some sort of like defense mechanism against predators so that they're not overheard. But if you're not sitting like right next to them, you don't hear it. I went online and downloaded some of their vocal oscillations and played them back, and it's interesting to see their reactions.
Not enough mana. Impossible. I can't. Impossible. Impossible.
Aw, arrows. I bet you if I get another taffy, he comes to steal a piece, though. You want a piece of this? You got my whiz and draw. Give it back, William. I need that. Don't be taking my whiz and draw. I need one of them. Don't be stingy with the whiz and draws now. I need every single one of them I can get. Did you get all your taffums? Get your taffums? Good. You have found the book!
Quiet all of a sudden.
All this trouble over a tattered book.
Thanks, Chunks.
What was that for?
He said it got quiet.
Oh, okay.
Gears, so until you get lightning strike, you just go around and poke things with charge strike.
Yep, I don't even really invest anything into lightning bolt. I'll put all into. I think I had 12 points in power strike before I got charge strike.
Usually
It's
the priority is usually charge strike, then lightning strike. Then you could do either power strike or, well, if you're going that direction, you can do the lightning fury. But lightning fury is not a synergy of lightning strike and the other ones anymore.
No, I think he's talking about leveling.
Yeah.
Because what I did was just
launch.
I'll put all my points early into power strike so I could kill things. And then the minute I got access to...
you have no other choice because there's nothing else to put points into. But power strike is terrible.
Right.
Even maxed out, even fully synergized, it's terrible. It's not even worth using later on. You pretty much only put points into it just so you can get to Charge Strike, and as soon as you get to Charge Strike, you switch to Charge Strike.
Yeah, but I think he's just talking about leveling with it, in which case, yeah, I just dumped all my points into Power Strike until I got charged. Then once I got Charge Strike, I never went back.
Because there's nothing else to put points in until 18.
Pretty much, you could put it in Lightning Bolt if you wanted to throw things, but Lightning Bolt is kind of garbage.
It is a synergy for the other ones, though. You do need it like to max out the damage.
I would rather have the bonus attack rating at the early game from Power Strike.
I don't think the attack rating on Power Strike actually works. I'm pretty sure that's a known bug. The attack rating from Power Strike doesn't actually work.
Really?
Yeah, it's been around. It's been along for a really long time.
Why doesn't it work?
Let me look it up real quick. I think Amazon Basin has the information. Let's see here. Yeah, here it is right here. Amazon Basin. Power Strike. The percent AR isn't applied even though this is displayed on the character screen. However, the percent AR from other sources is applied, which means that the percent AR that's actually on Power Strike doesn't actually apply.
Oh, that's stupid.
I don't know if they fixed it. Maybe they fixed it eventually in a patch. I don't know. I might. But I know for a fact that it never worked before. Maybe now that they actually, I don't know, in one of the patches, maybe like 2.5 or 2.6 or something, maybe they addressed it, and I'm not remembering. There's all sorts of quirky stuff like that with the Amazon, like AR not applying properly, like penetrate not working properly with blessed aim. I mean, there was a whole bunch of stupid stuff.
They fixed that one.
Yeah, they fixed that one recently. Ooh, a 23% MF amulet. Well, I didn't man if I do.
While Lightning Strike may not be as visually impressive as Fury, it's definitely effective.
Oh, it's ever since they changed the next hit delay, it's honestly in group fights, it's far superior. Charge Strike only ever really kills one monster. Maybe if you're in a pack of like little tiny monsters, the overflow from one monster might kill like a second or a third, but
Lightning Strike to Fury. Charge Strike.
Generally, how it always was, even before they fixed it, it was always Lightning Strike first and then Charge Strike. So whenever you went into a big pack of monsters, you always hit Lightning Strike first and let it do its little thing, and then you hit Charge Strike on everything nearby. But you always wanted to get your Lightning Strike running first before you started Charge Striking. Now with the way they fixed it, you can literally run in like Lightning Strike 6 or 7 times. Let the lightning just like flow like you're a freaking Sith Lord, and then start Charge Striking the really tough monsters. The number of bounces that Lightning Strike gets up to is kind of insane too. I think if I remember correctly, it gets up higher than even Chain Lightning does.
Mine's at 24 hits right now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Chain Lightning caps out like really early, but Lightning Strike just continues to go up and up and up and up and up. Which means as long as there's targets and as long as it doesn't hit that odd next hit delay problem, because it can still starve itself out, but it can't. They can't starve the other ones out. So they used to be able to starve each other out, which was the problem. Now they can only starve themselves out, which is fine. Usually that doesn't happen if you're in a big pack. So it'll just keep going until everything's dead. It's great for cows and stuff too. When you run into cows, you just like start spamming your Lightning Strike. And Jank just going like.
Diablo dead. It's gonna be a long walk to level 18.
Yeah, but once you hit 18, the game really starts to speed up. And then depending on whether you want to go Fury or Strife, your mileage will vary. But you'll start to speed up there too, with the AoE.
Lightning Fury is one of those skills that's literally so good that even with like no synergies, you can still kill stuff in like hell difficulty. I've done it before. I had a whole character, the Valkazon, that was literally just based off of the Valkyrie only, and I only used what was it, T-Gods, because it gives you Lightning Fury, and then I had my plus the skills, of course. But I was literally just using T-Gods with plus the skills, no synergies whatsoever, and I could still reliably kill stuff in hell difficulty using just Lightning Fury. I always wonder, honestly, like, I know people try to go like 8 miles past and get as much Lightning Fury damage as they possibly can, but that skill has always seemed absolutely insane to me, even with minimal skills. Even with minimal synergies, it's broken. So I never really saw the need to like min-max it the way some people do, because even in like terrible, even like with like a white javelin and not even a large amount of plus to skills, you can still reliably kill like tons of targets. It's all about like the mini game. That's really all there is to it. Is if you play the mini game properly and you line up your targets and you try and hit the walls and stuff, so you get the bounce back and whatnot. Like it's very effective. It's a very effective skill, and it's never really. I never really understood why people wanted to just pour into it the way they do, because if you get full synergized Lightning Fury with the Titans and like your basic equipment, you don't even need Griffins. You don't need any of those other stuff. You just annihilate everything.
And sure, what's better than one tactical nuke?
I mean, it's already a tactical nuke. That's basically what I'm saying.
I know, and so what's better than one tactical nuke?
You don't even need the other one. They're already dead.
I know, but two.
You launch the
better.
tactical nuke and everything's dead. Like,
But two tactical nukes is a guarantee.
That's
and 3 tactical nukes is a guarantee.
It's a good example. Like, okay, I got a 100 megaton nuke, and then it's like okay, now I want a 150 megaton nuke. It's like, what's the difference? They're both nukes and everybody's dead.
Because the bigger the crater, the happier I am.
Yeah, but the thing is, with Lightning Fury, you don't need to go that far into the damage. You can literally focus more on things like your Magic Find, for instance. You can build your Magic Find up really high instead of building up the damage, and that way you can have like 300% Magic Find and Lightning Fury.
Why would I want to do that when I can kill the entire screen with a single throw?
You could do that with literally like a regular Javazon.
Okay, why would I do that when I can kill this entire screen with a single throw 5 times over?
It doesn't really help you. Overkill doesn't help anybody.
It helps my ego.
But you don't know you're overkilling. Like, I mean, at a certain point, you just got enough damage. You don't need more. I mean, that's like the Mosaic Sin, right? They were arguing that the Mosaic Sin does so much damage that it's like you could do like P1000, and it's like I think the Javazon could do P1000 if you had enough monsters on the screen.
Yeah, but if you got enough monsters on the screen, you'd also end up with the game crash problem.
Put enough monsters on the screen, throw one javelin, boom, everything's dead. Javazon did P1000. She needs to be nerfed. You hear that, Mr. Nee? Javazon did P1000. Needs to be nerfed.
You know what? I would like to see a Diablo 2 seasonal effect of like double monster density or triple monster density.
There's some mods that do it.
I know there's some mods that do
I mean,
it.
for
That's
some
why
characters,
it's
that's great. But for like melee characters, man, that would be a
Yeah,
nightmare.
That's true. It would definitely be the season of AoE characters, but I still think that if it came around and then went, it wouldn't be so bad.
Your Trapsons, your Chain Lightning, your Necro.
It's here for one season and then it's gone.
The bitter loom. That thing's terrible. That thing's bitter. A towel rune. Mr. D, don't start that crazy stuff again, okay? You're not jumping down. You're gonna break a toe. You won't break a toe? Because that's how you break a toe. Break a toe. Don't break a toe. Don't break a toe.
Aren't they so fluffy? They just kind of float down like balloons.
They are very fluffy. But no, they're still pretty hefty too. They got a chunky booty body underneath of that, all that fluff. Chunky butt. That's right, I said it, chunky butt. He said, don't tell me chunky butt. You're a chunky butt.
Or are you naming your next Chinchilla Jump Fluff?
The what?
Jump Fluff.
Dump fluff.
Jump Fluff. Pokemon. Gen 2.
All my chinchillas are named after Star Trek characters. Mr. Nimoy. Mr. Nimoy, Leonard Nimoy.
Right.
One of my other chinchillas was named William Shatner. The last chinchilla, the newest one, his name is Dusty Bones. Bones. Next one's probably gonna be Scotty. I'm just gonna name him Scotty. It's gonna be his name.
That depends. If he's got enough attitude, you gotta name him Cisco.
I was going with classic Star Trek for the names. Almost time to do my transmutation of my rings. I have the heart and brain and all the eyeballs and the things. So on we go to the Traven call to kill the council. Gonna show him what's up with an arrow up their ounsole.
My lightning strike is now killing things off screen.
Yeah, that was fun when I tested it.
Well, the cool thing about lightning strike, and it actually has...
Get tactical, Marines!
It actually has a higher kill rate, like size or display size. So how it works is it shoots off the lightning from the target that you hit, right? But then every target that it hits, it shoots off the lightning from that target in a new location and a new radius around that target. And assuming you have almost an infinite number of monsters around you, like spread all out, it would travel from one monster and then form a new circle, and then travel from that monster forming a new circle, and so forth and so on, and could potentially go off screen very far depending on how many monsters are out there, because the lightning bolt can literally just keep traveling across an infinite sea of like jump chains. And it's pretty crazy just how many like jump chains it'll go through. It'll just keep going, and it keeps going forever. If there's a monster out there, it's just Do I like Star Wars? Yeah, of course I like Star Wars. Star Wars is great.
Nice Tarnhelm.
Nice, you got a Tarnhelm?
Yeah, I just found it a few minutes ago.
Did you update the soundboard chunk? Is that how you got the Let's Get Tactical?
No, I didn't do that. That wasn't me.
Yeah, I don't know who did that one.
I just joined and I heard it as soon as I joined the hospital.
Yeah, I heard it too.
I don't even see that one on here.
I have that one in another Discord.
Oh,
Does it do that when I join?
leave and come back.
Are you infecting
find
other
out.
discords?
Alright, we'll put it to the test. We'll see if it does it.
You found a 50% Tarn Helm with 8 defense.
Get tactical, Marines!
What?
Yep.
Why
Yeah.
does it do that?
Yeah, every time you join.
Why does it do that?
I don't know.
That's weird. Is that a setting?
Try it now.
Get tactical, Marines!
It's so
That's
weird.
Do it again.
That's loud.
No, I'm not doing it again.
I
Chunks-
muted it on my end, so I didn't know.
Oh, I hear it. Oh.
Yeah, I hear it too, which is weird. Hang on, is there a setting for that? Open soundboard.
It'd be in your actual user settings.
Oh god, what did I even look under? There's so many.
Annoying.
Yeah, right. That's weird. I don't even.
I found it
I don't even know
earlier.
how it did that.
He said look under the annoying section.
Yeah, I don't see that. It's not here.
I don't think they have an annoying section.
All I
There's-
know
There's audio.
is that
voice,
is so long as there's a limit to it, it's not so bad. But if you can just put in a 5-hour loop of
It's-
Darude Sandstorm,
Oh, hang on.
It's
in
5
voice-
seconds.
Voice
It's-
and
as far as I
video.
understand, it's 5 seconds.
It's voice and video. Oh, it's oh, okay. It's because I have what you call it, Nitro. That's why. So I can remove it. Boom. Ooh, but
Well, I mean,
can't
I
change
assume that
sound.
that's also a sound that was chosen, right? So you had to choose
I
that
didn't
sound
choose anything that I remember.
as a sound. You chose the sound. That's your sound, buddy.
Hang on.
Unless the sound chooses you.
Hang on.
Fresh
There we
meat.
I just added that one.
There you go. That'll be my sound now.
I guess that we have to forcibly attach that to all the newbies.
I'm gonna take that off because that is annoying. I didn't even know that was a thing.
Yeah, I'm adding sounds into the soundboard, but no, I only got 3 in there so far. I got fresh meat, I got the gold drop, and I got the
Diablo.
Diablo, yeah. Not even death can save you from me.
Mr. NiNi, you just chilling today? You just chinchillin'? Chinchillas like the chinchill. They like a chinchillin'. They said they got the chinchill. Don't tell me what to do.
Well, I guess I'm gonna have to go kill the Countess 2 times. Go to normal and buy a bow.
So is it just me, or is like in normal difficulty, when you pick up an item, like for instance a poleaxe, if you were to compare it to a spear, which is a lower level item from the same difficulty, doesn't it seem like the in normal difficulty it seems like the items are structured so that like the stuff you find at the beginning of the game is like garbage? Like spear doesn't even compare to the poleaxe. But then in nightmare difficulty, it's like the opposite, right? So the spear and the poleaxe are basically kind of equivalent to each other. They're just different speeds with different damages, but like nearly the same average damage. But when you look at like the lower stuff, it's like the average damage on like the low level stuff is garbage, and then the average damage of the higher level stuff is actually decent.
Yeah, I'm doing my sorceress right now, and on normal, when I hit Act 2, I found a scythe that had amp damage on it with 60 enhanced damage, 4 to maximum, has an attack rating on it, and some other stuff, but like it's like so much better than what you would find in Act 1, I would say.
Now I can very easily confirm my suspicions, I guess. Let's go to the old Ariat Summit real quick.
Yeah, because the scythe is still a poleaxe, right? Isn't it? I use that all the way up to like Nightmare or somewhere in Nightmare I found.
So let's take a look at the normal pole arms. All right, so the normal pole arms starts with Bardiche, which is an average damage of 14. Then it goes to Volge, which is 13.5. Scythe is 14. And yeah, I was right. Poleaxe is average damage of 28.5. Halberd is average damage of 28.5. War Scythe is average damage of 25.5. So the lower level crappy items have an average damage of 13.5 to 14, and the higher level better items have an average damage of 25.5 to 28.5. Let's see if that follows along with the other items. So let's go to like swords. So 4.5, 4, 5.5, and then yeah, all of a sudden it bumps up to 13, 10, 10, 11, 14. So I'm pretty much dead on here. It seems like the majority of the lower level normal difficulty items are deliberately made weaker than the later higher level versions of those same items. But I bet you if I went to say pole arms again, let's go to pole arms one more time, and then go to the nightmare versions. It looks like the average damage 32, 33, 31. No, it also bumps up immediately on the Partisan, 54.5, 49 on the Vector Corbin, 50 on the Grim Scythe. So it still follows through in Nightmare difficulty as well. However,
which makes sense though, like as you're progressing through the game, your items are getting stronger.
But in Hell difficulty, it stops. So the Hell difficulty items, everything is useful. But it looks like Nightmare difficulty items and normal difficulty items, like the basic stuff is basically garbage, and then like the higher stuff is better. So like the Partisan is like way better than a Battle Scythe. The Battle Scythe has an average damage of 31.5, and the Partisan has an average damage of 54.5. So like huge difference between the Lockmar Axe, the Bill, and the Battle Scythe, and the Partisan, Vector Corbin, and Grim Scythe. They're just
some of them have really
massive.
high levels of dex to where you can't really use them on your merc.
Yeah.
Like, I think, what's it, the War Scythe, I think? Or, no, not the War Scythe. One of those scythes have like an insane amount of dexterity.
Yeah. Vector Corbin has a lot of dex on it.
That damage differential makes sense because normal and nightmare are the bulk of your progression. And then once you get to hell,
you're expected to use a lot of what you found in Nightmare because Act 1, like, I don't know, sometimes Act 1 can be a bear. Like, you could walk right out the gate and, like, get murdered by some quill rats.
Hey, quill rats ain't no joke, alright?
I've died numerous times at Darkwood, like, not last season, but the season before, I died in Darkwood by quill rats. I couldn't even see them on the screen. I was dead and there was nothing on my screen.
Do I think they're going to change the names to Star Piece? Never. I mean, it's Star Wars after all.
Star Piece. I get the joke though.
Ruben.
Skatsim's reign is renewed. Impossible.
Hey, on to Mephes. almost to my freezing arrow. I'm almost to my piercing attack. I'm almost to my... Freaking Zon is one of the ones that has a lot of level 30 skills that are good. And it's like, as soon as you hit level 30, you're like, I'm gonna just waste all my points. Putting in a bunch of level 30 skills. Got your freaking Valkyries level 30, your Pierce is level 30, freaking Freezing Arrow is level 30, Lightning Fury is level 30, Lightning Strike is level 30. All the good ones are level 30 on the frickin' Zone. That's right, dollies. All them dang dollies everywhere. They're not nice dollies either. They're Chucky dolls. Chucky dolls. Ow. Alright, we are level 30, which means we finally get to put a point into Freezing Arrow for the first time. And we can move on with our lives from that stupid garbage that we were using earlier. Thanks to the fact that we have full synergies in the in Freezing Arrow, our level 2 Freezing Arrow does 170 to 204 damage. It's pretty impressive. Alright, the next one we're going to put a point into is Pierce, because without Pierce, Freezing Arrow is useless. He does like no damage at all. Unless you have the Pierce.
What are the odds of you getting a pole rune?
I mean, I got like 3 pole runes last time, but then I've had several runs where I didn't get any pole runes, so...
Because wisdom would be really helpful.
Yeah, additional Pierce would be really nice. Mana, a whole 9 yards. If I do get a pole rune, I might consider that. It's not a bad one. Although if I do get a pole rune and I get a Wizen draw, I'm going to use the pole rune on the Wizen draw. So it's a...
What's that crossbow that gives you 50%? It's not that great, but I mean...
50% what?
Solo self-found.
Pierce?
Pierce. Yeah, it's like a crossbow.
I mean, if I find any of the crossbows that give Pierce, or bows and crossbows, I mean, there's a bunch of them throughout the game.
I never seem to find crossbows when I'm playing the Zon. I always find them playing other characters, and then I just don't save them.
But my ability to kill has, like, just exponentially gone up, so...
Yeah, you can tell.
I mean,
clearly you're doing a lot more.
I am absolutely demolishing at this point. Oh, well, there's level 3. I want to kill him a couple times, so let's do a portal there, and I'll go find the waypoint. Yeah, Buriza has 100% Pierce, and good luck finding it, but yeah, if I found it, I certainly wouldn't turn it down.
You still can't use crossbows on rogue mercenaries, can you?
Yeah.
I wonder if they're gonna ever change that.
Crossbows are strange in that they have a very low maximum IAS cap, which is apparently one of the things that holds them back from ever being fully viable.
As good as a bow, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I think it's because bows are crossbows like the you playing with my necklace? Here, go ahead. Why you being mean to it? Why you gonna bite it? I think it's because bows like the Colossus crossbow actually do have a pretty insane amount of damage output. And if you were able to get them as fast as a regular bow, it could potentially lead to some issues. I would
Most
think.
games are like that when it comes to bows and crossbows because, like, well, this one you're not like reloading it, but you know, on most games, you're reloading the crossbow before you can shoot again. You know.
I mean, as a person who actually has a crossbow, it's really not that big of a deal.
What's faster to load, a crossbow or a bow?
Depends on which crossbow you have. Some crossbows are fairly easy to load. I had
Chinese one was crazy.
I had a 150-pound pull crossbow, which was kind of crazy, and basically it had a foot stirrup.
Yeah, so you had to hold
that you actually put the crossbow down, and you actually just like put your foot in the stirrup, and then you pull the line back and click it into place. Now that one's definitely slower than but that would be like Colossus crossbow style. I mean, there's others that are easier, much easier.
It was like I forget which Chinese war or whatever it was, but there was like ones that they made where it was like a lever type action thing, and it had like multiple bolts in it.
Well, the one that's in the game right now, the Chukuno, that's a real crossbow. It actually does load and fire like that. That's a real thing. So those in particular, like the ones that have like it's like a stack of bolts that sits on top of the thing, and then it just automatically fires. And then as it fires, you basically crank it, and it just reloads, and it fires again. Oh yeah, we can do our rings and amulets now. What am I doing? Let's do that real quick. We're gonna reroll our rings and amulets and see if we get anything good. I like rerolling my rings and amulets. Alright, we got tons of rings and amulets to reroll, so let's get started. I'm not going to reroll anything that's too great. I got these AR rings, 120 platinum rings. Seems like I should probably save that. And the 100 AR 25%er, let's save that one. And poison res for the first one. Boo. Charge bolt when struck. Mana. Light radius. Lightning res. Poopies. Come on, Amazon skiller. Max stamina. Ugh. You never know if you're going to get lucky with these back and forth ring transmutes.
Yeah, I've never sat and done as many as you're doing now, or like even more than that, but I've never had good luck with this.
Oh, season-wise, I think over the 4 seasons that we've had, I've had a couple really good rolls. I think one time I rolled it's like a +3 tab skill, and it had like a really good secondary. I think it was like 90 health or something on it.
I think you rolled me a +3 poison and bone with like 34 magic find.
Yeah. There's a couple really good ones that I've rolled in the seasons.
That's still on my poison necro.
Very, very nice rolls sometimes. Sometimes garbage. I mean, right now I've got nothing but garbage so far, but I mean, I try not to lose hope. Honestly, it's really just a matter of chance, right? Which is what this is all about.
Maximizing your odds. It's just maximizing the number of times you do it.
10% faster.
That attack rating's nice, but the attack rating and cast rate you really don't need together.
Oh, look at that. Look at that fucker. It could have had to be fire skills. It had to be fire skills. It couldn't be... It couldn't be Amazon. Freaking +1 fire skills with 23% MF. Freaking BS. Give me some Amazon, dude, Jenks. You little turd. That's the kind of stuff that you're looking for, though. I didn't get what I wanted specifically. I already have a 23% MF amulet, so I guess I really don't need fire skills, but I'll just collect some
Well,
more
that's a
rings.
problem.
I'll collect more rings and amulets, and we'll do it again. You need this, Dino? The burning
Be nice if
amulet of
they
fortune?
If they had more, instead of like fire skills, sorceress only, it was just fire skills, light skills, cold skills. Like for all classes. Because I think like Mage Fist is like one of the only ones that I can think of off the top of my head that's just like fire skills.
Flickering Flame and Leaf.
Yeah, Leaf and Flickering Flame. But yeah, they should have more that are just like cold skills in general.
I always kind of wondered why Frostburns didn't have cold skills on them. I thought that'd be pretty neat. Just plus
Yeah.
one, just like plus one cold skills. I think that'd be pretty neat.
Yeah, like have a pair of like, yeah, just like have the gloves like that, where it's like they have a light skill one, a cold skill, and a fire skill.
Then they wouldn't be necessarily unique. They'd be a trio of dudes.
Yeah, but I mean, have like a unique version of you know, each.
Good day.
Like Thor's fist, and it's lightning. Or, I don't know.
What gloves
they
do I
have to
have?
be-
Garbage. That's what I have. Garbage.
Not enough mana.
I have a lot of freaking monsters over there.
I need mana.
Yeah, Rising Sun is fire skills. Yeah.
Oh, there's tons of fire skills items.
Yeah,
Hexfire,
it seems to be
Hellblade.
only fire skill though. No light skills, cold skill items that are like all
Let's be honest, Fire needed the help.
true. I remember when this game, the D2R first came out and the firewall was bugged. It was crazy. Even, like, it was just a tick rate, I think, that was messed up on the fire. Blaze was actually really good.
Still can't believe you're missing a toe. How'd you
He's
lose
missing
a toe?
a toe.
Yeah, I was looking at his finger the other day. Well, it's not like a whole toe, but like he's got little finger hands, and on his finger hands he's got
What was that?
you know, like you know how your
Potter?
you know how your fingers have multiple digits, like little like bendy points. He's like missing the tip of one of his bendy points. I don't really know what the hell's going on. I don't know where the tip of his bendy point went.
Maybe
What
he
was it?
got hungry.
Scavers? He's
Scabbers,
actually
yeah.
a person turned into a chinchilla.
Are you actually a person turned into a chinchilla, sir? He said no. What would make you think that?
It's like, oh, I've been found.
Now some weirdo that takes
I have
the-
not, Emperor.
that is quite fond of spiders comes in and kills you and starts a war between wizards and shapeshifters.
Yeah, no, thank you, Bart. I appreciate it. I'm glad you enjoy the content, man. Does the chinchilla have chainmail too? He's got floof mail. Does floof mail count?
Padded armor.
That's like quilted. He's got quilted.
You'll wrap him in toilet paper and call it quilted armor.
What's up, walking dude? How's it going, man?
Dude, I saw this steering wheel cover the other day. It looks like chinchilla fur. I was like, whoa, that's creepy.
I mean, I was wondering how you could get a chinchilla for a pillow.
They're pretty expensive.
They exist?
I mean, it's,
This guy's looked them up.
well, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that you can find out about chinchillas if you want to dive into the internet.
Does their fur grow back?
No.
Okay, I'm sitting here getting a visual like a person would to chill a farm just shaving on chinchillas.
No, it's not shaved. They kill them and take the skin. That's they did.
That's crazy.
They did it. And
Do
it
they at least eat them?
And it takes like friggin' what was it? I think one time I looked it up. It was like 230 or something to make a coat.
Wow.
It's a lot.
As long as they eat them, I'm cool with it.
That's why chinchilla coats cost so much money.
If they're just killing them for their skin, I'm not cool with it. But as long as they eat them, I'm good with it.
I mean, the fur trade actually killed them, like made them go extinct, and the fur trade actually saved them too. So basically, how it went was the natives in that particular area were actually hunting the chinchillas to extinction, killing them and taking their fur and selling it, and they actually did hunt them to extinction. A guy in the United States named Chapman, he by boat, by the way, this was before like modern technology, really. He took a boat down to South America, captured I think it was like 11 chinchillas. One of them had babies on the way, and one of them died. And he brought them back for the fur trade. He brought them back to kill them and make coats out of them and stuff. But basically all the chinchillas in the world are descended from those chinchillas that he brought back because there were no chinchillas left in the wild. So if he hadn't went and gotten them for the fur trade, then there would be none. Alright, I'm gonna need a lot of potions for this, I can tell. I'm gonna need some chunky potions. I'm gonna need a couple chunky potions. Gonna put a couple chunkies in. Gonna need a couple chunky potions. It's funny because there's a picture of him. It's an old picture. Literally, he has a chinchilla sitting on top of his shoulder. I mean, you guys think chinchillas don't... Like, I didn't have to really train my chinchilla to sit on my shoulder. They actually sit on shoulders. That's what they do. This is a picture of Chapman with literally a chinchilla that's probably older than I am. With a chinchilla sitting on his shoulder. I don't know how old that picture is, but it's really bad quality. And you can still make out the floof. Dang it, I didn't even do what I went to town to do. Honestly, one chinchilla might make you a sock. I don't even know. If you got big feet, you might need 2 chinchillas to make a sock.
One chinchilla makes 2 baby socks.
Yeah, well, natives, small organizations like that, tribes and things like that, they're not organized, so they're not really thinking like that. They don't really put 2 and 2 together in that way. So there's no coordination. And they didn't realize that they were kind of like hunting that into extinction.
Look at rhinos and ivory.
It also didn't help that chinchillas were apparently extremely easy to catch. According to an account written by one of the natives at that particular time period, they said that you didn't even really have to hunt them. That basically all you did is you went out to where you knew where they were. Then you would fire your gun into the air, scaring them all, and they would run into their burrows. Then you would stand over top of the burrow and just wait. And the chinchillas, because they were so curious about everything, would come out of the burrow to kind of figure out what the noise was. And when the chinchilla would come out of the burrow, all you had to do was grab it. That was it. That's the extent of the hunt. Ow, I freaking cold attacked that. Go res our merc again. Any tips for an ES Sork beyond the basics? I just respect, and I don't know if I'm better off using Hoto, Perfect Ashuto, or Crescent Moon. I mean, what kind of sorceress are you? A lightning sorceress? Lightning ES? I would assume.
Probably Nova.
Nova ES?
I'm assuming that's usually what people go for because it requires like both of those synergies are low. Like I think each one has 2 synergies, right? Or 1 synergy, I mean, a piece.
I mean, when it comes to ES sorceresses, you really have to max out telekinesis first. If you don't max out telekinesis first for ES, then you're going to end up in a world of hurt. Mana, the more mana that you have, the faster you regenerate, so that's also very important. I would also recommend maxing out warmth if you have the points, because warmth gives you massive amounts of regeneration, which in turn, if you have a massive mana pool, will create the regeneration that you need to restore your mana constantly. One thing I would recommend is that you look into a Plague Merc, because the cleansing aura will take care of the poison issues, and you will have poison issues with an ES character. I really enjoy having cleansing on my my ES sorceresses. The when it comes to your main weapon, I mean, Crescent Moon is extremely powerful. The negative 35% lightning resistance is nuts.
I suppose it's the question of what do you have at your disposal.
I mean, I think he said, is he better off using Hoto, Perfect Ashuta, or Crescent Moon? I'm pretty sure that it's between Hoto and Crescent Moon. Ashuta isn't really as good as it seems. A lot of people don't know this, but the way that Lightning Mastery interacts with plus lightning skill damage actually makes it far less effective than it should be. It's actually like, what is it, like 1/4 effectiveness of what it actually states. So if you have 20% increased lightning damage on an item, it's actually only like 5, or like, I don't even remember.
As far as I know, it's just additive. So if you've got 300% from Lightning Mastery and you get 20% from Ashutas, it's only bumping you up to a total of 320%.
Well, from
I don't think
what
it's bumping up your percentage you get from
it actually
you get from lightning.
It actually does stack with Lightning Mastery. The problem is that Lightning Mastery, the problem is it's not stacking on top of Lightning Mastery. It's going directly into Lightning Mastery.
Yeah, so you're only getting 15% added. You're not getting 15% times what you already are getting.
Let me give you an example. So let's say that your Nova damage is doing 500, all right? And then let's say you have plus, I don't know, 300% lightning damage on the Lightning Mastery, which brings you up to a 2000 Nova. All right? When you add 20%, for instance, from Ashutas, if you add 20%, it doesn't add it to the 2000. So you're not getting 20% plus 2000, which is 2400. That's not what's happening. What's happening is you're getting 500 plus 320%. So it's just adding it directly to the original percentage number, which means now you're ending up with 2100 damage instead of 2000. So instead of gaining 400, you're gaining 100, which is exactly what I said, 1/4. It's basically 1/4 as effective as it would otherwise normally be, because 100 is 1/4 of 400. So whenever you look at that number, that 20% number, the lightning skill damage, lightning skill damage is always 1/4 as effective as what it's actually stated. So 20% lightning skill damage when it interacts with Lightning Mastery equals 5%.
That makes sense.
And cold damage does not have any mastery the same way that lightning and fire do. So cold skill damage is actually amazing on the cold sorceress. So you definitely want cold skill damage.
That's why Death's Fathom's so good.
That's one of the reasons, yeah, why Death's Fathoms is so good.
Because Cold Mastery gives a negative res, not damage like Lightning and Fire does.
Yes. So you want as much plus cold skill damage as you can get.
Yeah.
But plus lightning and plus fire skill damage does not give you very much. Negative lightning res and negative fire res are far more powerful for lightning and fire. Negative cold res is not very powerful. Plus cold skill damage is very powerful. And it's because they flipped the script on Cold Mastery.
How much negative fire res does Obedience give?
It's like 20 some odd percent, I think.
Oh,
It's not bad. If you're running like an early Fire Sin or like something like that, you can throw an Obedience on and just get some negative res really early on.
Yeah, that's what I was curious of.
Fire Druid.
Yeah, Fire Druid for sure, because it has good damage on it too.
Or you could take use the Fire Club and get the pressure blow as well. Obedience also comes with all of it.
Yeah.
One of my favorite cloak weapons.
Yeah, it's my favorite to run on certain characters.
Man, my mana, I hog mana like crazy though, you see? I'd be chunking some mana down.
You can do Insight now too on the bow.
Yeah, an Insight bow might be a good choice later on. Let's see if I can find the base and whatnot. I think that's probably a good choice for me for a while. Unless I find a Wisdom Draw. If I find a Wisdom Draw, then it's something else entirely.
Dude, no way. I just found a long battle bow. Let's see what it rolls. 29. Eh. Dang.
Success. But still, there's something not right.
Does the ED roll on that too? I guess, probably.
Man, he gave me a bunch of junk. He gave me a bunch of garbage.
What you asked for, Brandon?
It's not what I asked for.
Not here.
Yeah, I think now that I remember talking with a couple people who ran the Light Nova ES Sork builds, I think Crescent Moon is best in slot.
Until you can get Infinity.
I mean, if you want to do self-wielded Infinity, but I think even without self-wielded Infinity, I think even between the two, I think Crescent Moon still comes out ahead because you could use a shield, and it kind of like balances out.
Infinity is a better damage. The Crescent Moon is better survivability.
What's the strongest bow that uses magic damage in the game? What are you looking to do exactly? I mean, are you going to talking about like an Amazon specifically that would fire magic arrow, for instance, or are you talking about like even a non-Amazon firing?
The way I interpreted it is what bow does exclusively magic damage.
I don't think
Brand does, right? Magic is that's bone's magic.
I mean, technically there's a wide array of magic damage bows that are basically firing magic arrow. There are a lot of bows in the game that can literally just fire magic arrows. And let me see if I can pull up the list here. I'm pretty sure it's on Amazon Basin. So if you take a look here, fires magic arrows, which means that the bows will literally fire magic arrow whether you have the skill or not. Witch Wild String is the winner. Witch Wild String actually fires a level 20 magic arrow base, which means that you need no skills or anything. It will just fire level 20 magic arrows. Level 20 magic arrow is, what is it, 21% conversion? I think these numbers are wrong because they changed it. I think it's double this, so I think it's 42% conversion to magic damage, but it's based on physical. So the higher your physical damage, the more it'll have. On top of this, you could also potentially utilize Magic Arrow natively, which means you could use a different bow, like, say, you know, like, I'm trying to think of, like, a really high physical damage bow. Why am I blanking on the name of the bow? It's the easiest.
Hydra bow.
Yeah,
Dang it.
it's the Hydra bow. It's the Hydra bow.
Wind
Force. Wind Force would be an interesting one if you used it with Magic Arrow, because you would get lots of physical damage there. There's not a lot of ones that actually fire like and have magic damage just attached to them, but the way that Magic Arrow works is it actually converts your physical damage into magic damage, and it's actually very powerful to kill monsters. It depends on how you want to set it up, though. They recently beefed it up, and if I remember correctly, it converts a lot more physical damage into magic damage now than it did previously. But you would still have to build it like you would a physical damage character. So you would have to build very high physical damage, very nice physical damage bow, max damage AR charms, things like that. And once you get all that set up, then you'd have a really high physical damage, and then when you fire your magic arrow would dish out some pretty insane magical damage as a result.
Then you're also dealing with the fact that it's a single target skill. You're only going to get pierce. You're still dealing with the fact that it's a single target skill.
No, it pierces. It does pierce. Guided Arrow doesn't, but Magic Arrow does.
Okay.
Yeah, so Guided Arrow does pierce and Magic Arrow. I mean, Magic Arrow does pierce and Guided Arrow doesn't. So you actually, if you level up your piercing skill, you can get multiple hits. It doesn't cost any mana after a while either, so it's free. That's also a really interesting thing about Magic Arrow, is it's just, eventually at a certain point, it's just free.
It also doesn't fire any arrows.
Yeah, it doesn't cost any arrows either, so when you use it, it's 100% free. It's 0 mana cost, no no arrow cost, and it's you have to get it to a certain level though before the mana disappears. So you notice mine right now is 1.5 mana per shot, but if you get it high enough, it actually does get to the point where it's 0 mana cost per shot.
Which doesn't make sense because you're literally conjuring arrows out of nothing.
No, you're just so practiced at it that it's natural.
I guess that makes sense.
My thing is, though, is that I think it would be cool if the Amazon could actually use that ability with other attacks. That would be, I think that would be an interesting change for the Bozon.
I wish that they would have
really nice
unique.
Also, the arrows aren't exactly particularly easy to see, like regular arrows. So when you fire multi-shot, I guess multi-shot's easier because of the way that it works. But like strafe, it's kind of like meh. I mean, yeah, you're firing an arrow. Okay. It's like one life. If it's the right angle, you can see it really good, but if it's the wrong angle, you can't really see it very well. Being able to throw the Magic Arrow graphic on there, on like your multi-shot or strafe or your... it would look really cool, wouldn't it?
I think they should just allow you to apply Magic Arrow to your strafe and multi-shot for the magic damage.
I say turn it into a buff. I think that would be pretty cool.
If you use a bow that fires Magic Arrow, does that work for strafe?
No. But I say they should turn it into a buff. Like Holy Shield style. Like just make it so that you cast it. You cast it and it lasts for a certain like duration.
That would be insane.
That would make it really good.
Yeah, that would make it insane. Imagine, remember back in the day with Guided Arrow, it would just keep going with so much pierce.
Well,
it would
a Magic Arrow is
the
different,
arrow
though,
problem. So. It would also solve. It would also give physical Zons a really nice secondary damage type, or technically a primary.
They technically already have it in Magic Arrow, so I mean it's there. Whenever they want to use it, they can just whip out Magic Arrow and use it. So I mean it's not like they don't have it to use at any time if they need it.
Yeah, but they don't invest into it usually, unless it's a synergy for Guided Arrow.
A 38-15? Wow, Grat Starkado. That's a good find.
Yeah, that's really good.
That's worth some Doojanks. That's worth quite a few Doojanks.
Some Doojanks.
That is worth quite a few Doojanks. You can get quite a few doojanks for that, sir.
It's probably worth more on non-ladder than ladder.
Well, that's just due to inflation.
Well, too, like, people that are on non-ladder will definitely, like, get more use out of it than a ladder character. Duelers especially.
Alright, Jamela. I need some potions, Jamela. If you don't, can you give me some potions, Jamela?
Why you gotta say my name like that?
What, Jamela?
Y'all have a good night. I gotta sleep for work.
Alright, but
Have a good one.
Have a good night.
Boom, 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 boom. I'm so excited that I don't have to worry about attack rating as much as I used to in the past. It's one of the things that on the Amazon you'd always struggle with is not having enough attack rating, and it was because of all those bugs. With the attack rating not applying properly and Blessed Aim overriding your penetrate and everything, blah, 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 blah. There's a freaking million of them. I don't have to worry about it anymore, which is nice. God, freezing arrow is so freaking glorious. I have level 2 freezing arrow and I'm still annihilating everything. I can't really put any points into it right now, but I need to at least get 1 point into Valkyrie so I can start summoning her. Once my mercenary has a helper, he'll do a hell of a lot better.
Some of these unique weapons that have like really cool weapon like designs, like the Soul Harvest, for example.
I'd love to be able to like with the cosmetic transmutate.
Looks so cool, but it's like I don't know. It's good for level 19, but I don't know.
Oh. Hello there. Alright, we're about to fight Izzy. I'm about to get my +2 Skur points. Another flawed emerald, oh Mac. Wow, look at that. It's almost as if they dropped like candy. Can't believe it. So many flawed emeralds. They're all over the place. It's like a flawed emerald parade. Hail the conquering flawed emerald. The flawed emeralds do look like candy. They look like delicious green apple candy. Granny Smiths. So many gemolims dropping on the ground. Oh, level 31 coming up hot, hot. Look at Mr. Nemo gonna go bite. Mr. Nemers, he's being a good boy. Huh? Like he's being a good boy. D. Neath. Nos. I now have 1 point in everything in the passive and magic tree. Congratulations. There we go. Now I have a Valkyrie.
Impossible. I can't.
Oh no, I'm out of arrows. Oh, Iswal, where is it thee? Yeah, sometimes it's so hard to find Iswal, and other times he's like standing at the door waiting for you. It's like, Tyrael was a fool to have trusted me. He's so eager to tell his story about how he tricked everybody and about how he's a douche.
Alright, well, I'm off for the night. You guys have a good one.
Alright, third gear, have fun, man. A large charm? Ooh, a sucky large charm, yuck. What's the matter? You don't like the sound of the wispies? They don't like the wispies? Guess what? Nobody likes the wispies. We all hate the wispies. We think they're jerks. They're jerks. Yeah, we do. We think they're jerk-alerks. That's a jerk-alerks. That's a jerk-a-jerk-a-jerkus. He says, squonk, 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 squonk. Tell everybody about it. Squonk, squonk, squonk. Say a squonk, squonk, squonk. A squonk, squonk, squonk. A squonk, 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 a squonk, 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 squonk. Squonk. Ooh, a full-size topaz. I like a dams. I like a full-size topaz. How the hell do you find a Soj? You pray to Jesus that he will send one for you. You kill Nightmare and Dariel about 10,000 times and hope that one of her napple
with a million Minals.
and hope that one of her napple rangs falls off and turns into a Soj.
Those are actually her. Those are what her napple rangs are Sojas.
I mean, how do you think she got such good plus to skills? Hey, I was right. He was at the door. He just was at the other door.
Or you farm, or you just go and kill a Toriel and run and get one.
Well, I can see this is gonna take a while.
Isn't that how you got one?
I killed Terrorized Duriel.
Yeah.
Terrorized Duriel dropped one. We were running EXP runs in the Doojank.
Yeah, the first season of Terrorized, I got one from Andy.
Oh. Oh, it's gonna take a while for me to kill freaking Iswal. It's gonna take me a few days, a few yarn. It's gonna take me a few yarn to kill him. I might need to go back and get some more potions. Potions. You want some more potions? Potions. Shans of the Po. Let's get some more healing pots. I'm actually probably not going to cast a bunch of spells on him. Honestly, it doesn't seem worth it. I'm just going to let my Valkyrie and my poison work and whatnot, and we'll see how it goes. Just going to dump these in here for right now. I need to do some transmutating. I need to do some transmutations. Because I was born to do some transmutates, or at least I know I'm a transmutator. And I
And the XP shrine on P8 is insane.
I try to teach everybody as much as I can, Bart. In real life, it doesn't go so well. People get upset.
Like, I know how to do it.
Alright, I'm just trying to help.
Well, your help's not wanted.
I'm like, alright, well, dang, alright. We'll just, you have to say it like that, but whatever. Isn't that right, Mr. Nemos? Isn't that right, Mr. Nemo? Killing Iswal takes so much time. Oh my god, I'm out of arrows again. Arrows again. Arrows again. I'm out of arrows. I literally am out of arrows now. Get him, Valk. Get him, Merc. Why are you trying to steal my junk? Axon would have taken him down faster? Well, dang, alright.
Axon, yes.
I'm going to get some more arrows, okay? It's P8 Iswal. I don't know what you guys expect. P8 Iswal is always a pain in the butt, alright? This ain't This ain't rookie. We ain't rookie squad here.
I've always wanted to do a sword and shield Amazon. Like, the only weapon that I could think of that would be okay would be maybe a passion, just to give her zeal, and then.
Yeah, you don't wanna do shield with it ruins the breakpoints. So you can't do a swinging weapon and a shield. You can do a stabbing weapon though and a shield. So you could do Flesh Ripper, for instance.
Okay.
Well, from what I understand, Flesh Ripper does not mess with the shield block breakpoints.
Because there was this random sword I found that had zeal on it, and when I put it on her, she didn't even like do anything. But like it was like the skill would go blank, like go red, like it was being used, but like she just wasn't swinging or doing anything. I don't know, it looked weird. So I was curious if like it's even doable, because like you could easily do like the Valk build with like max dodge, evade, and avoid and all that, which would be great for a melee character if you think about it. So I don't know. I'm trying to figure out a weapon to use that would maybe work.
Well, that's my problem, is that when I looked up shield breakpoints on Diablo, what you find out about the Amazon's horrible breakpoints for her shield. So this is the breakpoints for the Amazon's shield, and bring that up a little bit bigger. So she has two separate breakpoints, one for one-handed swinging weapons, and she has another one for all other weapons, which is the stabbing weapons. So if you notice, she starts out at a base 17 frame with any one-handed swinging weapon, which makes using a shield with a one-handed swinging weapon basically worthless. If you use any other weapon beside a one-handed swinging weapon, though, you get a base frame 5, which very easily goes up to 2 with 86% faster block rate. So if you
a two-handed sword.
Well, I mean, then you don't have a shield. But basically, with this is
dodge, evade, and avoid. You don't even need a shield.
This is right here. It qualifies what is a one-handed swinging weapon. So one-handed swinging weapon includes axes, clubs, maces, swords, and orbs. Throwing axes and wands.
All swords,
but not
like even two-handed swords.
But not well. That's that. We're talking about block rate. We're not talking about two-handed weapons. Two-handed weapons you can't block with.
Yeah, but if you dodge, evade, and avoid, you don't need block, right?
Well, the whole thing about making the one-handed Amazon is making the tank queen. So if you make the one-handed Amazon with a shield, the unfortunate side effect is that you end up with terrible block rate, and the shield ends up making you worse, not better. There's a problem that comes into play if you block and then you can't do anything else while you're in the process of blocking. So it takes you almost like a full second to block, which is terrible.
No, I'm trying to utilize like dodge, evade, and avoid, where I don't even need to block. Like, I'm just
that's the thing.
Evading and avoiding all of the shots.
Well, that's the thing, is that dodge, avoid, and evade stack with block. So when you build a block character, a block is on, you have all of them. So if the 75% chance to block, you've got the avoidances, you've got all of it on top of each other, and it stacks cumulatively. So you notice daggers is not on this list. So you can use daggers. That's why I was saying a very interesting thing might be like an F Flesh Ripper dagger that's on with a freaking shield, and that way you could be super tanky, and you'd also get pretty much an all-in-one weapon with, crushing blow, open wounds, prevent monster heal, slows target.
Yeah, I saw your video.
The whole 9 yards, right?
Sting barb.
Well, just thinking about it from that perspective is that, well, it wouldn't affect the shield. You'd still get those massive, ridiculous, block chance on top of your evade, so your character would be like tanky as all get out.
Yeah, because I was thinking about making like the Valk build and then sword and shield, essentially, or
I mean, you
dagger and shield, I guess.
You don't need mana. The Zon doesn't technically need a skill for attack rating because she has penetrate, so penetrate is going to be your attack rating.
Oh.
I mean, you wouldn't have anything that would allow you to attack ridiculously fast to multiple targets, but
Yeah, that's why I was thinking like a passion or something, maybe to like give her a skill. Or you could. What about a bear? A bear.
well, the problem with passion is that it doesn't have any damage on it.
Yeah, I know that, but
I mean, that's you're also running into that situation, which is now you don't really have a damage type. One thing I was thinking was though is that you could get a pair of gloves, and there's a couple different items actually that have poison dagger charges on them, and then you'd have poison dagger.
Wow. No, that's getting crazy. With charges, wow. No, that would be you're going to town constantly.
Well, I mean, depending on how many charges you got, you don't always have to use it, but it would be an interesting alternative skill.
Yeah, I was messing around on like max roll with different stuff just to see like if bumping up like different random skills. Like I mess with dragons and dreams and I don't know.
I mean, none of that's going to be useful on an Amazon because they don't have any synergies.
Yeah, I know.
Not enough mana.
I don't know. Ever since watching some of your builds you do, I want to try some crazy build that like I've never seen before. Which is sort of obviously a reason why you've never seen it, because it's very difficult.
I mean, Tankazon is really, like, crazy in terms of her tanking ability.
Yeah, I've done the Valk build before, and that's just
I mean, if you run a Tankazon with a like the Flesher Profang knife, let's say that was your weapon, and then you ran a Monarch shield, the why am I forgetting the name of it all of a sudden?
Storm shield.
Yeah, Storm shield with the huge negative, physical damage reduction. I mean, that would be massive, right? And then
throw an Eldrune in it.
Well, then you could probably you want to make sure you max out the speed of your weapon, since obviously your dagger is going to be your only way to attack and dish out damage. So you're going to want to hit your maximum breakpoint, whatever that is for the dagger. Not sure how fast the Zon can attack with a dagger, but I'm assuming it'd be pretty fast. And then, ooh, 26 to mana. Okay, never mind. I like that. Then once you get your stuff set up correctly, where you've got like maximum attack speed, then you could start going for physical damage, or you could just go for more tankability, like String of Ears, add in some more tanking that way. You could go with, I'm trying to think here, G-Face, maybe add in some more. Well, you don't really need Deadly Strike because you're going to be running maximum Deadly Strike. But Crushing Blow certainly wouldn't be terrible. Deadly Strike would just be wasted on that character because you could potentially max out Deadly Strike with your Crit Strike, and then you wouldn't even.
High Lords alone, like High Lords alone with 1 point into Deadly Strike would probably be enough.
I mean, you'd pretty much always be double damage. You have Penetrate for your attack rating. You could also theoretically utilize Slow Missile to make your character even tankier because it has a physical damage reduction on it.
Yeah, Slow Missile is great. Like a lot of people don't use that when like I even use that on my Javazon. Like I just cast it when if I'm like going farm Eldritch, for example, with all those archers. Sometimes you just cast that and it's like walk past all the archers.
Not a lot of people know this, but Slow Missile and the Inner Sight both actually stack with each other.
Oh, I didn't know that either.
You can use both of them. So at any time you can just cast both of them. So you could obviously focus on some of your passive abilities there. So you're going to be building passive anyway. So you could use your Inner Sight. That's also going to reduce the defense of the monster, which is going to make it easier for you to hit them also. So you have that, and then the Slow Missile will make you tankier as well, as long as you keep Slow Missile up on the target. You get your Valkyrie. You'd also have your Decoy, obviously. And then I would think that the way that you would go with your Mercenary would probably be to make some sort of AoE damage. Your best bet might be the Static Merc. Just simply because he would just static all the time for you and soften up all the monsters so you wouldn't have to take so long killing them. So even if you are doing decent damage, you still don't want to have to individually kill every single monster, right? So the static field might be the best way to make sure that all the monsters are at a relatively low HP. You don't necessarily need anything to tank for you because number one, you are the tank. Number two, you're going to have a really decent Valkyrie as well, obviously, so the Valkyrie is going to be tanking.
Double tank, yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So static field merc might be the best idea, and then load him with like a crescent moon, so he has the negative resistance, and then a bunch of casting equipment and plus the skills. That way he's just spamming static field as much as possible. That way you could augment the single target ability of the character with an AoE ability.
Yeah, I was also thinking, like, when you were talking about your bard build that you want to do with the chain lightning, maybe putting something, well, I don't know, you said, so daggers are the only ones that don't get attacks.
Yeah, but the benefit of having your shield is massive. Like your tank ability goes extremely through the roof with that shield.
Yeah, I've played around with it and realized that Storm Shield is a necessity.
I mean, honestly, with that character, you're pretty much just a tank god. You can anything will die. It's just a matter of how long does it take me to kill it.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Is it's a how long.
I mean, obviously, open wounds would be very important. I think prevent monster heal would be pretty important too.
No, you're right though. Flesh Ripper has all that. Like that's all in a package.
Well, and it has really good damage too.
Yeah. I watched your video. I didn't even think about that for that character in particular.
Well, I've actually been thinking about this character already.
The sword and shield character, yeah.
Yeah, I actually have a character on my account already called Tankazon. Like it's already there. The Tankazon, I don't remember how far I got into making that build. I don't think I completed it, but that's basically the gist of it, was to be a Tankazon.
Yeah, because it's essentially you're using the Valk build, but like, I don't know. I was just trying to go a different route with it than like optimizing myself.
Well, if you think about it in that way, you don't necessarily need the Valkyrie, so you could lay off, building specifically into the Valkyrie. I'm not entirely sure it's necessary to build the Valkyrie. Another way to go about it is instead of doing basically no skill, which is passives, you could at least put a point into like jab or something and use a javelin instead. But that gets into the realm of you're basically now just a Javzon. You're just using a shield, so you're like a Spearzon that uses a shield, which is like a whole nother thing. I mean, obviously there's some pretty good like ethereal titans that you could get, things like that would have pretty decent damage on them. I mean, not quite as good as the Flesh Ripper Fang Knife, but then you would have access to obviously other things besides just simply, like the basic skills, like your basic attack, basically. What's up, Chunks? You were a chunky butt, you know that? You got some chunky booty there. You're really putting on some chonkos. It's still not chonkadonks. Don't talk to me that way.
I thought you was talking to me that way.
You're talking to me that way.
That's a chonk. Look at this chunky booty. Look at it. Chunky booty. Booty a chonk. That's a chonk booty. At what minimum level would you recommend trying for a 220 faster cast? 93. If you're going to try for that, wait till level 93. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I got one flawless gemerald. One flawless gemerald. One flawless gemerald. One flawless gemerald. Why you squunka-dunka-dunka-dunka-dunka? You gotta go peppers? Hmm? You're just like a doggy. Do you gotta go peppers? You gotta go peppaduras. You gotta go peppaduras. You let me know if you gotta go peppaduras. He's a square, 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 square. I either need to take these chips and do some transmuting to make some money, or or something. I don't know. I think I just need to make some money. Well, money's better. I can gamble with money. Maybe I can get something good. Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy's, can't you see? I got some jammies for you. Well, Jimmy, Jimmy, Jimmy's, can't you see? You're so freaking shiny. Alright, is that everything? Everything? Oh, man. Another diamond. I'll see if any of my doojanks is worth selling. I got a whole bunch of stabs and stuff saved up that I can sell for gold. Maybe I could do a little bit of gambling. Oh, that one's only worth 6,700. That's a 20k in the bank, though. That's probably a 25k in the bank. We gotta wait. Let's try those two. Are 6-socket Grand Matron bows viable? I don't think you... Is there not? I thought they would cap out at 5.
There's not.
Cap out at 5, don't they?
Yep. Hydra bows.
Were you trying to test me, sir? I feel like he was trying to test me. Yeah, seriously, they cap. I'm pretty sure they cap out at 5. I mean, I could look it up real quick, but I'm gonna go with my gut instinct and say 5. They cap out at 5 sockets. I found another flawed emerald, OMAC. I don't know if you need it or not. For what, this character? When it comes to this character, the best option would be a Wizen Draw. Wizen Draw is literally like the best option for me. Second best option is Ice, which is not gonna happen. And I think third best option is Insight, isn't it? I think Insight is literally like the third option.
cheaper one.
I think Wizendraw is the cheapest. I think drops all the time.
I know, but I mean, you can make it inside. Just
I think the chances of me finding and making a like +3 insight bow before I find a Wizendraw is actually... I think I'm more likely to find the Wizendraw bow than I am to find the insight.
well, I mean, you don't have to make it a +3 bow. You could put it in like a
Yeah, I mean, I could make it in a crappy
blade
base.
bow or anything.
I could make it in a crappy base.
It's all low runes. You can make it 15 times if you need to.
Well, I can't make it right now at all. Eventually,
You know what I mean.
Eventually, I might be able to.
Hey, just farm Nightmare Countess, and you should be able to make as many as you want.
Well, not to mention all
Well, you
the
can't farm.
But I can't. I
Growls
can't
and souls
farm.
that you're gonna
It wouldn't
pick
work
up
anyway.
along the way.
It's the soul rune that's the issue. I've sometimes in some of my solo self-found runs I come across the soul rune, and sometimes in my solo self-found runs I never come across the soul rune. I'll have to craft. I'll have to craft. I'll have to craft up like 3 am runes to get to a soul rune. Like there's there's been times where I've been on like a soul drought.
Kubis told me that you're gonna get a soul rune from your health forge.
Okay.
That's what he said. So if you don't, then
Okay. I don't know how you talk to him because he's not even in the room. But
he called me.
He's got a cell phone.
On his phone.
He's got a dog phone.
Oh, well, don't tell him I told you.
How does he? Where did he?
Cup and string, bro.
I don't ask questions, man.
Don't
He just
ask
said,
questions.
Don't tell that guy. I said, don't tell him.
It's the
no
bowl
pumpkin seeds.
and string.
Kubis the destruction dog. I should have called him. We should have called him Thanos because he literally just runs around destroying everything.
He has a cup phone.
If you look away from him for 2 seconds, he'll find something to destroy. If he had a cell phone, he would have destroyed it by now. That's how I know he doesn't have a cell phone, because he would have destroyed it. He can't help himself. That's what he does.
I always crack up when I think about dogs talking about that Up movie, that Pixar Up, where the dogs had the little collars that like would talk.
Yeah.
And the dog is like, hey, 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 hey.
I like the part. I don't know if you've seen the little. I think it's a short. I don't know if it was actually part of the movie, but the dog starts. Not the dog, the kid. Oh yeah, the Boy Scout. He starts installing them on everything. Like the bee, he installs it on the squirrel. Like he figures out a way to get it on everything. And it cracked me up because the squirrel is like, I got F room. The squirrel gets on top of the fence and he's like, I do not like you, dog. He goes, you are in my territory. He goes, I shake my tail at thee. And the dog's like, do not shake your tail at me. I do not like it when you shake your tail at me. And he goes, haha, take this. I shake my tail at thee. I'm cracking up.
Yeah, there's a good reason they haven't came out with some way of making dogs talk to us, because that would be insane.
Gim. Gim.
If it
You'd
was
be eating
accurate.
food and they would just sit there going, Gim. 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 No.
I want to see that Stray movie.
Gim. Gim.
You seen the trailer for that one?
Which one?
Stray.
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 I don't know.
It's like Will Ferrell voicing that one of the dogs, and
Huh.
Jamie Foxx.
Oh yeah, Will
voicing one
Ferrell.
of
No,
them.
I haven't seen that yet. I've seen a couple previews for it.
Huh.
I want to see it. Looks like it's be pretty funny. When they say what they're gonna go bite off of his owner because he keeps trying to get rid of him.
'Cause they were born to be demons, and they're just demons, see. And I use a freezing arrow, yes, and kill them all for me. 'Cause I'll gladly shatter them into a million pieces yet again. And if they get back up, I will shatter them some more. Ever since I got the Valkyrie. Man, Valkyrie plus freezing arrow. So safe. Feel like I'm wrapped in a warm cocoon.
Cold cocoon.
A cold cocoon.
It's winter time right now, and you're just waiting to blossom when when spring comes. Yeah, the Valk in your Merc is insane. So I was like, I'm gonna try to make the Valk build, but make it where I'm still like sword and shield, but your dagger makes a lot of sense. Flesh Ripper, that makes a lot of sense.
Well, I mean, it fixes a lot of your issues too, so you don't have to do that by most of your equipment, and you can still focus on plus the skills and things like that if you want to, or tankiness. I think honestly the Flesh Ripper just makes the most sense from that perspective too, because you just get everything. You get the whole package. You don't got to worry about, you know, like prevent monster heal. You don't got to worry about having you know, open wounds on anything. You don't got to worry so much about crushing blow. You still get a little bit more crushing blow, because it's always nice to have a decent amount. And honestly, you might want to shoot for a 100% crushing blow build, because obviously you don't have a lot of other ways to dish out damage. So,
right,
you know, 100% deadly strike, 100% crushing blow. And obviously you don't need 100% open wounds. I don't think anybody needs 100% open wounds. But like, I think, what is it, like 50% or something, or I can't even remember what's on the Flesh Ripper, but it's more than enough. And then if you use Goblin Toes, you can get more crushing blow that way, or you can go with your Gore Riders, and then Gore Riders is going to cap off your open wounds. So like pretty much every hit you do is going to apply open wounds.
Yeah, but you don't need the Goblin Toes and that alone. The Flesh Ripper I think should be plenty, and then maybe some gloves.
CB gloves would be nice. Passive. 220 passive CB gloves would be really good. Although you might want to consider, instead of 220 passive CB gloves, you might want to consider the 350% laying of hands, because that will apply to your physical damage.
That is massive. Like anytime
that's basically that's more than a fortitude, right? So.
Yeah, anytime I ever do like a physical build that I'm kind of wanting to farm this area here out of Chaos, I always get damage to demons, because that's insane.
I mean, you're not going to get hit a lot, so that's not going to be an issue for you. You're going to block or dodge the majority of any attack that comes in. So for the most part, you can't even really rely on like proccing effects that might go off when you get hit, because you're probably rarely, if ever, going to get hit. You obviously want to have some life leech in there somewhere. Maybe a nice dual leech ring, or actually you don't even need dual leech now that I think about it. A really good life leech ring would be pretty much all you need.
Yeah, I was just thinking of some way to give her a skill that could be somewhat like an AoE, like a Zeal. That's why I thought of Passion maybe, but yeah, the damage is just awful on Passion. I don't know.
Well, I mean...
Can you make Passion in an axe?
Nah.
Axes don't
actually, I don't know.
No,
but axes do count in the thing.
Yeah, I saw that too. That's why I didn't even think about that. So yeah, the dagger is pretty much where you're stuck at. So yeah, Flesh Ripper is pretty much the best dagger, period. So.
I mean, there's only one other one that's anywhere halfway decent, but...
what's it called? Night something?
Ghost Flame.
Ghost Flame, yeah.
It's actually pretty decent damage-wise, but it doesn't have all the extra cool stuff that Flesh Ripper does.
No, Flesh Ripper is definitely the full package. Like, the dual-wielding barb is insane. Like, just those 2 weapons alone, you're killing Diablo, Uber Diablo, like, or not Uber, but, Pandemonium Diablo.
Well, also the negative 50% target's defense on Flesh Ripper means that you don't have to focus so much on attack rating.
Attack rating, yeah.
Which will be very helpful.
But Penetrate just eliminates that completely, so it doesn't even matter with that.
Well, it's a combination, right? So if you get Penetrate by itself, because you're not actually using a skill, Penetrate becomes your attack rating. But normally you combine that with another skill. But with the negative 50% of the target's defense, you could probably sit pretty comfortably. I would say around like 8k attack rating. You would need around 8k. And you'd be fine. But like for a normal melee character, you know, with no negative target's defense, you usually need a hell of a lot more than 8k. You need like I can't remember what I had on my barbarian without negative target's defense. I think it was like 15k or like even higher is what you normally shoot for.
So would Flesh Ripper be good for a Sin using what you call it?
Sorry, Nemo tried to tinkle on me. What'd you say?
Would Flesh Ripper be good for a Sin using what's it called?
Blade Sin?
Yeah, Blade.
Yeah. F Flesh Ripper is actually a solid Blade Sin. On top of that, it doesn't burn durability, and you can put something else in it besides a Zod.
Yeah, besides a Zod.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, unless you're running Blade Shield. That's the only time that it uses your weapons.
Yeah, so that's actually a really solid one for the Blade Sin because of the attack rating issues that she has, and also because Claw Mastery doesn't apply to the Blade Fury.
Knife, yeah.
But no, it doesn't apply to Blade Fury. Even if you're using 3 claws or a claw, Claw Mastery's AR does not apply to Blade Fury.
Oh, that's weird. That sounds like it. Just like when you were talking about the, what was it, Charge Strike or something somebody was talking about earlier?
Power Strike.
Power Strike, it doesn't apply. That's so weird. Why haven't they fixed that in D2R?
I mean, they added an AR percentage to Blade Fury directly, which is something that wasn't there before.
Yeah, I've always wanted to do that one as well.
Yeah, Flesh Ripper is actually a solid. It's a solid option for that build. There's a couple
builds. I'm thinking about it.
There's a couple like items for Flesh Ripper. I'm trying to remember all of them right on the top of my head, but like Death is a big one for the Blade Fury set. Flesh Ripper is a very big one as well. Like a perfectly rolled claw is also a really big one for Blade Fury. Obviously, you can also use some other odd items like Lacerator for the amp proc and things like that. But it was my experience that one of the biggest issues that I had, that I always could never overcome with Blade Fury, was just simply the fact that I just didn't have enough AR. I felt like I never had enough AR, and Flesh Ripper was like one of the few ways that I could reduce the monster's defense. Now, the really cool thing with the Blade Fury Sin is you get an Eth one, and you throw an Eth rune in it, and that brings it up to negative 75% enemy targets defense. So then you're really in the money as far as like knocking down their defense, so you don't need as much AR. Makes it much easier to hit the targets. It works on bosses too. It's
in that circumstance.
Well, negative targets defense has always been extremely valuable. In fact, it used to be broken valuable. I remember back in the day. There actually was a time where Eth runes worked in PvP too, and the reduction in PvP was massive, and basically made it so that you could hit pretty much anybody, because obviously once you reduce 25% of their defense, it was kind of nuts. They actually had to fix it. I remember for the longest time in Diablo, everybody had an Eth rune in their weapon for PvP, because it was basically the ability to guarantee a hit.
Yeah, I remember on Storm Shield, I would always run an L drone just to max up the block chance. Or not block chance, but yeah, block chance. Or block percentage. I forget what L group is.
I mean, that's not it's not exactly a bad idea, Emperor. So you're thinking in the right direction. He said, well, because you're basically not going to take any damage on your Tankazon, because you're going to dodge the majority of the attacks. I think is what it would be a good idea to not even, to pump strength more so you could get more damage that way.
Oh.
The problem with that, though, and this is an interesting conundrum, is that daggers are not strength.
They're dex.
They're, I believe, if I remember correctly, they are half dex, half strength, or I need to look that up real quick. Hold on. Let's see how.
Daggers usually require more dex to use. Like, I'm using a whiz spike on my sorceress right now. It costs 75 dex to.
Here it is, right here.
On.
Daggers are one-handed thrusting weapons. All have a 75 strength bonus when calculating attack damage. So, plus % damage equals strength times 75 divided by 100. All have a 75 dexterity bonus when calculating attack damage, so plus damage equals dexterity times 75
So
divided
that's
by
why
100.
everybody boosts dex to get max block and max damage.
Well, yeah, you could Tankazon it, and then yeah, definitely stack dexterity so you get your max block,
And then start stacking dex.
And then
Or,
honestly, you could just continue to stack dex. Since they
Yeah,
both do the
just
same
keep
thing,
going.
you could get more dex, which means more attack rating. More dex means more damage, and yeah. I mean, that's a pretty good way of running it.
So then you could be even more tanky.
Yeah, you'd have maximum block chance, which is definitely what you would want. Dex also gives you defense too, which isn't terrible. And then on top of that, you're also going to get more damage from the dexterity as well. I mean, it would really be a
Whatever
balance.
requirement you need will help as well.
It would really just be a balance. I mean, you wouldn't want to completely neglect your HP. I mean, you probably still would want a decent amount, but like you definitely wouldn't need to pump it like you do on a lot of other characters. Not with how tanky she would be. I mean, you're barely ever going to get hit.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like the dodge, evade, and avoid, I wouldn't even need. Really.
One thing I would recommend though, and this is what I would think for the build, is I would say that you would probably want to overcap your IAS. So you never want to be in a situation where you're attacking below what you would normally attack. So you want to maintain your maximum breakpoint, even if say you're under the effect of say Decrepify. Because I think as a melee character, and since melee is your only way of dishing out damage, you'd never want to be in a situation where your melee is compromised just simply because you're under Decrepify Curse or something like that, or even Holy Freeze for that matter. So you would probably need to build really high IAS. Let's take a look real quick and see what that would look like. Just out of curiosity, like how much IAS you would need. So obviously we're going to do the Fang Knife. Now you're at a good point though, because the Fang Knife is a -20, which is actually really nice. So you're 10 shy of a Phase Blade as far as speed goes. And it's going to be a standard attack, obviously. We're going to do Amazon.
But the sword makes the.
Okay, so first let's just bring up the IAS as much as possible, and then let's see. Of course, it's not really showing us anything, is it? What's wrong here? Something's wrong. Primary weapon, left slot.
Oh, you need to select the weapon that the Fang Knife is in. No? You don't need to select the weapon that the Fang Knife is actually.
I don't know, it's not showing me. Oh, okay, well that changed it. 8 frames per attack, 3.12 attacks per second. Oh, I changed the wrong thing, that's what I did. Okay, here we go. I did the weapon IAS, not the regular IAS. Alright, so... let's assume we can actually put Holy Freeze in here, or Decrepify. So let's go ahead and tag Decrepify on. And then... 80% still isn't enough. 100%. It would take quite a bit to get you to maximum. You would probably need Fanaticism. I mean, what's the Fanaticism on...
Hustle? Well, Hustle's only 1, isn't it? Or something?
No, I was thinking the other one. What's the other one?
Faith?
Yeah, Faith. Was it like... It's not really that high, is it? It's like 12 or something like that?
Hang on. It is 12 to 15.
So maximum speed for a regular attack is apparently 7 frames per attack, which is 3.57 attacks per second, which isn't bad. I mean, you're talking about just shy of 4 attacks per second. And to hit the maximum breakpoint with the Decrepify on you, you would need level 12 Fanaticism and like 130% IAS, which is rough.
Yeah, that's 100 and what?
130% IAS.
Whoa.
But that's with Decrepify. So without Decrepify, I mean, you don't need anywhere near as much as that. You probably don't even need Fanaticism. So like, we could probably hit that relatively easily with a bare minimum of IAS. Looks like you hit your maximum breakpoint without Fanaticism at 70% IAS. So 20% gloves, and then, I mean, you could also run like Andes or something, which with an IAS jewel in it, which is 35, so that's 55% right there. And then, I don't know, like a 15% IAS jewel in the shield, which gets you,
Treachery, that also is an
I
option.
would kind of avoid Treachery because you're not going to ever proc the Fade. You're not
True,
getting, you're
yeah,
basically never
yeah,
going to
I'm
get
never
hit.
gonna get hit. I could stand in the fire right there at Act 4.
So what is that, though?
Never get hit.
That's 35, 45, 55, 65, 70. Yeah. So if you did 20% IAS gloves, Andes with an IAS jewel in it, and if you do an IAS jewel in your storm shield, that's going to get you the 70% IAS that you need to hit your maximum breakpoint. Now the problem with that is that when you get Decrepified, you are going to go down to 2.27 attacks per second. But you will be at 7 frames per attack if you go with...
So I could run a cleansing on my Merc, though, to try to help that.
I mean, you're basically just going to attack as fast as you possibly can, which is really what you want. Because you're going to cap out your Deadly Strike, you're going to, or your Critical Strike. You're going to cap out your Crushing Blow, you're going to have lots of open wounds. So you're going to have pretty much everything you need to dish out a massive amount of damage to any target that you come across. It shouldn't be that difficult.
Congratulations.
I mean, I feel like for an armor, you'd probably go with Fortitude. Just more damage.
Yeah,
You want
my damage.
you just want as much physical damage as you can possibly get. I mean, Fortitude, Laying of Hands. I mean, you're gonna run Andes, so you're gonna have your IAS there and your Life Leech, which means you don't necessarily need to run a Life Leech ring if you're running Andes, although you could get a little bit more Life Leech that way if you wanted to run a specific ring. I mean, there's other options, of course, for rings. One thing I might recommend is that with the speed that you're attacking, and also if you wanted to make your character even safer, would be a Carrion Wind, so that you get the little stun procs, the twister stuns.
Yeah, that could help. I don't even know. Like, I just don't feel like I'm gonna get hit very often. Like you said, like, you don't proc that treachery. Like, even on my Javazon, like, I would just stand in the fire right there on Act 4, and it would take me forever to proc treachery. I had 1 point.
As you
into
dodge
each thing.
the fire.
Yeah, I had 1 point into all the dodge, evade, and avoid as a Javazon, so I could imagine having maxed out dodge, evade, and avoid. You're just never gonna get hit. Like, to proc that, I would just take off all my shield. And on the ladder, that was when I was running with the Terror Zone, so I had a T-stroke and a Sanctuary on swap, just for the targets that I couldn't kill, you know, that were lightning immune.
Honestly, the hardest part about the Tankazon is trying to figure out where to stop on the avoidances.
I only had 1 point in that thing.
It's
but
been
like,
my
all
experience
my
that
skills, it was too much.
putting some points into it, I think, is worthwhile, but you definitely don't want to stack too many.
Yeah, it was great when I was killing stuff and like in the thick of it, but when I'm trying to proc, like for Ubers, for example, like I would put on a treachery and just go stand out there and just try to get it to proc, and it just would never proc.
Not enough mana. Not enough mana.
Yeah, that's like the 16th pair of chain boots that have fallen. Alright, on our way to Bababalo. Beebalabalo. Womp, 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 womp. Did I forget a seal? Must have forgotten a seal. Or maybe I forgot to kill Lord Deceased. That's happened before. I mean, obedience is pretty cheap. I think you'll be alright. Can always make another one. Heck, if you got another Ko and Foul rune, you can just re-roll it. Diablo's actually kind of staying alive. It's kind of impressive. I mean, my mercenary. The mercenary's kind of staying alive there for a little bit. Pretty impressive. I'm gonna need to pick up some more potions. The more potentates. Can you finally use your Dewjank yet? He can finally use his Dewjank yet. Okay, big boy upgrade. Get your life leech. Okay, he might actually be able to survive versus Diablo now. He about to impress. new weapon's not doing bad. Merc still can't take the heat, but he did better that time than he did the time before. Still holding on to the Arctic furs. Yeah, in the odd chance that I actually find the rest of the set, it could be interesting. Honestly, though, eventually at a certain point, it's not going to be useful. So, but I'll hold on to it until maybe, you know, I don't know. I might get like Arctic belt, Arctic furs, Arctic belt. I think is an interesting combo. I can't remember exactly what it does off the top of my head, but I remember it's something interesting.
Come on in, you beautiful ginger people.
What's up, man? Well, dang, you just wrecked everything.
What up, man?
Just woke up and I'm like, oh, it's 5 AM. That's weird. It's not like me to. I'm normally awake at this time instead of waking up at this time. It's weird.
I need to get Diablo next to the wall so I can get double damage on him. Let's go a lot faster.
Yeah. How's the Amazon going?
Oh, I'm just about to kill Diablo. I'm level 33. Working on it. Finally got access to my freezing arrow, so, you know.
Yeah, that makes a massive difference.
Oh yeah, it's already a huge difference over the other stuff.
Because the first cold hour, it doesn't always hit, and it's just terrible. It's like, I don't know, I can't really explain it. But it just feels very lacking.
Oh, cold arrow is horribly lacking.
It's like, you shoot it, sometimes you hit, sometimes you don't. Sometimes it freezes, sometimes it doesn't. It's just horrible. And obviously the second one's just as bad. Really, the second one, they should have made it where like you put levels into it and it will shoot an extra one or two. Like so, like
well, what they did with Ice Arrow was they increased the duration. So it's basically
it's just not worth it.
It's basically an increased freeze duration, but it just doesn't it doesn't have the same oomph as some of the others.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It should have been
some
sort of
40% magic fine. That's what I remember, Baylor. Yeah, the belt. If I get the belt, I get a 40% magic fine between the two items. That's what I was.
Oh, using Arctics.
That's what I was. Well, I have the armor, but I don't have the belt, so I was trying to see if I could find the belt. That's why I was holding on to it.
Well, yeah, because even if you find the bow, even though it's not great, the max cold damage will help you until you get a wizard drawer or something. Oh, excuse me.
Well, that was an interesting drop. Drop me a worm skull. Not exactly the most amazing helmet in the world, but what it is it's life leech. And I can use it as a life leech helmet for my mercenary.
Yeah, it's a nice low level life leech helmet. Can't go wrong with that.
Yeah, looks like
and
Murky
80
Merc
poison damage, isn't it, or something?
It's getting a little bit of an upgrade. Yeah, 8 poison damage, a little bit of life leech.
Yeah, so your merc will now stop them regenerating, and he has life leech. Perfect. People overlook them small, like low-level helmets, but I think they're great.
Meow's dying.
I am. I'm all snotty, and I don't know why.
It's dying.
Have you had your daily coffee yet?
I'm just making my coffee now.
Probably why he doesn't.
Just
He doesn't
woken
have
up.
his coffee
That's
yet.
exactly why.
Yeah, he hasn't had
Well, I
his
woke
coffee. He's
up
dying.
and I saw you lot were in voice, and I was like, "Okay, I'll come say hi before I make you coffee."
Oh, Stadium! Thanks for the raid, man. We're getting 14 people. Hell yeah! I'm eating some mochi, some green tea mochi. For those of you who just joined, I'm on a solo self-found run, so this isn't like a normal run. I have rules that I have to follow. Well, whoever Justin is, thank you for the $20. $20 Canadian. Thank you. I appreciate it. $20 Canadian. I like money. Money's nice. Helps pay the bills. Get the bills. I like them bills. Got them bills. Bills, bills, bills.
The siege must be stopped.
Yes, the siege must be stopped.
What's the difference between, like, because they're both dollars. So obviously Canadian dollar and American dollar. Why don't they just make them both the same?
Because Canada is a different country than America?
Oh, I know Canada and America are different countries, but...
Same reason.
Why do you have British pounds?
UK, it's different.
Yes, but that it's like saying, like, if we have a pound and then someone else has a pound. But they're worth different amounts. It makes no sense.
Yeah, that's how it is in every country. Like, China's value of their money is worth different, just like Mexico is worth different.
No, but I mean, because it's both the dollar, it should be worth.
No, it's not.
That's what
it's not.
Yeah, but
the
it's the US dollar and it's
Yeah,
the
it's
Canadian
weird.
dollar. They're two completely different dollars. There's also
Yeah,
the
just-
Australian dollar too.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah, every country has their own currency that's not equivalent to the next.
Yeah, but Canadians don't have pennies, so.
You'd think that the whole world would use the same currency just to make it easy.
Oh, don't worry. The Canadians have really weird names for their currency too, like the loonie.
That's why they make it different. So
Somebody who's a
it's not the
Canadian,
same.
explain what a loonie is. A loonie and a toonie, if I remember correctly. It's not even just a loonie.
No.
I think it's
no.
a loonie and a toonie.
No, it's not.
The Canadians have too much syrup. It's gone to their head.
So
That sounds something straight out Bugs Bunny.
as far as I understand it, the loonie is a dollar coin that has a an actual bird on it. It's called a loon, and so they call it a loonie. And a toonie is a $2.
Sort of makes sense, but still.
What is it? Why is the $2 called a toonie? Is it just because it's
Because
two,
it's like two.
Yeah, that makes sense.
or does it actually have something on it that is the reason why they call it a toonie?
That's very strange, though, isn't it?
Is it? Is it though?
Well, no, well, not strange, but it's fun.
Devil Cookie said, "I'm Canadian," and he's right. Looney Toonie. That's right. Looney and a toonie.
It makes me sort of think of Looney Tunes, but it also makes me
That's
think
what
of
I'm
some sort
saying.
of weird sweet.
They're
Fucking
loony.
chew it.
They're toony. You should be thinking of what's it called? The Animaniacs.
Baby Looney Tunes.
No, the Animaniacs. They're loony. They're toony. They're freaking cartoony. It's the Animaniacs.
You see what you Canadians have done now?
Making Ginger sing.
I mean, I do that all the time anyway.
Yeah.
I'm the one that's to blame for that. Come on.
Did you eat all your food?
Blame the right person.
You got drool on you.
The ginger. Tell your cat that you can't feed her today because you're sick. See what she says.
You
See what she
sound
says.
awful right now.
See what she says. Be like, I'm too sick. I can't feed you today. You're gonna have to go hunt on your own.
I think she would just take the packet of treats that are next to the bed, and
She's like, sure,
somehow
I'll
rip them to pieces.
Yeah, she's like, sure, I'll hunt. By hunt, I mean
Yeah.
steal food.
Like I literally woke up and she's laid on my belly, on her side, snoring her head off.
Good. She's trying to cure you with her magical purr powers. Purr powers activate.
Oh my god. Yeah, I'm gonna change headsets 1 minute.
Poor little burning amulet of fortune. Goodbye.
Alright, that should be a bit better.
What mercenary are you using in Act 2?
Act 2 right now, yeah. I got a crafted Dujank on him and savage polearm of the beast, you know, or whatever. It actually rolled with life leech, which is exactly what I needed. So now he's got two forms. Now he's got 2 forms of life leech, so he should be doing extra good. I did not see the interview that he did with Eric Schaefer, but I've heard about it, Dead Parrot. I've been following the Moon Beast stuff for a while, so I guess it makes sense.
What's Moonbeast?
It's a company that's been formed by a lot of the original members of the Diablo 2 team. Apparently they're working together on a new project.
Ooh.
If you check my YouTube channel, I have several videos already going over some of the like developer updates. There's quite a few of them so far. I think I have 3 videos up, and there's like, I want to say like maybe like 3 updates in the first one, like 3 in the second one, and 1 in the third one. So it's like 7 or so updates so far. They went over a lot of really cool stuff. Some very interesting tidbits of information in there for like
the thing is,
like the Diablo 2 developers, the original developers who basically made Diablo 2. They're talking about all sorts of cool things like when they made seasons and like what they had originally intended with such and such. And like one of the really cool tidbits in there is they're talking about charms, and they're talking about how the entire purpose of charms was to force the player to choose between inventory space and power. That's the entire purpose of them, and that confirmed what I had thought for the longest time, that basically these people making charm inventories were basically bypassing the actual real reason why the charms were created in the first place. The entire purpose of the charms is literally to force you to choose between power or inventory space. And he literally said it in that post. So that means that the charm inventories are like completely against what the charms were designed for.
The thing I'm thinking though is like, yes, everyone's going on about, oh yay, the Diablo creators are making a new game or whatever. But they made so many errors, and a lot of it was by fluke luck.
A lot of it too is they got cut out of like being able to update it.
Like everyone seems to praise them, and yes, I get they're very talented and they're good at what they do, but they also had a lot of stupid ideas and a lot of, just like any developer.
Well, and that's one of the things that they talk about. Is like they talked about. Something that you haven't used, Meow, which is the skill slots, the quick slots. They talked about how the quick slots were added in Diablo 2 Resurrected, and they said, "Well, duh." He's like, "Well, that's just a really good idea, and I can't believe that wasn't in the game that we made." He goes, "That is just like a no-brainer." He's like, "If we made the game today, we would definitely have to put the skill slots in there because it just makes the game so much better to have those skill slots." And then.
But when they made the game, that might not have been a possible thing.
But he basically said that, in a nutshell, that yes, that was a really good idea, and it should have been in the game, and it's a very good addition, right? So they're more than willing to learn from the stuff that's going on today and change and roll with it. But it's interesting to see their original design ideas and how they determined that things were supposed to be the way they were. He even goes over and he talks about how he would change charms. And one of the things he said is that making a person choose between power and quality of life may not have been the best idea because people are more than willing to shoot themselves in the foot for a little bit of extra power, apparently. So he talks about a whole nother way that he would have done charms that basically involved having individual charm slots, a limited number of charm slots, basically. He also talked about how he didn't really like having plus to skills on the charm slots.
Oh, wow.
How basically it kind of pigeonholed people into using the plus to skill charms. So that, like, if you weren't using the plus to skill charms, your character would just be subpar.
You're too weak.
Yeah. So he talked about how kind of like avoiding plus to skills on the charms so that you weren't forced to use plus to skill charms. And instead having more interesting things on the charms that would be, something that you could choose.
They do seem very humble for developers, though, compared to like when you watch the D2R people, like their campfires. They just seem very uptight sometimes.
I don't know. I think a lot of what we're looking at is actually kind of
They're not allowed to say stuff.
Yeah, controlled. They're probably under NDAs and all sorts of other things.
It
because
just sucks.
Because if you look at the Diablo 4 one after they got their butt chewed out, like literally they made that huge patch and it was terrible, and then like they were all sitting on there with their like arms like kind of like in between their legs and like their heads down like they were like children that just got spanked.
Yeah, yeah, true. Hey, kitty.
They got their they got their booty smacked.
I do get game developers, their ultimate goal is to make money, but their main goal should be to make an amazing game. Like, shouldn't that be the passion of why you're in that industry? It shouldn't just be about money. It should be, to make an amazing product that keeps making money.
I mean, and that's why I think I ended up making that one video where I'm like, how to fix Diablo 4, because I mean, I know that they're going to continue. They're going to continue.
Oh yeah, they've put too much money in it to stop.
Whether it fails or not, I mean, they're going to try and continue it season after season, and they're going to see how it goes. But like, I'd at least like to put in my 2 bits and try and make the game better, and I feel like a lot of my suggestions would actually make the game better as a whole. Especially if maybe somebody out there watches the video and actually sees it. It's like, oh, that's a good idea. Maybe we should do that.
Has there been any announcement on Ladder?
For what? Season 2?
No, for us, Season 5.
Oh, no, nothing for Season 5, man. I don't know what you're hoping for, sir.
I'm just keeping me hopes open.
Open, he says.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've been saying it the whole time. We wasn't gonna get nothing.
Stop cursing everything, Chunks.
I might. No, I'm just used to it.
I still think we won't get anything, but I'm trying to keep my hopes up.
Nobody asked you to curse us, okay? We didn't want curses.
Thing is, we all know we'll still have fun. But yeah, we are. We are due runewords, aren't we? This time around.
Oh.
Did it crack me up though during that one campfire chat where they were like,
with the sorceress, we've been following a curse kiss scenario. Every time we give you something, we give you a kiss. We also slap you in the side of the face.
Sounds terrible.
Apparently, that was in the entire design dynamic behind the sorceress. Is literally like, we're gonna give you something nice, and then we're gonna slap you in the face.
Yeah, sounds terrible.
And they're like, we realize that may not have been the best design choice. And I'm like, may not have been the best design choice.
Like, again, it shouldn't be overpowered, but it should also be enjoyable to play.
You're an even greater
Like, the one thing I do like about D4 is, like, teleport isn't just a spam. That's the one thing that I would like in D2 is teleport isn't just total spam, but there'll be haters out there going, oh, how dare you! But
I mean, frickin' every single
game is
class,
meant to be played.
every single class has a movement ability. They all have movement abilities. So, I mean, it's not that big of a deal, but
I like it.
At the same time, though, like except for the Necromancer who doesn't have a movement ability, and they even talked about that in one of the campfires. They're like, we realize that not giving the Necromancer a movement ability it may have been a bad choice. And I'm like, may have been a bad choice. Like, you literally like Tanya Harding the Necromancer. I mean, that boy.
He was already in a struggling place at the start.
That poor boy. Like, I was in a fight one time, and everybody else was like, dodge, dodge, can't hit me, dodge, dodge, dodge. And I'm over here like,
You try with the Necro, with the space bar, and he's so slow.
And they're like, why you dead? I'm like, I tried to dodge. I was like, but dodge again? I don't have more than one dodge.
Oh, you gotta put that in the soundbar. The Necromancer's death.
It would be nice if they did that, but that is one thing I think they're doing right with that game, is that teleport is not just like an infinite thing. Everyone's sort of got a movement ability, and it is an ability, not just a spammable skill. So you can't just teleport through the whole game. You know? Because I think that does ruin D2 a bit, where people are like, bugger it, I'll just teleport through the whole act, instead of actually playing the game.
Skip everything.
Yeah, so... You know, I get some people love that whole speed run where you just teleport through, blah, blah, blah. But to me, it's not fun. Starting the game and, you know, leveling your character, to me, that's the most fun part. Once you get past all that, and it's literally just running the same stuff.
Everybody
to level,
shows
it's
up
the
for new
boring
character
part.
day, and then when
Exactly.
and then there's too many people, and then they complain they don't get to all be in the same group, and I can like, look, there's only 8 people per group. All right, shot.
But yeah, I don't know. I think people try and rush to get to the end, and then they realise they've just got to sit there and do Bale runs and Diablo runs until their teeth fall out, and Terror runs and.
Hey,
You know.
my teeth not gonna fall out. Tell them no.
Hi, Doc.
I think the coffee is affecting you negatively, meow. Wow.
How dare you? That's blasphemy. I can't even talk. That's blasphemous against the coffee, the almighty coffee.
Boom, 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 boom. I can't believe though that they actually gonna try and sell us an expansion after that mess.
I know, right? They're already on about D5, and I'm like, seriously, you're currently failing on D4. Why are you even thinking about another game until you fix this?
Well, it's not really what they said, and they were kind of taken out of quotation with that. They didn't say D5 was coming like within the next couple of years. All they really said in that quote, and to defend the quote specifically, is that what they said is that you wouldn't have to wait. Because how many years was it in between Diablo 3 and Diablo 4?
I don't know.
It was a lot. I can't remember the exact number of years. Let's look it up real quick so I can get this accurately. So, I know D2 launched in 2003, right? And D3 launch date was May 15th, 2012. So it took 12 years to launch Diablo 3, right? And then Diablo 3 launched 2012, and Diablo 4 launched in 2023. So it was, what, another 12 years before, freaking like 10 years, 11 years before we got Diablo 4? All they really said in that quote was that it wouldn't take another 12 years to get Diablo 5.
I still think
they were
never
basically
make D3.
They were basically making a joke on themselves because of how long it took for them to put out Diablo 4 and how long it took for them to put out Diablo 3.
You walked past some arrows. They were on the floor in the corner.
I had a swap pack. I'm good. I had a swap pack.
Personally, I think D3 should never have happened. It should have been. They should have just done another expansion, another act, finished Act 4 as well.
I mean, it's really kind of funny when you think about it, though, that it literally took like 12 years to come out with Diablo 3, and then it took another freaking like 12 years to come out with Diablo 4. Took them forever.
Yeah.
Basically. I am kind of worried about Diablo 4, though. Even if they do eventually get it correct, there's no
negativity.
Well, there's no offline single player. So eventually, when Diablo 5 does come out, I mean, what, does 4 just die?
Maybe. I think that's also why D2 did so well, because you can play single player. So, you know, it doesn't matter whether you got an internet connection or not, you can still play and enjoy your game.
I mean, God knows I did a lot of single player. I'm doing single player right now.
Yeah, exactly. Even I did. No, I'd love for them to say, okay, we're going to finish Act 4 and we're going to bring out a new expansion with another act, maybe a new class. So I think, you know, if they keep it the same sort of skill, like the way the skills work and all that, I think it'd be amazing.
I'm telling you, the key to Diablo future is Diablo Maker. That's the key to Diablo's future.
Diablo Maker.
Diablo Maker. A game mode that basically involves people being able to custom design their own levels based on the current assets that are already within the game. So nothing new would get added, but everything that is currently within the game would be accessible to the players to use to create levels. The Diablo Maker would allow you to upload those levels onto a server, which would then allow everyone else to be able to download those levels and play them with their character. So you go level up a character, you do your ladder or whatever, but then you can take that character and you can go do your Diablo Maker with that character. This would literally make for infinite content, player generated content at that.
So they don't have to put in the work.
There would be notorious levels that people would be like, you know, insane to try and solve. It would all be about like puzzle solving, because that's basically what it is, right? You've got to solve the puzzle. You can't upload the level unless you beat it yourself at least once first. So you would have to be able to beat the level to be able to upload it. And that means that there is a solution. And then like really difficult levels that people are having trouble beating would start to become notorious. And like people like me could make infinite content on it, where basically we could just sit here and just go through levels, and people would send me levels specifically to challenge me and see if I could beat them.
And Dark, you do. Everyone's saying like, Dead. You said that D4 made them a lot of money. So did D2R. D2R made them a hell of a lot of money, and it still is, because all the people that tried D4 hated it have gone to D2R, which is kind of funny. None of them have gone to D3. They've all gone to D2R.
Well, actually, a bunch of them did go to D3 because of the Season 29. Something like that. They had some really big blowout Season 29 thing.
Oh wow. Oh no, none of the games were perfect when they brought them out. Diablo 2 was a perfect example. When it first came out, we had a lot of issues, and then we had all the issues with hacked items and duped items and items that were never intended to be in the game. And then obviously the whole bot issues, which they're still having on D2R. You know, the amount of money they made, they should put a bit of effort into getting rid of them bots.
Like I said, you make things more difficult for the bots. You make it more difficult.
Yeah.
It makes it harder for them to just automatically farm stuff. I mean, when you have an economy where people are actually involved, honestly, the bots don't even really matter. Like, if I wanted to farm items and then sell them for real money, at least I would have to put in the effort to do so, right? If you make it difficult enough, they actually have to have a real person behind the helm doing the effort. Which, in that case, is it really even a bot at that point? It's just a person trying to make money.
True. And I get that's why in D4 there's a lot of stuff that you can't trade. But to me, that also ruins the experience, because trading is so much fun.
Well, let's talk about legendaries being untradeable for a second. Is there any real point to legendaries being untradeable?
No,
I mean,
they're so bloody common.
I mean, they're so bloody common, and they're also garbage.
Yep. I get the super uniques, but then it bugs me at the same time, because it's like, imagine you find that super unique, but you can't actually trade it. It's a bit sad.
I think the uniques, if they want to keep those locked behind on no trade,
I do get it.
That could be okay, but
yeah.
There's no reason. Honestly, after playing Diablo 4 for like 1,000 hours, there is no reason to lock the legendaries behind frickin' trade windows. They're so freaking common, it's ridiculous.
And the rolls vary, so it's like, to get a perfect one, it's so rare.
Well, I mean, most of them are not, actually. Only, like, exceedingly rare affixes are even hard to get anyway. And the odd thing is, though, is that they're not rare on the whole. They're only rare for some reason to the individual. So, like, I might find, like, 3 or 4 Chieftains bands that are perfect. And meanwhile, a guy like Chunks over there is trying to find one, and he can't find one to save his life. It's perfect. Like he's trying his best, and I could just hand him one. But I mean, honestly, it doesn't really seem like the legendary items being trade locked is even remotely important. They could just remove the trade lock from the legendaries, and there would be almost no change to the game whatsoever.
I do think D4 will get better, but I don't know. I'm still enjoying D2R. But we'll see in the future what happens. You know, the next season's the big will be the big eye opener to see what's happened.
Well, it's the one that they said they're gonna have tons of changes, right? So they're like, we're doing lots of stuff. Come see, we gotta do janks and things.
We'll see. What bow are you using?
Just some little random bow that I found that has 2 sockets. Or 2 towel runes in it.
To get yourself a little insight bow.
Maybe one day. Yeah.
What insight, Mark?
One day.
Hey, at least you got your Valk now. So useful. Oh my god, you too, Dad. Nice. It's a nice find.
It's a Ral rune. I can see your fellow Ral rune. It's a Ral rune. Always out of mana pots, 'cause I am a evil mana sucking Amazon. Never have enough mana pots, Amazon. Death rune.
Wouldn't that low level rune would help? The 2 socket one. Is it Zephyr or something?
At the moment, I'm doing just fine. I'm just burning through. I mean, it's pretty much just mana requirements at this point.
Yeah. That's the only bad part about that build.
Mana sucking, soul sucking.
Yep.
Mana sucking, soul sucking.
Amazing build, but yeah, they should have lowered the mana requirement on it a little bit more. Or as you put more levels into it, you know, then up the mana requirement so that later on, once you're geared, it's not so bad. But like when you first start using it, it's
Well, the
lot lower.
The mana goes up as you level it.
Yeah, but they should have made it less at the lower levels. So that it's a bit easier for when you're first starting, because it's, you know, that's when you've got rubbish gear and it's really hard to actually play.
Darkado, you're a hacker. That's all I got to say about you.
You know, kitty cat. Okay, sweetie. Sweet. Oh, pardon you. That was a big bird. It's a lady, right? Yeah.
Tell her when she burps like that, she's not a lady.
Oh, she does a massive burp, and it's like one of them extended. It's epic.
Tell her she's not very ladylike.
I don't care. I just filled my gut. I am going to burp.
Tell her that's not very ladylike.
Get out of arrows.
Can I help you?
I think I am going to 5, 10, 15, 20 into mana. Oh, I have a little bit easier time. Yeah, I need manters.
You know, sweetheart. Hopefully once you grab an insight bow and stuff, it'll be a lot easier.
I can't carry anymore.
Or like a 4-socket type weapon or whatever works.
Oh, well, I am just full of doojanks, aren't I?
Good afternoon.
Take the doojanks out, the doojank, 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 take the doojanks out, the doojanks. Doojanks, doojanks, doojanks.
You found anything really good yet?
No, not really. I mean, Gorefoots, that might be my best find so far.
The only bit I don't like about the mana leech with this build is it doesn't seem to leech mana as well as it should. It's very weird.
Well, you're not a physical damage build. You don't have physical
Yeah.
damage. You need a high physical damage bow. That's why I tell people you always need to make sure you upgrade the wisdom draw. You can't just leave it as its base, because if you leave it at the base, then you're not going to get the physical damage, and the physical damage is where you get your leech. So it's all a big circle. The circle of life. The circle of strife. Oh, 4 life leech, 12 attack rating ring.
Bad.
Take a little bit of life leech. It's a decent roll.
I'd get rid of your rare one, yeah. That rare one's nothing special.
3-socket long weirbo. Weirbo.
You can make an edge.
There's no increased damage on edge. It does have thorns.
Yeah. It's got a load of poison damage though.
Yeah, it's got like prevent monster heal, thorns.
I can't remember what the 2-socket one's
Regeneration isn't really bad at normal difficulty though, and Nightmare is not really all that bad either.
That's the 2-socket one, or it. The
It's,
2-socket one's not bad.
Yeah, Zephyr.
Run, walk, attack speed, lightning damage. It doesn't really have anything extra though that actually, like, it doesn't have like mana on kill or anything.
Yeah, it's not like amazing. I actually kind of avoid it unless I'm doing like really low level stuff. Honestly, chippy bows tend to be better. Superior stag bow. 2-socket superior stag bow with 14% enhanced. That's a Zephyr.
Yeah, that'd work.
I'm
just checking if there's any. I'm just seeing if there's anything else.
I mean, it's. What's the plus skills? It's only +1. I don't have an Ort rune though. I guess I could up the Rowls. I could go do the quest too. The quest gives me Rowl Ort Tau. What is Zephyr anyway? I don't even know how to spell Zephyr.
ZEPHYR or something.
It's Ort F.
Ort F.
Yeah, or ETH. Yeah. I guess you get 1 to 50 lightning damage, a bit of attack rating. It's got a bit of ED, 33% ED, minus 25 target defense. I think it's mainly the run walk and the attack speed that's nice.
Ort F, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
10 to 17. It's pretty low physical.
It's got the twister on it though.
But I still think Edge would be better because you get 2 mana after each kill on Edge. Even though it's less damage, I think you need that mana after kill badly. What else is it? I'm just going through Brewland, seeing if there's anything else that looks good.
I don't think I could make an edge right now anyway. It's an Amarin.
Yeah, that's true.
I do like the run walk. Run walks are kind of nice.
Hustle would be a nice one to make at some point. Melody was shell coat there. Nothing really on there for you.
I mean, the Zephyr is faster. I mean, there's that. It's got the increased attack speed on it, which the other one doesn't. So it's very fast attack speed.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, 1 to 50 lightning damage isn't bad either. It's not bad.
What it costs, it works. I think your best thing is going to be an inside bow or finding some sort of nice bow. Either, I can't remember what name that one is, the minus cold res one that we all like. If I had a jar and a low, you can make ice.
Oh yeah, just a Dawn low. That's no big deal. I find like 6 of those a day.
Alright.
I found 7.
Oh
Well,
man.
if you find a cham and a goal, you can make a mist.
Hello.
I can't believe
Mist
you
isn't
found
bad, 'cause
7. Man, that is the new record.
Mist is nice. It's got 3 tool skills on it. Actually not bad. Actually, I never realised it had 3 tool skills on it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Alright, we're off to save the wizard. The wonderful Wizard of Oz. Because.
My cat's watching your mouse go across the screen. She looks so like, what? I've never seen a head move so much. That's fun. Where's you? It's funny though, because she watches it, but she never attacks it, which always confused me. You'd think that a cat would attack it.
Oh, you don't. You gotta give them the opportunity to attack it. I've always noticed that when playing with the cats. What are you thinking about rolling first for season 5? I'm gonna be doing a really strange barb build that I devised on my own. It's called the Thor Barbarian. I will. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I definitely am gonna see if I can have some fun this season.
I think it's going to be amazing watching all them lightnings go around, especially if you get 2 wisps and stuff.
I mean, I don't know how good it's gonna be. I mean, honestly, it's P1. I think I'll do fine. I should be able to do absolutely fine P1. I'm not sure about P8. I mean, whenever I play P8, I'll be with you guys anyway, so it's not really that big of a deal.
It shouldn't be that bad, because your static proc should just be the game changer for it on P8.
I'm still not entirely sure how I want to build everything.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one though to see. Look forward to doing me fire druid.
I need mana.
What are you going to be making, Fatty and Chunky? You don't know yet.
I don't know. Let's throw something together.
Make something you haven't really done in a long time.
Just depending on what we need.
Yeah.
You be whatever you want to be, Chunks. If you
You
want to
be a
be,
chunk.
if you want to be a chunk, you be a chunk.
Well, when they make that character,
I'd just make a Fireclaw Bear Druid. He's kind of chunky.
I don't really care for the Fire Claw Druid. I've
Yeah,
done the Fire Druid, Fire Elemental, Button Masher.
The button masher rest of button mashy land.
I did that the first season. They changed the Fire Druid.
Honestly, it got even better when they updated the next hit delay stuff.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
'cause
know,
you can
but I
actually
still
spam
had all
all
the
the
gear.
skills.
I went back and tested it out after they changed that to the Infinity on him, or on his merc.
It's definitely a hell of a lot more powerful now than it was
And
before.
oh my goodness.
It's
Of
still
course, I
never
got-
going to be the best, but it's
I got
fun.
lucky with that pelt that I got that made that perfect roll flickering flame in.
Yeah, that's the bit I'm not looking forward to, trying to get like a free Frisher, free Volcano health or
Mine
something.
was
But
3 Fissure, 2 Volcano.
One
Nice.
bear? Did you get a bear? No burr? You get no burr?
No, I didn't get no bear.
Well, I did
Found
a-
it myself though.
At the bear.
I did the planner, and I decided I'm just going to put a skill point into the bear because we have everything else in the end. It's still like a level 17 bear. It's fine. It's enough that it will take a few hits, and then you just resummon it.
That's still like a Windy Druid though. Or something.
Yeah, I like Windy Druid as well, but I've played a lot of Windy Druids in my past. Where Fire Druid, it was like, I think the only Fire Druid I ever played when I was little was a mid-level dual PvP Fisher Druid, because you use like the 4 fire-faceted life armor and then the 6 faceted, you know, crystal sword and stuff.
I mean, the Fire Druid has always been good to get you through Nightmare.
Oh, this was for mid-level dual.
Act 4 Nightmare anyways.
But now we're
Yeah,
like
Act 4 you had to spec over.
yeah, but now with it being, well, yeah, definitely I agree with like normal Fire Druid's just fun. But now with like the Sunders and stuff, it's, you know, you don't need Infinity, and I think that's just such a massive life changer for that build, because you can, it's up to you what Merce you go with now. Where I'm going to go with the Act 5 Merc and do Crescent Moon and a Lawbringer. So I'll get the static procs, but I'll also get Decrep for the physical side of the stuff.
Hero Neil affected this to me.
Where in the old days you'd have to have Infinity to make the build work.
I still like my Windy Druid's weapon that he's had since
What weapon does he use?
Season 1. Very high rolled Eth Reaper's Toll with a 39 ED, 15
Oh
eyes
yeah,
in it.
Reaper's Tolls are lovely. Especially when you find a really nice one.
Yeah, it was very high rolled.
Obviously, if I'm running and I find an Reaper's Toll, yeah, I'm gonna go for an Act 2 Merc. But my end goal, I think, would be Lawbringer and Crescent Moon, because I just think them statics, like proccing randomly, it's just gonna help with big groups. But it might not be needed. I don't know.
I got this thing like so cheap. The game was 2 seconds old whenever I got it. I hopped in there. He asked for a Vex. It's like, yeah, sure, here you go.
That's super cheap for this. Jeez, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I wouldn't say no. Even if I didn't need the item, I'd be like, yep.
Well, you ripped the guy off. Okay, I see.
Yeah, yes, I did.
Was that mass 2? Is that mass 2
Oh, well,
socket,
I mean, not
Ginger?
necessarily, because I gave him exactly what he asked for.
You knew it was worth more.
Well, that's irrelevant. He asked for a
That's
Vex.
irrelevant.
He might have just not
What the
needed
trade
it.
was what?
The thing is, though, he might have needed that Vex to make his Hoto, and he just wanted that Vex.
I don't know if he needed that
You know.
Vex or not, but I wanted that Reapers.
Yeah.
Whenever he
That's-
said Vex, I wasn't saying no.
No, I wouldn't have either.
Because I just found a 39 PD 15 eyes jewel.
I had a one where I traded for arachnids, and I didn't even look at what the ED was, and it was a perfect Arax, and I think I traded like an IST for it or something like that. Like,
Yeah, and then you
that's
resell
all
it.
they wanted, but no, I didn't resell it. Like,
See, I would have resold it for more to someone that wants a perfect one and wants to pay that bit extra, and then just gone and bought a cheaper one,
yeah.
like a random one, and use the excess for towards the rest of the build.
I didn't even notice it for a little while until like somebody asked me what I'm wearing, and I was like, oh wait, I'm wearing a perfect Arax.
Oh, I was having a look at some different builds, Ginger, for the Fire Druid, and I'm still thinking of doing Phoenix and the 6 Fire Faces, but obviously that's like, it might be one build.
You
It's
do
just
whatever
obviously
you
getting a
whatever you
Phoenix is
want.
going to be, yeah, getting a Phoenix is going to be insane to get. So I think at the start it's just going to be Hoto or Spirit Sword, because it's easy and cheap.
I just don't think
And
it's
then if-
better. I just don't think it's better damage than
Oh,
Mang
no.
Songs. I think Mang
I
Songs
don't-
is better.
I'd have to test Mang Songs, obviously.
It's
It's just finding one. Like, it's just as hard.
you are more likely to get a Mang Songs than you are to get a Phoenix and a.
Yeah, true. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Either way, I'm just gonna have fun with it.
What is Phoenix? Vex low jaw.
Something like that,
Yeah,
yeah.
you can probably trade for a decent Mang Songs for like a Vex rune.
That'll be my last endgame thing, because I'm gonna want Enigma eventually as well, so...
Yeah, whether or not you find a Mang Songs, that alone is hard.
Yeah,
but
I'm
trading
still-
for it is probably it's like somebody that finds a Zod and you trade for it. Versus,
Yeah, because no one wants it.
Nobody wants it.
I do.
I like
mean,
I like those Zod runes too. I like them too.
Even just like
Just
Spirit
saying,
Shield
in
and Hoto.
general, it's
will
hard to
work.
find a
They're warm and
Zod.
fuzzy.
It's hard to find.
No, but
Songs.
damage output wise, Mang Songs is better.
Oh yeah.
You're looking at higher physical damage. You still get your +5 to skills. You don't lose out on your skills, and you also get a massive amount of negative res too. With a 15% Mang Songs and a 5% facet, you're looking at negative 20% enemy fire res.
Yeah, which is still more than enough. I
And
just need to
then you tack
look
on the
around
flickering
for stuff.
flame, which is 15, so you end up with was it 35% right there between your helmet and your weapon. And then you can even tack in the armor too if you want to.
The only bit I like about Phoenix is obviously the Redemption aura, on top of obviously the minus fire res.
Telling you, you don't need it. If you get the little carrion worm, the solar
Oh
creeper.
yes, I did spec that into my build as
If
well.
you get the little solar creeper, he is literally just as good as Redemption. Like he literally every single time he sucks up a corpse, which is exactly the same that Redemption does. He literally goes around and he eats corpses. And so all your corpses, the same way that Redemption works, every time he eats a corpse, you get a massive regeneration to your mana. It's massive. Like just having.
I put that into the build.
And the Solar Creeper just works just like Redemption does. So if you have Redemption and the Solar Creeper, that's just redundant. The Redemption.
Different things.
The Redemption will eat up all your corpses, and then the Solar Creeper won't work. So
yeah.
So you might as well not even put the Solar Creeper in there if you're going to use Redemption.
Oh no, I did a leveling. Obviously for leveling and that, I'm just going to use whatever. But yeah, I have put a level for the Solar Creeper for leveling.
5/5 fire facets? That's not really a jaw.
I was thinking like end game, like what, like when the season's nearly over and you just finish off everything. But like for leveling and stuff, who knows what I'll be using.
He doesn't
Whatever I find.
He doesn't believe us about the Mang Songs.
Oh, I did build a Mang Songs version of it as well, so that I've got that.
He doesn't believe.
I think to start out with, Leaf's going to be the easiest option. And then I was also thinking if I could get Naj's set slowly while leveling,
when you finally do get a Mang Songs in your hand and you try it out, you're gonna realize it's like way better. I had the Hoto Spirit combo, and I also tried out the Phoenix as well. And
Yes.
honestly, the Mang Songs was way better damage.
But I'm hoping just while leveling, I'll be able to get an set from the group, because that adds a load of fire skills and stuff, doesn't it? And it'll be like a cheap, easy leveling build.
Oh, it's got Magic
Like
Find
leveling
on it
set.
too.
Yeah, so I was thinking that would be a good set to start with if I can get hold of it. I'm sure the group will find just the staff and the armor, and they'll pretty easy.
Oh yeah.
And then just go from there.
Man, I just found a blue dust shroud with a lot of enhanced defense and 13 damage reduction. Like, this would be great for a ladder start.
Oh yeah, if that was like 3 or 4 socket, that'd be epic. Damage reduction armors are so nice.
13.
Even
is
shoving it on your merc.
nice.
What kind of armor?
It's a dust shroud with it has like 800 defense.
Oh, hobo
with
armor?
13
Meow loves his
13
hobo
damage
armor.
reduction. 13
Love a
damage
hobo.
reduction though? Sick.
Even that just to start off on your merc, put a.
Did you say what's a hobo?
rune. You're a hobo, I said.
Oh. Okay, that's more like it. I was like, he doesn't.
I'm actually gonna have to sit and write down like leveling stuff that I need that I can post to see what we find.
Yes. However, Diablo also has a modified loot table, which kind of sucks, because there are certain items that he should be able to drop based on his item level, but are restricted from his item table because they felt like it.
Yeah.
However, when he's terrorized, his loot table gets unmodified, and he can now drop those items again, which is kind
Oh, I
of
just
silly.
found a pole rune on my solo self found on
Nice.
Freaking arcane. Insane.
Always good to find.
Yeah. I'm hoping for a ist. I'm trying to boost some magic find because I have like the only thing that I've found, which is nothing to shake a stick at or whatever. I don't know. I can't think of a good.
Well, the traditional way to magic find on a solo self-found character is to gather up all the crappy magic find equipment that you could possibly get. And then what you do is you go to a lower level area and you magic find the lower level area so that you don't have to worry about being a crappy little peon using a bunch of crappy magic
I
find
farmed
equipment.
Andy like 10 times and then I stopped because I kind of got stuck at Act 2. So I was like, I want to go back a little bit. And then
I'll have to farm the tower at the start.
I found a wizard spike, which really helped me a lot because my res was awful. So I'm using a wizard spike, but other than that, like I have like 100 magic find right now. Well, I did find a Tarn helm from Andy, so that did help. But
100's
at
plenty.
the moment, about that 100.
100's plenty.
I think we've got another fire druid as well. Yeah, Razor's doing a fire druid, which is cool.
Oh lord, fire druid's out the wing.
I think we've got 2. Oh no, yeah, we've got me and him. So 2 fire druids. Class A to Z. Let's have a look. We've got we've got a decent amount of Amazons. We've got 4 Amazons, 5 or 6 assassins.
Assassin!
We've got 2 summon necros, which is cool. They're always useful to have at the start of a ladder.
One of them, I think, is a noob, so...
Hadaway's doing one. Neeson's doing a Foradin, Hamadin, or Hydra, Blizz, or Hydra, or Foe. Oh, Chromatic's doing a Throw-Barb. Nice.
I don't know. I was thinking about doing a hardcore, but I might just do hardcore.
Gotta play with all your mates.
Yeah, I was trying to do hardcore, but I don't know how many people are gonna be doing hardcore.
My
so.
cat jumps on my computer too much for me to do hardcore.
Okay, how about this? For Christmas, we get all the hardcore players a cat. All right, and that way they come back. They're like, I just can't do hardcore anymore ever since I got a cat.
You can't. It's just like you and Kubus. You know, he just randomly walks up and like lays on your arm and you can't move. You know, it's hardcore is just not viable when you have a pet that's needy.
I need pet.
Yeah, I just don't have that much time, so I actually usually always have those 2 days off. So I got Thursday, Friday, which it starts on a Thursday, right? Yeah.
I'd still play softcore because then you can play with everyone and have a laugh for them 2 days at least, which is more enjoyable.
Just normally, that's why I picked up Foadin, because I can just sit and farm like chaos over and over and over again and not have to worry about anything, because Foadin is just god tier there.
Yeah, true.
'Cause I was born to be Foadin. We're
Yeah,
least
I
down to
love the changes they did to the Foadin. It makes them so good.
Ah, Ginger, your trustworthy fella's sleeping. You make him sleep.
Trustworthy sleeping?
He put that whenever he puts your stream on, he just sleeps really well.
Oh, good. I'm glad.
I will say your voice, I could see, would make that like you have a very good voice to make you feel comfortable and sleepy, I guess.
Yeah. Trust in
Make sure you
me.
buy extra arrows, Ginger.
Trust in me. That's Jungle Book, by the way.
Man, these chests in the arcane are insane. Is this like always like this, or is it just P8? What is this?
Sometimes they're just really good.
Are these always super chests, or are
How
these,
many hello guys and gals though dreams have you had?
Oh.
Hello guys and gals, and welcome to Trustworthy's Dream. Today we're going to be going over all of his failures in life. Yes, this is going to take quite a long time. We're going to start when he was just a child and he stuck his finger in an electrical socket. His mom was really upset. He almost died.
Oh my.
When he was but 5 years old, he decided he was going to jump off the second floor balcony. He bounced. Yeah, jelly bones.
Remember to get yourself some extra arrows, Ginger.
I forgot about that.
Just in case this fight takes a while.
Oh, I already forgot about that. That's dumb.
Uh-oh. What's up, Shadow? Oh, cuddle.
Colic.
PA arcane chests are. I'm confused. Like, why do people do friggin' LK? This is insane. There's 3 chests on each end.
Oh yeah, and the ghost drop lots of runes too.
Yeah, and the
Sometimes
ghost drops,
arcane's
like,
really nice. Like sometimes the chests are amazing, and sometimes they're just total dog poop.
Okay, the only reason I could see people do LK is just to telly there, pop the chest, and quit the game. That makes sense.
You can just telly to the ones. You can just telly to the ones in arcane and pop the chest and quit.
Yeah,
the game.
but like, why don't they telly there and pop the chest? Because there's
And you get
3
ghosts.
per side, and you got your ghosts. So yeah, hit all the
But
ghosts.
let's look at arcane real quick, okay? I mean LK. The chests are not always in the same location in LK. You gotta teleport around and find the damn things.
Yeah, no, I'm talking solo self-found.
On single player they are, yes.
Yeah, solo self-found.
In solo self-found, the best place to go is sewers level 2. You go to sewers level 2 in hell. Quick runs. It's like freaking 7 or 8 chests down there, and it's a level 85 zone. Beats LK and freaking Arcane hands down.
I never realized how good the chests were here, like on P8. Like there's like I can't see anything. Like it's insane. It's like I'm in cows when I pop all those chests. It's crazy.
Oh yeah,
I mean,
that's
depending
how
on
super
what
chests
map
work.
you get in lower correct.
Even in
keep
OK,
on
like
resetting
the
map.
chests don't work like that. Like I did that on my bone necro. I found a really good map that had 2 things like right next to the waypoint, and like one of them was literally like right there. Like you just walked a little bit to the side and it was right there. And I ran that for like 2 or 3 runs, and it was really good. Like in terms of how close it was.
If you get the right map in OK, if you keep on resetting the layout, and you get one right next to the waypoint.
Yeah, mine was right next to the waypoint.
So
you
much
just
faster.
walk south.
Especially
like,
if
and it
you
was right
get
there.
2 campfires. Like one right next to the waypoint, and then the other campfire just right across.
Nice little chin rub, is that nice?
They'll say sewers level 2 is better.
Well, I mean, that's just an opinion.
No, I mean it's level 85. LK is not level 85.
I mean, again, just an opinion. A bar room can drop there in OK, so.
Yeah, I wasn't even like killing anything. Like I would walk out of the waypoint and walk down, pop 2 chests. Like occasionally there was a group of monsters that I had to kill. But like, I
And
don't
those
know.
weapon racks, man, they seem good. I've
After
got
you
quite a
kill-
few good bases out of them.
After you kill Bale, I feel like that like non-farming thing shouldn't exist.
Ooh, an edge bow.
2
Is it gonna be free socket?
2 socket. For the edgiest of bows. Another superior stag bow.
I can't.
2 sockets. Actually, what's the
Is it 2 skill? I don't actually
1
know.
skill.
Did they get 2 skill?
They get up to 3 skills. I just don't know if they get up to 3 skills in
Normal, yeah. I'm not. I don't think
I
they
don't really
do.
remember. I have not seen anything higher than a +1 so far. I must just have really bad luck.
I don't think it happens really in normal. Or it has to be above a certain item level to get the higher ones. I don't know.
Well, I'm in Whetstone Keep right now, which is probably about the highest you can get.
True. Who's your happy kitty? Comfy. Look at your paws. Look like a fat bread loaf. She's done that thing when she shoves her paws under her body and they just disappear.
It's probably really comfortable. To be a bread loaf. To be or not to be a bread loaf.
Cats are liquid, that is true, Jin. I woke up the other day and she was in the smallest box ever, snoring, and the box is just slowly falling apart.
Ooh, a reflex
She's just
bow.
too big for it.
Aw, only 1 socket. Sadness.
Oh, I've still got a week. Like, come on, can't ladder just start today?
that's good. We get to build back up. Everybody gets to show back up, and we got people in Discord chatting, and we'll get people all hyped back up again.
True, true.
Changes would have got people even more hyped up.
Change.
The closer we get, the more I'm afraid there's no changes again.
I don't think we'll have much, but it is what it is. I know we'll still have fun as a group.
Oh yeah, for sure.
But yeah, it is a shame.
One thing I'd really like to see
shell
is,
room.
I know they did it on Diablo 3, was remember when they gave the mercenary like a full loadout for a season? I think that'd be kind of fun. Like just like that alone would be a cool change. They wouldn't have to do a ton. Like yeah, they probably have to do a lot to make your mercenary be able to have all that and have it apply correctly. It might be a lot more work than I'm thinking.
There's a lot of stuff that doesn't apply to mercenaries, actually.
But in general, like it'd be kind of cool to like give your mercenary an amulet, 2 rings, a pair of gloves, boots, you know, etc.
I think my mercenary would be stronger than me.
Yeah, but like just for a season, it'd be kind of cool.
I think my mercenary would be stronger than me. I'm like positive about that. I think
yeah, that's 100%. Your mercenary is generally stronger than you with.
I think it'd be interesting though, because like say for that season, your merc has like you could choose the mercenary, but you only get to choose it once, so you can't change your mind, and you can't change its items, so you got to choose wisely. That would be cool.
I don't know about all that, because how would you be able to upgrade him?
No, he wouldn't. He would just, as he levels, his gear would just become like the next tier or whatever.
I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool though to like, I don't know,
different.
Like make an MF merc or something. Like have max MF on your merc.
Gingers and magic find merc.
I don't know, or something like anything really. You could make them anything at that point, but just like for one season, just to like, see how
it would have been nice to have had some sort of changes.
How about for one season, everybody just has 1,000% magic find?
Oh Jesus!
That would be insane.
Good evening.
Well, it would do 2 things. Number one, it would make uniques and sets and stuff like that extremely common. But another thing that it would do, which would be rather interesting, is bases would become extremely rare.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Imagine an Amazon with 1,000. Wow. Yeah. Most Amazons I've ever built
like crazy.
Most of Amazons I've done have 0 MF when I'm doing cows, so that's crazy.
That would be cool.
The season of 1,000 magic find. There you go.
Yeah, if there was 1,000 magic find, everybody'd make Amazons and just do cows.
I still want them to do them Knights of Terror again with like the gambling and stuff. That was fun.
Yeah, that was cool.
And because they've already done it, it'd be easy for them to do again.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna be. That was Christmas. Yeah, they're gonna do it again.
I'm hoping they do that again because that was
they're
really enjoyable.
Do it again.
Your mom's a
Save
magic
up all your
finder?
gold
Dang,
and then
Jen.
just go crazy on gold.
Jen said your mom's a magic find merc.
Yeah, well your grandma's a magic find merc.
My grandma's dead.
What? Your merc died? Sorry. I might have to put a pizza in the oven soon.
Oh, like for the subscription, Caesar.
We're just subscribing because of the weird English cat.
Can't base my entire channel around you, meow.
That's some money.
Our poor Valkyrie over here just getting mobbed.
She's doing her job though.
speaking of doing my job, I need some more potions.
Thinking about pizza.
Potions. Potions. All the potions.
Happens to us all, Mr. Sand. We go to bed and then we get up and Ginger's still streaming.
That's why I am the best and you guys are the rest.
It's happened multiple times where I've like gone to bed, got up, and I'm like, wow, Ginger's now in hell.
Well,
Hey, at least you found a shell that's partway to a treachery.
that's because you got to keep on trucking. Trucking real hard. You got to keep on trucking. Trucking. I've only been streaming for 11 hours, okay? It's only 11 so far, alright? I haven't hit the 12-hour mark. Then I hop off.
For 2 minutes.
Maybe.
Start the stream up again.
Maybe. Okay, but that's neither here nor there. Okay?
Like when a new game comes out, that's usually what happens.
Hey.
Or a new season, maybe.
I go to bed, I get up to go to work, and he's still going.
Look, okay? It's my job, alright? It's my job. It's my job. Don't be jealous of my job.
This is terrible.
It's definitely a job to be jealous of, for sure.
Yeah.
Don't be jealous of my job. That's my job.
Your brother was talking about jury duty, and it was like, nah, I can't go to work. I gotta go play video games.
Look, okay? It's my job.
It's my job, though. I gotta go play video games.
I mean, it literally is, though. I mean, it is. It is, though. Okay.
Yeah, but tell that to a
Alright.
judge, alright?
Right. Well, it's my income. This is what I make money off of. I mean, yeah. So, yeah.
Bale's gonna take you so long to kill.
Oh yeah, single target damage has always been a very bad do jank on this particular character. Although honestly, my skill is kind of over leveled though, so I actually probably do a lot of cold damage, a lot more than probably I should at this level.
See how it goes. I was just watching the life slowly ticking down on these minions.
I've already killed most of them. I killed most of them already.
Bale's gonna be funny. Well, Bale shouldn't be too bad. It's when he strips all your mana that's going to be the annoying bit.
So, million mana pots, got it.
Yeah.
That's what I heard.
Oh, I heard of the Xbox leaks, Devil.
Yeah, I heard
like
about
Starfield DLCs and some new.
I saw it. Oh, there's a lot of stuff in there apparently. Apparently the new Elder Scrolls is confirmed not coming to PlayStation.
And there was some weird named one. Like it wasn't the name of something. It was just some, I don't know, Devil might. Oh, excuse me. Devil might know what it was, but a lot of people think it's like what would it be called? Like Mandalorian and all that lot. Because it didn't have its name. It just had. I can't remember what it was.
Just having fun teleporting around, ain't he?
But everyone knew there was a Starfield DLC because when you bought like the higher Starfield game, it came with it for later on. So everyone that bought it knew there'd be a DLC or whatever.
$11 hours, that's right, 1 Mac. When you have a kid, you better name him 2 Mac. 1 Mac, 2 Mac, 3 Mac, Blue Mac. Yes.
What about Cheese Mac?
Big Mac.
Is his last name Cheese, so he could be Mac Cheese?
Oh my god, I was watching this this guy who just like eats tons of food because my girlfriend had it on. And he went to this place and they had this like, you know, it was like one of those challenge meals where you got to eat the whole thing in a certain amount of time and you get it for free or whatever. Like, and the guy, apparently this particular place had these big patties. They were monstrous. And they were basically just grilled cheese, mac and cheese that was breaded and then put in a deep fryer. And they were, and it was basically just a mac and cheese patty. And I was like, apparently they were really good. Even the guy who was eating all the food said they were really good.
Is his name Joel?
I don't know. I don't even know what the guy's name is.
Joel Hanson or something.
Big black beard.
No. I watch. Oh, Beard Meets Food. Yeah. I watch him too. He's English.
Yeah, I don't particularly watch him, but my girlfriend seems to be into it at this particular point.
Tell her to watch Joel Hanson. He makes Beard Meets Food.
I'm more mesmerized by the fact that he eats all that food and then somehow still doesn't get it on his beard.
I find it funny that Beard Meets Food does these challenges and then he asks for the dessert menu after. Has a dessert after.
Yeah, it's a slice of cheesecake. You always got room for cheesecake. Come on.
It's insane. It's just crazy. Yeah, I like watching them things because you can just relax to them. You don't really need to pay attention. It's good, relaxing content. Uh-oh.
Relax to somebody shoving food down their face?
Yeah, but Joel Hanson, the amount he eats, it's insane. Like, and he's so skinny.
Afternoon.
But he just, I don't get how he eats that much. So I watched his last one, Texas Barbecue, and it's something like 20 pounds, 30 pounds. And he just sits there and goes through it within like 20 minutes, where you have like an hour to do it. It's, I don't know. I don't know how he does it. Yeah, Joel, he just puts it somewhere, I don't know. Like, at least Beard, you see him struggle on certain things, and you do see him fail challenges. I don't think we've seen Joel fail a challenge yet.
I don't know, Beard's kind of smart. He saves the stuff he likes for last. It's a pretty good way of eating food. You always keep the part that you like for last, because that way, in the event that you are feeling kind of struggly toward the end, and it's not really as delicious as it was before. At least the thing that you're eating at the end is actually something that you enjoyed. As opposed to if you save the nasty stuff for the end, then by the time you're full and you don't want anything else, you're like, ugh, I don't want that, it's disgusting.
So I've never understood the people that leave the French fries till last, because it's like the most bland, boring thing, and they've been sat there for half hour.
Yeah, the French fries are only really good in the beginning. You're definitely right
when they're
on
nice
that.
and hot. Yeah. And just because they put so many there, it's like, I don't know, I wouldn't be able to eat that many French fries because it's just me. Yeah, Joel eats his veggies first, which is fun. Doug, did you watch his Texas barbecue one? The Feed House, I think it was. I watched it yesterday. I think it was a new one.
What terrible drops. This one shadow disciplines. People always tell me rare helmets can't roll skills, and I'm like, rare helmets can roll skills, and then they yell at me and they get mad and they're like, you're an idiot, rare helmets can't roll skills. And then I find things like this, and I'm like, obviously rare helmets can roll skills. They can roll tab skills. Something that they do.
All this food talk's making me want to put a pizza in the oven.
I mean, it's not like normal was ever in question, right? I mean, it was just a matter of time. Although this is the foundation that you build your entire character on, so getting a little bit of good equipment and getting things set up so that you might actually have a halfway decent time in the next difficulty. I mean,
The reason people do that, Jin, is because people don't like being told that they're not right. They get very offended, even when you prove it to them and you show it to them. Apparently, he's still an idiot.
I feel like that's a new thing in society. Like,
Yeah.
it's a new generational thing where it's like, no, I'm right. I saw it on YouTube or I saw it on the internet. I'm right. I don't know.
Who's right? What are you
Yeah.
talking
People
about?
believe the
So
internet
and
too
so
much.
said it, or like for example, like
Well,
another Diablo 2 player said it. I'm not gonna name drop, but like another Diablo 2 player said, no, that's useless. Like, no.
The full feeling actually doesn't kick in for about 30 minutes. That is actually a whole thing.
Yeah,
So-
and they realize it later. You'll see it. Like, I'll see it in your chat. It'll be like, no, I looked it up now, or I
No,
saw
no,
it.
I was
Like,
talking
no,
about
you're
like
right.
the full food feeling.
Oh, food.
The full
Still
the
talking
full
about food.
there's just and talking to chat. The full food feeling actually doesn't happen up until about 30 minutes after you eat your first bite. So you don't. It's actually a whole thing where you can literally, if you eat too fast, you can just like overeat, and so you don't actually get
Psychological
you
eating.
don't get the trigger to stop eating, which is the full feeling, until about 30 minutes into your meal. And you notice that a lot of those challenges are like within 30 minutes or like or less. They're basically racing the clock against the full feeling, and then once they actually hit that full feeling, I'm sure that after all
That's
they
why I
ate,
like-
I'm sure it hits them like a Mack truck.
That's why I like the hour ones, because you watch them do it, and you could see at the start like their faces all, oh yeah, enjoying this, and you could see slowly their face, you know, like the expression of them struggling. And it's just, I don't get how they do it. It's pretty amazing.
Okay,
but
here it is right here. It takes 20 to 30 minutes for your brain to register the fullness, and then send that signal basically to the stomach that you are full.
And that's why you should chew slowly and take
So-
your time chewing, because it sends the signal to your brain.
This is right here, so you can see this. It's on a couple different websites. One of them says 20, one of them says 20 to 30. One of them says approximately 20, one of them says 30. It seems to be anywhere between 20 or 30 minutes. So most of those challenges that take place in like 20 to 30 minutes, that's like the exact amount of time that you would need to basically stuff your face completely full of everything you possibly could before you're like, oh man, oh, I'm so full. It's like, oh.
There is a point where your stomach just can't hold anymore, and it like starts going up from there.
It stretches, actually. Your stomach stretches pretty good. That's kind of the whole thing about stomach stapling, is it actually causes your stomach not to stretch, so you have less space in there.
My dad, he has a friend that owns. Anyway, he has a friend that like just recently had all his teeth pulled out because they were all screwed up, and he's like on his way to getting like permanent implants. But at the moment, he has like dentures that he can't even glue in and stuff because his gums are still all swollen and stuff. But anyway, he was talking about it the other day. We went to lunch, and he's like, I lost 25 pounds because it takes me so long to eat stuff now that I'm not even, I can't even finish anything that I get now.
Sounds that sounds like he should get some boost shakes.
Well, like he's lost
Unless he
weight.
wants to lose the weight.
Well, he needed to lose it. Like,
Okay.
well, he didn't need to lose it, but like I don't know. I guess if you talk to a specialist, he probably needed to lose it, but he's not like obese or anything. But
Well, I just mean, like,
definitely you can tell like
there-
he looks a lot healthier, but like he just can't eat like any meat, hamburger. Like he you can tell like he just hates going to lunch with everybody that can eat stuff that he wants to eat.
You're right, AJ. Kubis would eat and eat and eat and eat.
Well,
Luckily,
that's the whole
psychological thing you were talking about, where like it's not so much psychological, but
No,
like
it's a physical
yeah.
thing. Your body actually sends your brain. What happens is you eat until you're full, and then your brain registers that you're full, and it sends a signal to your stomach that you're full, which
People
causes
eat
it.
too
It
quick,
causes it
and-
to constrict. It's basically
But
what
since
happens.
he has to eat so slow now, like he can
Yeah.
only eat like fish and stuff that like kind of breaks apart. Like you can eat chicken that's shredded and stuff like that. To where like
I think
he's
people's
been
issue is they
eating
eat too
differently.
quick.
Yeah.
So they eat so much within that 30 minutes, and that's why they get fatter.
Yeah,
because
before
it takes
the
time for your brain.
Yeah, before the full signal is sent, you can basically shove as much food as you want down. Like that's the whole thing. And then once you hit that mark where your brain registers that your stomach is full, it sends a signal and it goes at no more, right? And that's when the full feeling happens, and that's when you start to not want to shove any more food down your gob. It's a whole thing with overeating. Apparently, people that overeat, they tend to eat so fast that they don't necessarily wait for the full feeling. So they'll just keep eating and eating and eating and eating for like 20 to 30 minutes. They're just eating. Like as much as they can possibly shove in their face.
The food, so you're gonna want to eat it all. So you want to try to eat it.
But the thing is that if you're eating for 20 to 30 minutes, like straight, and you're just shoving food in your gob for, like you're probably going to be overeating at that point. Like you don't need to just shove food in your face for 20 straight minutes. But that's basically what some people are doing.
You go to a restaurant, you get a salad,
that's
eat
different.
it, you wait for your like meal to come, and then like at that point you've already ate a salad. So
Well, the salad starts the clock.
yeah, that's exactly when it starts. Yeah, but he can't even eat salad, so like he gets a soup, and like that's when it starts. So by
People
the
just
time
need
his
to eat
meal
slower.
comes, that he has to like gum down.
Like it's been proven that like you could eat really small meals, but if you eat it slow, it fills you up.
Yeah, when I was a teenager, like when I turned 16, I started my first job at Taco Bell, and I was a chunker. And then I was working at Taco Bell, and I would eat like a taco, and then like keep working and eat another taco like an hour or two later. Like that's when my metabolism started like going crazy, and I lost like so much weight. Like I at one point I was 135 pounds at 6'2", and that's when I like started realizing I needed to like actually start eating more. Like I don't know, I was
So
very
you were a stick.
underweight.
So
for
you were
my,
a stick.
Yeah,
You were a stick.
Yeah.
I'm like
Yeah.
Ginger. I'm 6'5", 6'6", and
Wow.
I got a bit of a belly on me.
Yeah, now I'm like what I would consider proper weight, but you look up statistics, it's probably not. Like I'm 100 or 220 pounds at 6'3", and I don't think I'm overweight. I'm not like a fatty or anything, but
No, you got a bit
yeah.
of meat on your bones.
Yeah, I got muscle too. Like I mean, I'm not like weakling or anything, but I don't know. At that point in time, that's when I was like, wow, I'm very underweight. Like
What's
I
funny,
was
you know, the people
very
that are
skinny.
the people that are like 500 pounds that can still walk around. Do you really think they don't? You really think they don't have muscle on them?
Oh no, they got muscle. That's for
if
damn
you
sure.
if you walking around with 500 pounds on you and you're still walking, and I'm not talking about the ones that are stuck in bed because that's different.
I don't know how they do it.
But if you're walking around with 500 pounds, you got some big boy legs. You ain't skipped a leg day in your life. You is over there just like, you got the Hulk legs.
That's when they lose that weight. They're like, what was that? Austin Powers. Fat.
Oh, with the flap and
Yeah,
all that,
the
like,
flab,
the skin.
yeah.
Yeah, when Fat Beasted. I won't say his obviously his real name.
Well,
But
yeah.
and he's
Oh,
just like, look at me wings.
My girlfriend was watching this one where this girl had these. I mean, she had like the big Jamble Lamble arms that looked like Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and the guy went in there and he was like, can you? She was like, can you lift your arm above your head? And like just lifting her arm above her head, she was like huffing and puffing, like because like each arm must have weighed like 100 pounds.
That's insane.
And she was mean, and she was nasty, and she was so mean. It's enabling. You can't. So you cannot end up in bed as a fat person without somebody enabling you. You have to have an enabler.
Yeah.
So you have to have somebody who's bringing you food. There is absolutely no way that you are going to end up as a person
Yeah,
in
you
bed.
have to go and get food.
Like I'm in bed a lot because
So,
of my spine.
so this is what
and
happened. This is what happened
I'm
with
not
this
fat.
big old fat lady who was like 600 pounds. So right, she was like 600 pounds, and she had a husband or a boyfriend or whatever, and he would bring her food all the time, whatever she wanted. She was nasty, and she was nasty about it too. She was mean. She would yell at him all the time, tell him to bring him food or bring her food, and then COVID happened, and he died.
Oh God.
And then all of a sudden, she didn't have no one to bring her food no more. And she
Well, at
started,
least she had
and she
a
started
good
losing weight.
supply to live off of for a while.
She started losing weight because nobody was bringing her food anymore. And then she had to go to the hospital because she got COVID too. And then she was in the hospital for a while, and she actually changed her mind and was like, "I'm gonna give it a try now. I'm gonna try and lose weight. You know, I'm gonna do my best." And the doctor, like the doctor is he's snarky as all get out. He's like, and now she finally wants to cooperate, you know, and she didn't want to cooperate before. And it's really too bad that it took the death of her husband to push her to this this level.
To that point, yeah.
I'll be back in a bit, guys. I'm gonna go buy some pizzas. Talking about all this food.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna call it a night. I've already been going for 11 and a half hours, so I'm gonna
Have a nice
I'm gonna drop out of here. As always, thank you for following me and having fun with me on these silly adventures and listening to us talk smack all day. As always, keep watching.